Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a brand new season of the Clash of Giants. It's your boys here, Contra, as well as Sir Cloud, to bring you through the entirety of the weekend, or well, I would say the evening out, as this isn't the weekend just yet, as we are in for our playoffs with a lot of magnificent teams. How are you feeling, Sir Cloud?
Yeah, it's an amazing day to start this show since it is still during the weekday. And of course, we cannot have a weekday without some action, right? And it's nice to see Clash of Giants is already at its 5th season as we gather the best of the best teams around the region, from the East to South Asia. I mean, this is going to be a heck of a show.
It definitely is, and with an interesting format to also say the very least. And of course, we'll run you through the nitty-gritty details of what entails for the entire course of every single match day that will be provided to you here on this Ruthless Hype Esports YouTube channel. So make sure you hit that sub button as well as hit that like button, because we are going to offer you a whole lot of great matches to go. So that being said, there's a lot of prize on the line, and of course their pride, there's a whole lot at stake overall. But now we're also involving a lot of different names onto the table as well. I really do wonder which teams will prevail throughout the course of the playoffs as well as the upcoming finals.
Yeah, and also the trophy that will be taken by the winner of this season's Clash of Giants. So it will be interesting to see who will take that home. Before this, we saw like during the trailer video, there are a few other teams that got last season's trophy and the season before. So this is going to be the 5th edition that another team's going to lift up the trophy. Competition is definitely going to be tight. We have a lot of teams from all across the half world at least, and they are some of the best teams around. So expect a lot of good entertainment.
Yeah, I will definitely say so. And of course, there's plenty of familiar names if you guys are ever wondering who's exactly playing. So we'll show you guys in a short moment's notice. But for now, of course, tell us where you guys are from if you guys are here in the live chat. And of course, let's kick things off with our roadmap, as this will start off in phase 1, which will happen from today till the 17th of October, where 27 teams are divided into 3 groups as they will play 6 matches per day. So that means that there's going to be 4 matches per group, and they will also play a bonus round of Vikendi closer to the week.
Yeah, so the addition of Vikendi is going to be a bit unique. We'll talk about that in a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen, because it will involve the starting points. But do take note of the phases that we'll have. It's divided into phase 1 and also phase 2, so we have a little bit of a break in between as well. We'll show you a bit more of the illustration through the calendar, just for you to have a better glimpse. And in the grand finals, there will be 18 teams that will be playing for 3 days in a total of 8 matches for us to crown the champion of Clash of Giants season 5. And this is how our schedule will go.
That's right. As we talked about the rounds of the playoff stage, this is going to be action-packed throughout the course of the weekdays, and then they will qualify for the grand finals. So that being said, there's 2 phases to the playoffs. Therefore, there's also going to be invited teams heading into the finals, so it'll be definitely interesting. But what's on the line? A whole lot of prizes, as the playoff prize already consists of $3,000, and on top of it, it's going to be $7,000 US throughout the course of the finals, making it a grand total of $10,000 US.
And we also have individual awards. We have the MVP award. We have the Headhunter award. It's basically the player that has the most headshot elimination. So that's up for grabs as well. And you guys for the community can get involved to vote for your fan favorite player. But all that will only be in the grand finals later on. So stay tuned, support your favorite player, and who knows, they might walk out as the fan favorite player. All voting will be by then. At this stage, during the phases, we won't have the voting, so it's more of like for you to start to have a view of how the players might perform in the grand finals later.
That's right. It means they will have to be sharp every step of the way. And that being said, this is once again the bonus map to be played out, which will be in Vikendi. We haven't seen this map in a while, and this will be played on the last day of each phase. So teams will get final head start points according to their ranking in those bonus matches. And based on the bonus points, it is as follows: wherever they place by the end of the day, they'll get rewarded with the bonus points listed on your screen.
Yeah, so this season is a little bit unique. Only Vikendi will be counted as the starting points later on in the grand finals. But during the phases that we'll be playing, besides the Vikendi matches, the points will be collected over 2 phases, and the total points will decide who are our top 16. And then how will they start in the grand finals is through how many points they collected in the 2 Vikendi matches that we'll be playing over the course of 2 phases, and it will only be played at the end of each phase as the 7th map. So on the end of every phase, normally you might think that, oh, okay, it's only 6 games and we're done. Okay, do stay tuned for the Vikendi match. And like what Contra said as well, we have not seen a Vikendi match in a competitive setting for the longest time. I don't even remember when was the last time I saw it by now. So it's great to see the Vikendi being brought back into Clash of Giants.
Yeah, I felt like it's been more than 4 years ever since I've seen the snowy map being played in any form of tournaments at all. So it is definitely going to be pretty fresh for a lot of all these players out there. But with all those stakes on the line in this very map itself, I really do wonder, will it be extremely punishing if teams were to actually crash out in that final match of the evening whenever they move into Vikendi? But nevertheless, these are your teams that will be playing for the entire course of the playoffs, where we got Group A with familiar names like Alter Ego, HORAA Esports, Team Falcons, Vampire Esports, The Savior, THUNDERTALK, DK, TIANBA, as well as A1. And there's so many lists of great names on the table.
Yeah, so at this stage for the phases, we'll be playing in the grouping stage. So it will be divided A, B, and C. When it comes to phase 2, we'll reshuffle the groups based on their performance. But who will play in Vikendi? Okay, just to add on to that as well, it's the best 16 teams from each phase will be playing that extra Vikendi match to collect those bonus points. We'll go through the names of the teams and also the players right now, ladies and gentlemen. Some of you might have a good familiarity of these teams, or maybe some of these teams they are playing, they're trying out players, so that's a possibility as well. But do keep an eye on your favorite team. Here we have it: Alter Ego, Ares, HORAA Esports, Team Falcons, Vampire Esports, and The Xavier.
Yeah, when we take a look at all these magnificent names, they're definitely household favorites of their own respective regions. I'm pretty sure there's a whole lot of Purple Hearts, and the Indonesians are absolutely rooting for Alter Ego Ares being one of the heavy hitters in the map. And of course, who could forget these historic ones coming from Falcons, Vampire Esports, as well as The Saber? Well, we do see that there are at least 5 players in each respective lineup. The question here is, who are we actually getting to be fielded in their current roster?
Yeah, they can definitely definitely have the option to swap players with the 5-man roster here. But some of them have 4-man roster. THUNDERTALK Gaming, D+, TIANBA, and A1 Esports will be playing. And TIANBA is one of those teams with a 4-man roster, so we can expect to see these 4 players to be playing throughout the day. And I know a lot of you are big fans of A1 Esports, hailing from the land of Bangladesh. They were the first team from Bangladesh to play in the globals or the PMWL back in the day. So this team is definitely one of those legendary teams from the region.
That's right. And also we are including a lot of all these names coming from the PEL region. So things are about to get pretty spicy. And on top of all these historical names, we also see a newer introduction of names such as HK Murderers, which I would want to see what do these boys have in store for us later on with Psycho Pekka, not to Himson, as well as Slayer. Slayer definitely is one of the favorites out there, so I'll keep my eyes on him. Meanwhile, for Miracle Vibes definitely are one of the hottest teams in Group B.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, names like Dog Apex, Baron Refuse, and these are names that potentially can bring a big challenge not only to the Clash of Giants but also the upcoming globals. Here we also have FaZe Clan, Team Secret, Harame Bros, and DRX. With among these names, a DRX fielding a 4-man squad.
Yeah, I absolutely do want to keep my eyes on DRX because the last time I've seen them perform, they absolutely impressed. They have managed to also win one of the tournaments back in the past here in Ruthless Esports, and I'm absolutely vouching for them because they have very solid consistency where I want to see them match up against FaZe Clan as well as Team Secret because they are in the same very group. But in Group C, here are your favorites, Bakertron Knights as well as DRS, who's currently stuck within the same group as well.
And we also have ASI8 Esports, Claw and Esports, and Starward Esports. And like what you said, DRS, big fan favorite from the South Asian region. And also we have Bakertron Knights from the Indonesian region. So these two teams, they have a massive fan base. And it will be fun to see the fact that they are in the same group. So they will be in every map that Group C will be playing. It's just a matter of whether they'll meet each other or not within the battleground. So that's something that we'll need to look at. But we also have these are the 4 teams in Group C.
Yep, and Group C, we also do have Roy Esports, the Alliance from Malaysia, Tongjabao Esports, as well as I Hate C. I think that these names definitely will be certain dark horses out there, but TJB, this is one team that will be going out for some of the top spots out there as well. So it is going to be tough, no matter how they go through each respective teams throughout all these matches, because we'll have each match with them playing up against, Group B, Group A, and of course it shuffles throughout the course of it all. So it's really about putting your best foot forward every single match.
Yeah, TJB, they recently ended the PEL season and they have qualified directly to the PMGC. So hence, that's also the reason why they're here. Of course, to continue on their journey and also their preparation in the upcoming globals later. But of course, now it is the Clash of Giants. So we'll see if they'll be able to come up big against all these other amazing teams from across half of way of the world at least. Hopefully one day we get to see more teams across the world to be able to join up. But of course, realistically for that to happen, maybe an offline event. So fingers crossed from Ruthless Hype Esports to maybe one day have an offline event somewhere in the world that we gather all these amazing teams and also all of you, the community together, to get to enjoy the game in front of your favorite players.
Yeah, when that happens, I hope all of us could actually be there to witness all the glitz and glamour of all the players gathered right there. I'm pretty sure that everybody wants to be involved. Now, first, now that everything is being done online, where everyone's in the comfort of their own homes, of course, there are certain challenges out there when you do things online. Kind of always include everywhere in the world because of taking issues or whatsoever. But hey, I think like for what we are getting, this is just probably a PMGC level tournament right now, where we have already got at least about 70%, I would dare say, of some of the best teams in the world here in this very lobby. So it's gonna be good.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And of course, the prize pool is enticing as well. The fact that not only they get to prepare themselves for the upcoming PMGC, but they also get to train. They also get a chance of having part of the prize pool. So it's a very lucrative tournament for them to play during the off season in preparation for that. And you can expect like all these teams to just give their best, since there's of course the prize pool involved, and not only the prize pool, the glory of having the trophy. That's also one. But speaking about glory, this time around we are graced with the Glorious, a UC partner for this season.
That's right. Of course, we welcome Gamivo on board, as you could actually get some really good deals with these UC prizes. If you guys are looking to up your style points in the game, well, look no further, where you can go ahead and top up from Gamivo, as the prizes are listed on your screen, with even the coupon code coming in from Clash of Giants to make it worth your while. So you can even subscribe to their smart subscription with the first time purchase only for an even better deal. As you can see on your screen, it's absolutely a banger for your buck.
Oh, yeah, thank you so much, Gamivo, for being together with us for this season. With support from Gamivo, support from everyone else out there for the community, it helps us to keep the show going. So do support those who support us. Do check out Gamivo while you're at it and while we're waiting for the show to start. But this season, we're also going to feature something special. Speaking about the community, you guys can get involved as well. Put your question in the comments section with this format. Your question or whatever that you want to comment about your favorite teams. Hashtag COG5, hashtag Gamivo, and you could be the lucky one to be featured on our show where we'll get to read your comments live here.
Yep, and I'm pretty sure that you guys have a whole lot of interesting questions out there. So go ahead, shoot your shot. Make sure you put those hashtag COG5 as well as Gamivo while you include your questions. So your comments will be featured just like what Sir Cloud said. So keep it PG, that's for sure. And overall, I'm pretty sure that the players, they have been getting themselves prepared for this tournament. Now, the recent tournament that we've had overall, we've seen a lot of hot drops, and I don't think that there's going to be any different, especially now that we include even more teams, even more different regions. So I'm expecting teams like HORAA Bros, who are the champions of the Philippines, to be ready for a brawl. And on top of that, same goes to Alter Ego.
Well, would that be your pick then? HORAA Bros or Alter Ego?
Now this is a really tough one. Like, if I were to really go down that list, you know, I could go for that typical route, but I want to do something different to kick things off. I want to go for VRX because I've been convinced that they are one of these top guns out there. They're not flashy, but they are very stable. And I want to see that stability. I don't know if it's going to be a good start for them, but I'm going for it.
Okay. So big pick as a start. Also thinking of like, well, since it's going to be the first round, we're not sure what's going to happen, right? So I would want to put in maybe Falcons Force as a start. Let's see how it goes.
Okay, Falcons Force. Very, very solid option. Now, production, I think that you guys have been on a hot streak every single tournament. Give us a little bit of a chance. Come on. I wonder what you guys are going for. I think like most of all these teams from South Asia, they are really, really good in Sanhok. So if I were to actually put any names out there, it could very well be them as well. But you see, production team says, you know what? Screw that, because PEL is here to dominate.
All right, taking the one and only team from the PEL in this season's Clash of Giants Season 5, starting it strong with TIANBA. And TIANBA, earlier we saw they field a 4-man roster into this tournament, so they're probably going to stick with the same players throughout the entire tournament. So solid pick, I must say. When they just ended their PEL, so they are pretty fresh off a tournament, and of course, we have to recognize PL is one of the most competitive tournaments in the world, and by coming out fresh out of that, they probably still have the momentum and they might do well in game 1. But speaking about game 1, ladies and gentlemen, you might be wondering what the maps that might be playing. We're going to start off with Erangel as match 1.
That's right, and we'll basically have a heavy rotation in between these two maps. So these teams will be absolutely familiar with the course of the battle, where we will end the night here in Miramar. So that's basically 3 rounds of these teams going head-to-head, or should I say even 4 rounds, because they will only be playing 4 games in their own respective groups against the other groups out there. So that being said, we'll still see a lot of very different scenarios as we dive into each respective round. So day 1, it's all about holding their own ground. It's all about establishing that dominance in their own area from start all the way to finish, so that you won't get contested in these upcoming days.
And we're also swapping the groups, ladies and gentlemen. So in case you don't see your favorite team being played, they're probably in the next group and they will come back in the following round. So stay tuned for your favorite team. Do identify which group they are in, and you guys can keep track from there. And we're playing this across the next few days until the bonus match, which is the Bikini match, in which the top 16 from the phase 1 and also phase 2. Okay, so now we're at phase 1. So we do want, if we want to simplify that, sticking on to phase 1 to 16 will play the bonus match, which is Bikini. So that's something that they don't want to miss out as well, because they want to collect those bonus points to have a good start in the grand finals later.
That's right, and that is of utmost importance, because you want to first get a little bit more of a decent tempo moving into the top 16, so that you get to play for those bonus points. And then from there, you can even have that grand reset of mind where you could just fully focus on that Bikini round. And who knows, they might just actually nail those extra bonus points for the finals to give themselves a little shot. But it is time for us to start game 1. So without further ado, let's begin with our first match in the Clash of Diamonds.
Well, I must say, production definitely hit a home run there. That was an amazing starting graphic for this season. That's something new for all of you, and thanks to all the hard work from the production team as well for putting that up for all of us. Here we go, game number 1 in Erangel.
Yep, perfect start out there. I love all the graphics that's been prepared, as it just feels so grand, especially for such an occasion where we have some of the finest PUBG Mobile teams to be on board. And even so, their faces are already on your screen right now, coming in from teams like Baseland, Bigatron, Alter Ego. You probably know their names. I don't need to explain it. But this flight path, it starts in the corners of Milta Power, skewing all the way up towards that northern area of play. Meaning to say, if there's going to be an extension to Gatkut, they will take the slower route. But we're already seeing a couple of teams moving into the Anu Sanaska military base. As a matter of fact, I think there's also a couple more PL teams that are on board, so namely from the top gaming as well as TJB, which will be in a very different group. So for now, we're definitely keeping our eyes peeled on what they could potentially do in this first round of Erangel.
I'm keeping my eye on to some of the potential clash points here, but circle-wise 50-50. Nevertheless, let's check out this fight inside of the school apartment. We're going to see the first blood picked up by Apex, and we're going to continue to see this tussle for this building. Asa waiting at the stairs. His teammates are still looting, so he's kind of buying time. But DK is just right in front of him, still with a shotgun. So that's not the weapon that he wants to face right in a close quarters combat.
It's still going to be pretty decent, though, since they are playing in close proximities in that sense. But it is definitely rather dangerous moving into such a tough area of play of school. But DK Plus, they definitely look to be very, very feisty in this early game, but they understand that it's not going to be an easy breach up against the rest of RRQ. Once again, if you want your comments to be highlighted, make sure you hashtag COG5 as well as hashtag Gamivo for your comment to be featured on this screen. And on top of that, make sure you follow us on all the social media platforms of Ruthless Esports. Now, let's get back into action. D plus Kia. This is so hard to breach. They're just locking the entirety of RRQ over on the top end of the floor. But perhaps there's a little bit of way that Asa can open a little bit of that wiggle room for RRQ to strike back.
Asa moved away from the stairs, now on the rooftop, and they are in a situation where it's a standoff for now. But the circle is here, so they can kind of take their time. But last we checked, this school area is not too far away from the edge of the circle, so there's a potential that the circle will move away from here in stage number 2. Something they need to keep check on. As for D plus Kia, they really are playing this cautiously as well. Even though they have the manpower advantage, but they are not making the big moves yet. Okay. One nade sent, but Nobu smartly evaded it.
Yeah, very smart read overall, and look at how precautious they are. RRQ also not willing to overstep their boundaries, just trying to flush them out with those grenades. Because grenades, we're having a battle outside of Pachinki right now. Lambo opens up the shot and Massey deal a blow up against Rick. And he snaps 180 to look for Dappy. That's pretty insane if you ask me.
Wow. Finishing up the job with Rick, but no. Federalists will not Lamborghini back down. By the way, for the record, these Xavier, they have a brand new logo, so it's looking pretty nice. Also to note that Pachinki is always contested between the Xavier and Harami Bros.
Yeah, it seems like their beef is not done just yet. Lambo is just going to be cleared up by Federalists very, very swiftly, as these two top gunners are really looking out for each other. Meanwhile, shots from below, it's going to be PowerGen trying to trade back, both on that DBS. Or should I say an S12K in the hands of PowerGen, but it's not going to be easy to flush Federalis out of this position. They definitely need a little bit more manpower, which is why they are also committing with Levi's coming in and Schwab coming in from the other flank. PowerGen finds it, but this will mean that it's going to be a dire situation for the rest of Harami Bros.
Oh, nice sandwich there to take down Federalis. Now they have control of Pachinki, but back into school. The circle is closing, so we might see School not in the circle very soon. Smoke on the Fnatic just to try to like not really flush him out, but just try to force him to kind of move. But he's not fazed by the fact that it's just a smoke. Still on the second floor though, and now also he has this nade. If he can angle it to the corner of the room, maybe he can get Fnatic.
Perhaps so. He has to time it really, really well. I just love that Fnatic. He was just not even touched by that smoke when it was being thrown out, because most players, they will just make an initial dodge just in the very case that it is a frag grenade. It's going to be great. Awesome. Finds him through the smoke with a headshot. So this could be a good opening for RRQ.
Go Asa from the top. Gets one knock. Need to follow up, but then again, D Plus can look at their position. Oh, from the back, RRQ is going to come in. Harami was have been eliminated by Xavier. Here we go. As the Beko goes in, just been knocked out by Chips. They're looking for their next target from RRQ. 2 more to go, while D plus Kia is still maintaining a full squad.
Yeah, just look at how practically the rest of DK is actually playing it out. Asa now down to that final couple of bullets in this chamber. He goes down along with the rest of RRQ. This is looking relatively clean, though they do lose Chip in the process. D plus Kia is absolutely opening their account here with those 4 points.
Oh, nice there. Winning the fight, winning school against the hands of RRQ. Bit of a circle update. Okay, a lot of teams playing by the bridge. We also have a lot of teams at the northern side, so they will come in a little bit later. But it will be interesting to see if the circle does go down to the mid, to the base. And if it does go there, for Miracle Vibes, it's the only team inside of the entire island.
Yeah, it's so interesting to actually take a look at this very first phase, because THUNDERTALK, they initially started off somewhere around the Sinasco region as well. They choose to move in very early back into the mainland, which I don't know if this will backfire or not. Whereas, while all that fight was happening earlier, we also lost Team Falcons in the process. So Falcons Force, not too sure what exactly went on right there, but probably we might actually get a glimpse later on. While THUNDERTALK, they have been very, very eager to get a little bit of an action, and they are absolutely in the prime spot to do so, being directly around the center of the current phase.
Yeah, there goes my prediction out the door. In fact, Falcons was the first team to be eliminated. And unfortunately, it happened so fast that we didn't get the chance to see what happened. But we're going to get to see another knock. T2K, 1 knock, but not eliminated yet. And we're going to see some of the teams in the northern side now trying to cut across to the main peninsula. At least we do have Void Donkey here together with another team. And they seem to be not having a good time. It's actually T2K.
They're caught in between. The rest of Void Donkey is absolutely holding them back, and even finding that line of Potato is just slowly withering them down while they are taking that battle. The rest of Team Secret is also taking that same journey across that bridge. So it might just be a three-way warfare and not long. It's going to be the rest of HK murderers coming in from the northern region. So we might just lose a couple of teams in this early battle round, but we are seeing an update. It will, in fact, be around that mainland. So most of these teams, they're looking at areas like Farm as well as Milta to be their playground.
Alright, so good news for majority of the teams. It didn't go to the military base island, so 4 medical vice will need to move up instead. Should be okay for them. The left bridge is vacant, so if they choose to go there, then it's going to be an easy entry into the main peninsula at least. Now, what's going to be interesting is that a lot of teams already parked in themselves by the bridge, which is currently the middle of the circle. Means that if any other team wants to go straight into the middle, it's either they are forced to take fights or, well, they can also choose to avoid them by just playing by the sides.
True enough. Meanwhile, we will still see the rest of THUNDERTALK really be in a poised position, holding out these areas just so that they would be able to find a couple of all these straggling units out there. Meanwhile, not so great for the rest of Boing Donkey, still receiving shots this time coming in from Team Secret, but they will trade back. Zeta having to find that knock. As Razak, he's already on the ground. Zeta, next one to follow suit. Jinky trades back. And the rest of Team Secret, they're not exactly in the best spot possible. So as now we're down to 1 versus 1 between Secret as well as Boing Donkey. And they are already marching on that final member of Team Secret. They're just turning tails to run. This isn't going to be an easy task for them to go into the revives, but Jiki is already going for that pickup from Trang. So there could be a really good reset for them to go up against Boing Donkey, but not so much for Soaz as he's been taken out by that grenade.
I really love the side spray by Vexy. Now it's his time to move. He does have 4 first aid, so he could still tank things out, but he seems to be going in for the finish. All right, not thinking about getting into the circle, but he wants to take this fight. Vexy is technically the final member for Boing Donkeys, and now officially he is with Zeta taking off on his own. And Vexy, he got the first one, but from behind, it is again GK to save the day.
What a daring move coming from Team Secret, and for the final member of Boing Donkey, he knows that there is not much left in the tank, so Vexy really had to try to at least secure that point. But still a really good effort coming from inside of Boing Donkey. They walk away with those 4 pointers. Right now, sharing it alongside with 4 Miracle Vibes as well as, well, I wanted to say DK as well. So that being said, there's still plenty more to gain for those who are on board. HKM, they are finding a lot of that space through the lumber shack. Well, it will definitely shift the way. Now, it might just actually favor the rest of the Savior, who's currently on those hillside.
The Xavier with the circle as well, so they have a good advantage. But they're playing with 3 players, though. A lot of players are going towards their direction. And look at the elimination feed. Looks like the Xavier, they're facing a challenge from TIANBA as Chua eliminated.
Oh boy, a lot of names now popping on our screen. TIANBA also losing 1 member to process as A-King has been taken down, while Rules was the final member remaining after all of that Ruckus Hub coming in from the Nerf point. So that'll be an easy clearance. Alter Ego now tries to claim this territory where they will expect a lot of players to be around this vicinity. This is one of the few compounds still around this stage too. So we'll expect to see blood to be drawn eventually. But the rest of TIANBA, they have 1 member being knocked, but they haven't really gone for that revive. I don't think it's all too safe right now, despite them holding that high ground through the hill.
Yeah, so let's see what sort of options do they have. But Paragen made sure that one of the players of TIANBA does not have that option. So it's going to be Aching eliminated, but he at least got 2 elimination points before he went out. Now they only have 2 players left with this hill, and they're quite surrounded by not only Alter Ego last we saw, but also the Xavier close by.
It's just a tough hole. TIANBA might have felt like they went into this area very, very early, but so long as they can pull up a decent defense, they should be able to last out well enough into the late stages of the match, unless if they were to be overwhelmed with multiple teams. crashing towards the direction, then it might spell trouble for them later on. So for the rest of Alter Ego, they're hunkered down inside of all these compounds. Yo found himself a shack, but it's not going to be a safe area play. Mighty also getting taken down, and he's out of game. HORAA Esports showing up as the Purple Hearts now claim 2 points.
Although playing with 3 players, but still, they're able to maintain their consistency. So far, so good for HORAA Esports. And on the elimination feed, looks like one of the players of DRS just got knocked down. And it's going to be face plant onto them. QX Z goes in for the save. While Human knocked down onto one of the players of FaZe Clan. That's going to be Ventorus. And now FaZe Clan down to 3.
It's going to be a tough battle between them as well as DRX, and they will have to find a drop hero, and it's going to be a run over from that vehicle. 6 save, clean as a whistle, and now they're depleted by the pool zone as well. This spells doom for the rest of FaZe Clan, only left with 1, and they're trying to get that revive done. I don't think 6 is going to allow him to do so. They're all storming through with those vehicles, and they will just rush upon the gates. This is going to be an easy full send by DRX.
After all that work by FaZe Clan, eliminated at number 13 without any eliminations. DRX still holding it strong. Now they do not have to circle. And if we look at the left side, right in front of them, it's going to be another team from the same region, from the Korean region. It's going to be D plus Kia. But in the middle of the circle, we still have HORAA Esports. Looks like they moved away to the shelter area.
Yeah, this is going to be a really decent place for them to actually hold out. Meanwhile, HORAA Esports, they get so much of bird's eye vision all across the field. But is this going to be a little bit too wide of a stretch for them to actually hold out? Because once one member falls, it will be a domino effect. Meanwhile, for Miracle Vibes, they're on the dominating spree as they go in for a pickoff somewhere on the outskirts. And that's going to be over the course of the kill up against HKM. Nades are now being sent right in. Ruthless tries to hold down the line all by himself. But the rest of HKM, they're driving through. They found Baron. And this isn't going to be an easy task as they will go blow for blow. Doc now going for the push as well up against Pekka, while Cyclone is also matching with a flank of his own. This is not going to be an easy task as they find that Nate against Pekka, brings him down for Envy, absolutely crushing it, and they will send HKM out.
Nice fight back from the lower ground, and they will be able to save their knocked teammate, and they'll be back as a 4. Great work here by Formidable Vibes. Still the team to look out for with 8 eliminations already. Look at the elimination feed. DRX just took out a team a secret, and they're currently dominating with 5 elimination points. As for D Xavier, playing as a duo, moving into the middle of the circle, but Hitman is just in front of Levi's. He shows himself, but Levi's, what a quick reaction with the TBS.
Oh, he's barely got any space to work with. Very efficient work coming in from the rest of the Xavier right now, leading the charge. And there's only just a couple of teams left. Here in Stage 4, it's only 8 teams available. Well, the rest of the DRS, they definitely drawn a lot of attention with all the smokes being popped up. The rest of HORAA Esports trying to find something, but DRS having so easy from the back, swing right in. Such sharp eyes and no fear. He's got nowhere else to hide. So DRX, they're still 4-man strong. That's what's crazy about this squad. They're looking so clean after all the fights that they've taken.
And you're right. It's not like they have an easy entry into the circle. They have to fight team after team after team, but yet still, they are unscathed. Okay, the next challenge might happen soon because we're going to see the next phase of the circle. And they are not too far away from the edge, so there's a chance that we might not get it. HORAA Esports looking down onto them. Mafia Ninja, let's go. A couple of bullets. Not able to get the knock yet, but speaking about knock, it's going to be Fabian, a knockdown.
Oh boy. Now it's all down to Osel trying to hold down the line up against the rest of Alter Ego, who's currently swarming all around forcing him to actually move out of the way, but there's only so much that can be done. Now it's down to Noble over on the top end, dropping those nades, trying to clip over onto Rosemary. Rosemary's going to be able to hold on, but too much has been lost for the rest of DK for the moment. They will just hold back for now.
And Alter Ego, not the bad spot since they're kind of clear. Okay, there's still Noble there though, but won't be a big threat. I mean, Alter Ego, they have a full team, but still, Noble fights back, but the rest of Alter Ego is able to follow up, and Hans for you will be back up anytime soon.
Yeah, there should be no issues for the rest of Outer Ego as they are starting things really strong here in game one. Erangel definitely the comfort map for many of all these players out there, and there's plenty of space for them to wiggle around. I don't think that Alter Ego is interested to fully commit up against the rest of DRX. Since there's DRS as well as DRX, I do get a little confused, but DRS is not in this specific group, so that's not too much of a trouble for now, but maybe later on. But, back to the action. DRX, I feel like they are very eager to eventually storm in, but it's good news for the rest of Alter Ego that they've decided to move deeper within the regional circle, so they will just deplete some resources coming from DRX, and they won't be even within an arm's length away. So Alter Ego, they go in for the far eastern swing, a very fast maneuver, and they might just be lurking up upon the rest of HORAA Esports later on, as well as for MV.
And for Medical Vibes, they moved away. Probably they kind of sense the danger that they're not prepared for as they try to secure a better position by the edge of the circle. On the southern side, Alter Ego made the move from the left to the south. No further contests for them right in front. And for Medical Vibes, they might see a contest. But we're back on the Alter Ego. They see a movement here. Oh yeah, it's for Medical Vibes, and Rosemary tries to get someone, but instead he got shot back by Refuse.
Ooh, boy. Nasty trading right in between, and here comes Tony K landing the mark onto Rosemary while Mafia Ninja tries to hold down the line, managing to also clip one player in the process. The Savior, they're not exactly in the best spot possible, especially with these nades flying right in. Levi's has got a lot of dodging to do. Well, that almost takes him out. The second, third nade are all flying towards that direction, and somehow Levi stays alive, but for how much longer?
Well, the question will also be on to Refuse for how much longer he will be knocked down as he got taken out by Vampire Esports. But beautiful nade by Levi's onto Saisei. Okay, Saisei is still bleeding out. Soas could probably save him, but another nade does lob the cross. And that will take out Saisei. Beautifully executed by Levi's. 2 more to go for Levi's. DRX comes in, and Levi's will not stand a chance against QX. Z.
Well, I'll just stick to QXZ if that's going to be the case. Well, that being said, it was a decent run coming from the side of DX, where they managed to score about 9 points in total. Now, this is definitely an interesting hardship right now with the rest of Vampire Esports having a lot of room through the shelter grounds to actually play out. DRX now down to 2 members only, and the rest of Alter Ego decides to recommit towards that direction. This is going to be interesting as the rest of HORAA Esports getting swarmed in by the rest of MV right above them, down to Mafia Ninja. But how long can he hold? Not too long. It's going to be 4 Miracle Vibes here with that perfect tenor.
Wow. Already 10 eliminations for 4 Medical Vibes. They are definitely on the roll. But they'll be playing the rest of the round without Baron, though. Doc takes a bit of hits from Vampire Esports. They are rushing in right now onto 4 Medical Vibes. Look at this. Tony K is going to be the man to lead the charge. His teammates is still behind him. So he has to play this very, very carefully.
And he's looking around the rest of 4 Miracle Vibes. I don't think they even suspect him at the moment, but a nade definitely will give way to where he's currently at. Apex now, he's trying to look out where exactly these members of Vampire Esports are currently held at, and they are just holding them by the outskirts. For Miracle Vibes, they should be able to push through, but it's not going to be an easy task if they do not spot out Tony K, because he can absolutely put a dent on them. Speaking of which, Tony, he lands one perfect blow over on the side of Refuse, goes in for the jump shot as well, finds the second, now down to Doc. Can Doc turn it around, or will he just turn tails and run? Seems like he's going to move towards an outer location while he concentrates right back. Doc, he finally puts a little bit more of a fight up against the rest of Vampire Esports. How much more can 4 Miracle Vibes do? They've already got that 10-pointer, and now they're staying quite close.
Bam! Ooh, that was a close one. And Doc is the final player for 4 Miracle Vibes. Tony K is currently down. Doc, however, is on the outside of the circle with Blue will be onto him soon. Vampire Esports coming in, and Nuzi is going to see Tony K, while the other players of Vampire Esports will keep watch onto Doc. But all they need to do right now is just let the blue do its work.
It's absolutely throwing him away, just like you said. But look at how much damage Doc is actually doing all by himself, holding down the entire Vampire Esports, and Alter Ego has arrived. This is a bad news for the rest of Vampire Esports. They got themselves forced real quick up against for Envy, or else they will not see the light of day. And Doc, he finds another. He takes down Nuzi. Can he defeat the entire Vampires out in the daylight? That's going to be a beautiful spray from Schweppes to save the situation.
Yet there's still 11 eliminations for 4 vertical vibes. But say hello to Alter Ego. It's going to be Schweppes only. Nuzi is down. How is Schweppes going to get out of this? He does have the circle. Yeah, he does have the circle. But still, Alter Ego searching this area, not letting him go. They know that there's at least one more player from Vampire Esports around. But TIANBA could surprise them from the inner side if they're not careful.
The Master spot out these two members coming from the side of Alter Ego as well. Though they only have that shack to work with, it could still be a very powerful position as long as these two teams are committed into a battle. Nuzi limping, I don't think there's going to be any form of saving grace, while Schweppes is just trying to defend himself for now. Alter Ego with a very solid chance, but if there's anyone to turn the tide, it has to be TIANBA.
TIANBA might be the one to take home this chicken dinner. So far, I mean, they are being ignored by the other teams. So all they need to do right now is to hope for Alter Ego and Vampire Esports to fight each other. But speaking about Vampire Esports, Nuzi miraculously will be saved by Schweppes.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that they left them off the hook and they now recommit, focus back onto TIANBA, gets that knock, the full spray coming from the side of Octa. Now it is going to be an even trade between all these three teams, or should I say maybe a slight upper hand towards Alter Ego Aries right now with that one member advantage, but you know very well the tides could easily turn. But Vampire Esports, they're not in the best of spots right now. Spot by TIANBA, but the only saving, or should I even say, the only type of play that TIANBA could actually do is to hold around that compound that they currently have and only peek through the doorways when the timing is right, because it's a very dangerous spot. You saw TIANBA getting knocked earlier, but Alter Ego, they are trying to see how they could basically sort out this fight with Vampire Esports first.
Cooking up the snake, sending it across onto Alter Ego. No connection there. While TIANBA is just monitoring the situation. They're pretty happy the fact that these two teams are fighting each other. At least if they don't potentially get the chicken dinner, maybe at least get a second place is not too bad for TIANBA. So TIANBA will stay out of it for now. But we still have stage 8 coming soon, ladies and gentlemen. And that's where we'll see who will get the circle. If TIANBA still gets it, then no reason for them to even move.
Yeah, there's not many of these possible choices out there for the rest of TIANBA. They can just play it really slow, but the rest of Alter Ego Aries, they're already committing heavily into this couple just by the edge of the blue as well. It's already going to be shrinking, so this is not going to be a good news for the rest of Vampire Esports. They have to commit to this fight. Nuzi drops down once again. Now, TIANBA strikes back. TIANBA trying to steal some points away while they also look for Hans for you. It's going to be a 3 versus 2 situation. One member being knocked down, so it could still be a 2v2.
And TIANBA, someone has to circle, while Alter Ego, they do not have it at all. So now the pressure is onto Alter Ego. They should be back as a trio, but they don't have the circle. In about 20 more seconds, the circle will close. They know exactly where TIANBA is at, but they don't have a good view because of this elevation.
Yeah, and the zone is shifting away from TIANBA. This is not going to put them in a good spot. Speaking of that, that's going to be Ovo already knocked down on the ground. What could NSL do right at this moment? Only playing through this smoke. If he could find maybe a couple of all these isolated picks, it could still be salvageable. But right now, it seems like Alter Ego, they want to finish the job right here, right now.
And NSL from TIANBA will be the final player. Alter Ego will rush in onto him, and it's going to be a wrap-up. Alter Ego takes game number 1. Production came close to getting the prediction right, but at the end of the day, it was denied by Alter Ego Aries.
the champions of the Indonesian region for multiple times, and once upon a time, the PMSL champions as well from Southeast Asia, is dominating the very first round. I say dominating, but there are also a lot of teams here with the high record of points that have been securing them plenty of numbers. But with them securing game one, you pretty much will be certain that Alter Ego Ares will be sitting at the top.
Yeah, for sure, it's still game number one, and they're definitely up there, and they are very active around the map. It's not like they waited and the circle was on top of them to score the chicken dinner. Now, looking at the total eliminations, they scored themselves 10, so that's going to be 20 points collected by Alter Ego Ares for game number one. And although among all these numbers, Hans for you 0, but yet we saw that he contributed to the team by opening up the map and also did a bit of scouting work as well. And that is, of course, the role of a support. So naturally, the stats aren't that big, but it's all about teamwork.
Yeah, it definitely makes the dream work overall. While out the areas, you saw a lot of interesting maneuvers as well on how they traverse around the map. At a certain point, we thought that they would commit to a fight with DRX. They chose to play the safer route. And then when they understood with the circle shifting, they pull all the way back to get themselves that upper hand. And all of a sudden, they find themselves with the numbers advantage to go up against a lot of the other teams that have been further weakened from all the trades between DRX versus D-Savior, and there's so many other names out there. I think For Miracle Vibes have also hit really hard this game. As you can tell, they are definitely one of the teams that we were watching to be able to put some show-stopping performance with also about 10 eliminations of their own.
Speaking about watching, here are the teams to watch. Besides Alter Ego, we have For Miracle Vibes, who came up with a lot of eliminations themselves. DRX was very active. They didn't get the circle. They had to take fight after fight after fight, but still able to get into the circle at some point. And then we have TIANBA, the second place team in this round. And out of all these teams, DRX, they had the least amount of full-time squad, but still, they're able to come up with a good performance.
They definitely did, but I think that the show-stopping individual in this round has to be Doc, that has been holding down the line up against Vampire Esports, and then the rest of Alter Ego swings in to also put a little bit of a hurt up against for MV. But if you take a look at the damage numbers, it's going to be Octa that has the higher contribution overall, but it's just about less than 100 damage to separate the two of them. So we definitely do have two Titans really going blow for blow in this very first match, and I can't wait to see what round two has in store for us.
Yeah, but we can't wait to see what Apex has in store for us in the following rounds. He's the MVP, this time with 5 eliminations. We even have some new stats here. So he used 4 utilities. Okay, that's going to be interesting. And also an MVP point of 4.58. And these stats are going to be important because we're going to keep track of who is going to be the Grand Finals MVP later on. So keep an eye on this. But great work here by Apex and also the entire For Miracle Vibes. They actually did very, very well. So I don't know. I have a hunch that the For Miracle Vibes might be one of the picks at our prediction later.
True enough, and if it's not going to be in the next game, it's going to be somewhere down the line throughout these 6 matches to be played out. So far, things are looking really good for these teams on board. Apex, Alpha from Alter Ego. We got Erangel, who's also dishing quite a chunk of damage. And also not forgetting the pack of DRX that's been hungry for those team fights, where we will definitely see some shifts going on. But right now, the score of the highest elimination by any individual is currently tied at 5 points. It's just that Apex does a little bit more damage compared to Alpha to take that MVP title for game 1.
Yeah, and here's some of the movements of how this game went through. So Alter Ego obviously scored the chicken dinner, and those are their individual stats. We started off with a circle that would look kind of 50-50. THUNDERTALK, they started in Novo as well, but at the end of the day, when it came to circle number 2, it went all the way to the main peninsula. So no main database island circle at all, although it kind of looked like it at the start. And when that happened, most of the teams are already in the middle.
True enough, and we look at those colors on the tracker, you take a look at Alter Ego, right? They were holding somewhere close to the center at first just for a little bit of that safety net. once some of all these teams journey around these regions, they started to get more and more involved in the fights between themselves, the Saber, and I believe there was also THUNDERTALK that eventually moved into that region. But what's interesting is from another standpoint where Alter Ego eventually moves behind Shelter from this position, and then they recommit, swinging back into the exact same spot that they were. So definitely has been a really smart decision making coming from the team captain or the team in general for them to really get that full intel of both sides of the map.
Yeah, I like how Alter Ego, they were very active across the map, right? Like from the right, they move to the left, they go down to the south, and they're just everywhere. Just look at their movement. Even though they play as a trio, but they still played like it's a full squad, like sending 2 players out to scout, 1 player out scout, and then coming in. And then once they have the momentum and the confidence, they know that's only TIANBA towards the end. They just wrap things up. Although it was easier said than done, they were on the lower ground, but they found a solution to TIANBA with the numbers that they had. So they made use of their information that they had earlier on. So great work here by Alter Ego to score the first chicken dinner.
Yeah, the execution was just on another level as well. This is the very first time I'm actually looking at a team going left to right and left to right multiple times to secure the chicken dinner, but they do it in a clean fashion. I have no complaints after all. It's a massive 20-pointer for them, but falling closely to Alter Ego Air's chicken dinner, the record right now is Format Vibes with a big 15-pointer. They were not finishing on that second place, but they were still within the top 4, so they have definitely got some hefty amount to actually wiggle with heading into the next rounds. While DRX has 11 points, 9 points apiece for TIANBA, Vampire Esports, as well as the Sabres. So it's still going to be a tight run, but we got plenty of teams who did not manage to even start off the game all too well. 5 names that I at least counted are still sitting at 0.
Yeah, they still have a chance to make a comeback. Of course, it's only game number 1. Some of the other match stats here. Even though we have like 18 teams, but the throwables used is not even 200. So I guess the trend so far, at least for game number 1, can't say it's really a trend yet, but at least for game number 1, it's going to be a all-out, a frontal fight with guns and shots and all that. Throwables might be a thing of the past, but we'll see what happens in the following round, because we'll be jumping into a way bigger map after this in Miramar.
That's right. Plenty of eliminations as well, where we definitely see a whole lot of involvement of teams to be in the mix of battles. But that being said, I believe that we will get into the next round in a very short moment's time. So stick around and we'll be back for our match in Miramar.
And go it is, ladies and gentlemen. We were just started game number 1 in Alter Ego Ares took home the first chicken dinner for the season. Welcome back to the Clash of Giants Season 5. We're still here with you. My name is Sir Cloud together with Contra. And coming into the next match, not only we are rolling the teams, but we are also moving on to a different map that is Miramar.
That's right. And this time, I really want to see if there's going to be any form of hot drops, because last round, it was a hot drop inside Pachinki. I would expect certain teams to be vying for spots like maybe Hacienda, where they're going to be looking at certain areas like Picado. But before we even look into that, if you are looking for a place to top up UC with affordable prices, look no further. Just hit right into gamivo.com to get some of the best deal possibles. And first, thank you very much to our UC partners, as they have been providing us so many of all these great offers out there. As you can see for the screen, you get so many great discounts for such a tremendous price.
And there are a lot of new skins together with the Royal Pass as well. So if you haven't got it, this is an opportunity to make use of Gamivo to get the best discounts out there. Thank you again to Gamivo for being with us this season in the Clash of Giants Season 5. And we support those who support us. So support Gamivo, ladies and gentlemen. For all of you out there as well, we want the community to be involved this season. So ask your question away. Hashtag COG5 and hashtag Gamivo. And your question could be featured on our live stream.
Don't be shy. Make sure you put that hashtag COG5 as well as hashtag Gamivo. We'd love to read your comments. So if you've got anything to say, just put that hashtag on board, and one of our dear mods will maybe be picking your lucky comment out there. And of course, we'll draw you a little bit of that attention. Now, that being said, going into match 2, I think like we have expected teams to be very, very feisty, just like how game 1 was being played out. But the question is, could this be even more action-packed than what we are getting from that round of Erangel?
Yeah, I believe that we'll get a similar level of action since we have 18 teams, and that's one. And some teams, they are really, really aggressive. We can see them going around the map, trying to seek eliminations. So we're going to introduce Group C in this round. So Group C, after looking at what happened between Group A and B, they might be fired up to pretty much do the same. So welcome Group C, and it's going to be Group A and C in Miramar.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be looking very interesting, where we will have the involvement of DRS, BTR, TJB, ASIA, Claw, STE. Meanwhile, first, our winners of round 1 Alter Ego Ares is still on board, while Group B takes a little bit of that break. Now, what's so interesting, that means that Group B, later, they will also be playing another round inside Erangel, and then much, much later, that's where they will be back involved for that Miramar run.
Yeah, so new map, don't know what to expect since it's only the second game, right? But we still need to put our prediction in, our due diligence at the desk here. Let's see. I know some of you have been calling out for me to pick a HORAA Esports. So cool. I mean, playing as a trio, they still did very well. I can imagine them coming in as a full squad after this, and they can put in a good performance. So let's lock in production. HORAA Esports.
All right. Cool. Now, I gotta think really hard for this. Like, there's so many good names, but I gotta give Group B a chance. This is gonna be their very first game. And I feel the PL teams, they are very, very well versed in playing inside Miramar. So it has to be TJB for my second pick right here.
Tong Jia Bao. All right. I wonder what production is going to pick. Production's favorite team is playing this time. I wonder if he will go for that pick, or is he going to go for something else? The world champion is also playing because they're in Group C. If you kind of think about it, actually Group C is kind of stacked as well. If you think about it, with the world champion, and then you have like some of the teams that have like the biggest fan base, and also previous champion. There's so much happening in Group C. Production is really taking his time because he almost got it, and he went for his favorite team, Darius Logis.
DRS, Nepal's favorite as well. Well, you know, you can argue with me which one's the favorite, HORAA Esports or even DRS. Like, these two teams, they are definitely some of the best teams in the world out there. So I'm not too surprised, but, you know, there's still big names. Like you said, there's even former world champions like Megatron, back at Red Aliens. Now it's a different roster of Knights, but they've been looking really good even in those recent scrims that they played out, or even the prior tournament that they were in here in this Ruthless Hype Esports channel overall. If you guys know what I'm talking about, if you guys don't know, go back and watch the VODs where whenever you guys have time. But for now, get glued to your screen because we got some epic battles coming up ahead.
Yeah, expect fights maybe in like the hotspots. You pointed out some of them. Picado, maybe even Chumacera, maybe even Los Leones this time. So those are some of the potential hotspots, but brace yourselves for maybe other spots to be contested as well. Not only because it's a new shuffle of a group, but because we have 18 teams, more than our regular 16 teams. So the chance for a team to bump into another is higher than the usual.
A lot higher, as a matter of fact, which is why, like, earlier we saw like 3 fights taking place simultaneously in phase 1. We didn't even get a glimpse of Team Falcons, unfortunately, but it was just a tough run, and I do expect up against one of the spots out there. So I think at the very least, when you're playing in Miramar, there's still a lot of all these cities or even the outskirts that these teams could still be at least having a little bit more of that safer push if they don't want to be one of those guys out there that's going to be out in the field. But I think one spot in particular will be a really good space for teams to still share a little bit of an area of play. And that will be Los Leones. I think the last scrims we saw like 4 teams like ASI8, Team Secret, The Savior, Alliance. And speaking of which, majority of them are here in this group as well. Maybe a few names are not.
Yeah, and that's how stacked Group C is, right? If you think about it, and they'll be stuck together with each other for phase 1. But when we after we're done with phase 1, when we enter phase 2, which is somewhere by around next week, the groups will be reshuffled back according to how they perform in week number 1, or in phase number 1, that is. So yeah, that time I would say that it will be even up. But for now, well, the groups have been randomly drawn, and they have to make do with whatever they have now. Face up against the best of the best. I mean, you gotta beat the best. You gotta beat the best to be the best, right?
True enough, and I think like that goes with all these form of experiences that they've accumulated, that they have already proven themselves to be one of the finest out there. But are they truly the best in the world, at the very least, in this very current moment? And what I really do love about this tournament, that this is also a precursor to the PMGC of what we could potentially get as well. Maybe in terms of the pacing, this might even be faster than how certain teams actually play out in the PMGC, because, you know, PMGC, certain times you tend to be a little too careful. This is where you can still do a little bit of a trial and error, and at the very same time win a lot of prizes if things were to fall in your favor.
Yeah, you can get creative, right? And I guess that's what Alter Ego was thinking in the previous round. That's why they can go like, left to right, right to left, go down, come back up, and do all those crazy stuff, even though they play as a trio. But that is just a practice as well, a show of a sign of confidence for them to prepare themselves for the upcoming tournament, because you have to have that level of confidence. Sometimes you cannot play it too passively. When you have the opportunity, you move around, you can potentially win fights. And a team like Alter Ego, they have the firepower, and if they don't maximize the use of their firepower by going around to look for targets, then it's quite a waste. So nice to see that they're actually practicing this. It's a matter of consistency right now if they can continue to play this kind of play style in the upcoming round.
True enough, and on top of that, you have also mentioned that this isn't your standard 16 team lobby. 18 team lobbies means that you always have to be super wary of your surrounding. There's going to be a horde of teams maybe around every step of the way. So teams, they gotta also look out for themselves while they actually go into a certain commitment of a battle, or even better yet, like if you're gonna finish off a fight, you saw all these global teams, they love to go on third parties, out to third parties. Like, you will get that crazy Royal Rumble in a moment's time. But for now, of course, we're just setting the stage of what could actually happen here in Game 2. I just want to see, you know, if we're going to get a lot of massive brawls into stage 1 and 2, because, you know, typical Miramar stuff, you probably might have a little bit more of that quiet time. But I assume that this isn't going to be the case.
Yeah, my hunch is that it's going to be unusual as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we just got the signal, so we'll be jumping into our game. Let's go.
Here we are in match 2 of the Clash of Giants Season 5, and so far it's been a grand opening by Alter Ego Ares to take that match 1 and now leading the pack, and they're still here to play in this Group A versus Group C matchup. Now diving into Miramar, I'm pretty sure that this is going to be no easy task for all the teams that are on board, and this like half, it's already starting off on a tough notion, all the way from the far western plains moving down south.
Dude, production has outdone themselves again. And then a new graphic for a new map. What an opening that was. Gotta give it to production. W Production. Put it in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. Show them some love because they have been amazing. Now, looking at some of the potential early fights here. I'm looking at El Pozo. We have TIANBA there, and maybe even BRX. So that's going to be one. Picado, we have a couple of teams. Okay, we're going to start to see the fight now, including IHC Esports.
Oh boy, I just put my votes on TJB, and now they're coming into one of the earliest fights possible against IHC. And true enough, inside Los Leones is still considered to be absolutely packed, but for very good reasons. Take a look at the very first phase of the circle. Majority of the teams are already there. So my question is, how long will TIANBA take to fight off up against the Saber, or will they just choose to bunch off? Meanwhile, we will get a lot of all these early game offerings. TJB, what sort of weapons do they actually start things off with? I think it's going to be decent for Tingsker. He's got a DBS as well as M16. It's all about finding those angles to get out of this section of Monte Nevo.
Oh man, and they don't have the circle. So this fight has to end at some point. They're still locking with each other. Right now, IAC still has a full squad. While TJB, we see 3 of them just right across. But we move over to Chumacera. We do have Claw and Esports. So Claw up against A1 Esports.
Oh boy, once again, a rough start coming in from Team Falcons. Murder as well as action already down, as the rest of BTR is actually shredding out 3 members of Falcons. How did they actually start this off? And now it's only down to Ease. So it's going to be Zuxi versus Ease right now. And, well, I see that he's, well, for some reason, I'm looking at him flying all the way down. But, yeah, very interesting start. TJB, first to be eliminated, didn't mean to jinx them. But I believe that to be the case also for Team Falcons.
Oh, the land on Miramar is just too hot for IC. He melted even before he was able to land. Oh well, looks like Falcons going to have another tough round, but we're back on to Chumacera. A1 on the lower ground against Claw, which is the high ground. But A1, they have the man advantage right now. They managed to get one knockdown to Miller. Popo is just right in front of A1. A1 finishes off Miller, looking for the next target, and it's going to be Popo behind this box. And he tries to fight back. He gets knocked. One more to go.
Alibi also getting clipped as well. This isn't exactly the kind of start that Claw is looking for. This being their very first game here in this series of the playoffs. Well, Claw and Esports still has at least a member standing in the way. I thought that they were gone already, but at least Keymind gets to stay afloat for now. Perhaps just looking to play for position because Chumacera is still within that stage 1 of the phase. But what a start that we have. And all the battles, they concluded very, very swiftly. Something that I did not expect. I thought this could be, that form of extended trade inside Chumacera, inside of Los Leones, and I would say the same about Montenevo. But TJB, Falcons, they're already out. That means a hefty amount of points have been accumulated by IC as well as BTR.
And the Chumacera fight clearly won by A1 Esports. Now they have the entire area for them to farm. But for Claw, one player left. He managed to escape, so he's going to play for positioning points. He managed to get one out of A1 Esports. That's going to be Navid. So they're going to play the rest of the round with 3 players. While our top guns, Outer Ego, with 20 points, chicken dinner in round number 1. So far, so good. They don't seem to be challenged.
Yeah, and we'll definitely see a little bit more out of them. So we have our very first comment coming from Akish Love. So who will be the most underrated team? I'll let you go first, Sir Cloud. Like, there's so many names out there. Who do you think is underrated?
I mean, they're all big names, right? So I don't know who's like the underrated one. Like, they're all amazing teams. But if I were to put my finger onto one,
Tough one, right?
Yeah, it's tough because they're all big teams. But okay, man, how do we start this? I mean, they're all like global teams. Who could it be? I need a moment for this. If you have an answer, feel free to go first.
Okay, if I were to actually select one, I will still state the exact same fact that what you just mentioned. All these teams, they're really huge, and out of all the names out there, I would say HK Murderers, they definitely have something to offer to the table. I can't really say too much about Claw and Esports, despite them being one of the Indonesian teams to be involved in this current circuit. I just feel like not much have been seen coming from the side of Claw and they didn't really have a strong start coming into the game too. But HK Murderers coming in to Group B, I think they are now stuck in this very tough group where they have DRX, they have Team Secret, Harame Bros, FaZe Clan, Void Donkey, For Miracle Vibes. I wonder what is going to be their impact, and just judging from their track record, I think that they have definitely scored quite a decent lot back in their own region of Nepal. So I would say that's one of the names out there. Other names out there that, we might not actually get too much limelight on, perhaps Harame Bros. They come from the PMCL region, so maybe not too many people watch the PMCL region, but this man called Federalis, he can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about them as well, right? About Harame Bros. But I think I want to give it to probably Roy, because it's going to be the first globals for Roy. I mean, for a team who's able to make it to the globals for the first time, not many people might know them. People might be just starting to get to know who Roy is. I think that's a team to watch.
Yeah, true enough. And I think the reason why they're underrated because they're always overshadowed by D-Saver for many times. And, because D-Saver, they're just that explosive team. But Roy Esports, they are more of a very calm, collected, careful kind of team, looking very clean at certain moments. And they also do have their pop-offs. But right now, look at the Vietnamese region. It's always between D-Savior as well as Team Secret that we've talked about. And we forgot Roy Esports have had a great year so far.
Yeah, I totally agree, right? Like, D-Savior has always been like this Vietnamese champion, and they always pop up big. And yeah, other teams naturally will be overshadowed. It almost would have been Team Secret, but Team Secret is a global esports brand. So yeah, everyone knows Team Secret. So Roy, I'll probably give it to them. But let's check out the circle. It's a hard shift circle to the left. Most of the teams are not in it.
Oh boy. And out of all the individuals, it's actually Claw and Esports' very own Keymind that kind of found a lot of that spacing over on the south end of the shorelines. But question is, how long can he hold on? There's still plenty of teams out there. I'm not used to seeing so many vehicles inside of the esports mode. He might just be sitting in the waters right now. Look at the minimap. He's actually cutting over in Los Egos, perhaps. That could be a safe refuge, but question is for how long? Again, like, it's not easy playing Miramar when you're all alone. But I absolutely also do fancy the chances of A1 Esports as well. I can't put them as overrated or underrated because they have been a staple name coming in from the Bangladesh region overall, or should I even say out of South Asia. They are definitely one of the hot favorites that's been standing the test of time for how many seasons throughout years and years of play. So it definitely will be pretty interesting to see how deep of a run does A1 Esports go in this tournament.
Yeah, they even have amazing players like Sinister and Hitman in the lineup still, who has been in the scene for like forever. So a lot of experience and, like what you said as well, consistency coming from the Bangladesh region. So it's nice to see that they are still around after so many years. Definitely not an underrated team for me. They are definitely one of the top teams hailing from the Bangladesh region, and they bring a lot of pride, if you ask me. Like a nation that that always has this signature team, always at the global stage, always able to put up a good performance. It's definitely something for them to be proud of.
Definitely, and on top of that, right now, going up against some of the world's finest right now, it definitely is a mixed bag of diverse play style that they're dealing with right now on the tempo of speed, where South Asia. What I could truly say about South Asia is that there are certain teams that are a lot more tactical. There are also teams that are like ASI8, where they are full on aggressive. And when they are, look like this very moment right now, striking onto Stalwart Esports, the moment I speak of it, they're already secured that one elimination point up against Suncheer. Now STE is one man down.
STE, 3 players left, not in the most comfortable position. As long as they can stay in the house, they'll be fine. But if they show themselves, well, Alter Ego, look at this. They have the high ground against them. They know that they are in this building. But Alter Ego, they're not in a hurry. They're in the middle of the circle. They can still play for the next stage. Now that the circle is right on top of them, they'll be fine. I'm also looking at Keymine, who's just on the outside of Los Higos, all alone. And he was the one who escaped from Chumacera. So he's going to play like a super slow approach to stay alive as long as possible.
Yeah, we saw him basically cutting across that river. Now he has to cross the river once again, being Michael Phelps doing 2 laps, one all the way to the island and another one back. Not an easy task for him to survive, but we'll see. Perhaps he could maybe find one pick off or 2, especially now teams are battling over on that region of Los Egos. And honestly, I like that approach because he gave all these space to all these teams who obviously have more manpower. And TIANBA now getting spotted out. It's going to be Alter Ego Ares from the top side of the hill. Hans for you, doing significant damage towards YY. But that's all that there is to it. But the question then remains, does Alter Ego wants to go in for that full flush? Because right now, TIANBA, they're going for a little bit of that reset. It could be a decent opportunity. But Alter Ego Ares says, we can wait for a bit. Where THUNDERTALK has also struck upon the res of these members of STE, soaring right in. It's going to be the last hurdle, and they will not receive any points at all, unfortunately, for STE.
Yeah, it could have been Alter Ego, but then it became THUNDERTALK Gaming. I8 Esports got a knock. IHC0 gets Zaxi from BTR Knights as well. So we might be seeing more fights happening with this sort of circle where teams want to take the high ground as much as possible.
Yeah, this is definitely going to give them a lot of room of leverage, especially with this form of circle being in such a tough terrain, right? Like you're only relying on terrain covers through the valley of the hills, whatever rocks that you have, whatever vehicles that you are holding onto can be an emergency wall if you need it to be. So that is going to be crucial for teams to at least keep the wheels moving in these early stages. If it ruptures, hopefully your teammate has a couple more vehicles to go in for a pickup. TIANBA now stuck in between, where they are unable to even move out because of the presence of members of Alter Ego Ares. They also do spot some of all these other players on the outskirts. Well, it's going to be a long shot for TIANBA to actually get much done. Meanwhile, A1 Esports, they strike again, this time up against the Savior.
And it took a Paragen. Okay, that was a quick strike. But look at the minimap, the other members of this area, they seem to be interested to try to take back this compound, or at least to seek revenge. Domination for Bigatron, nice 5 eliminations so far. And coming back onto the screen, looks like we will see the next phase of the circle. Alter Ego still in it, but can't say the same for A1 and D Xavier. This fight will continue.
Oh, a lot of interesting stuff could happen over onto the eastern side of the map. As much as we're getting a lot more fights around the south as well as the west, Chips now finds a little bit of a pick-off while there is going to be heavy commitment coming from the Savior, like you said, up against the rest of A1. After Paragen has been taken out, they want that full commitment up against A1. So a little bit of a challenge up against the Bangladeshis. FALCONS managing to also put a dent towards these members of DK. Favlon already being knocked down, so this is going to be a little bit of bad news. That DK, they have definitely got a veteran roster coming from Korea, but can they actually hold on? Hitman's already being flushed out. Big Nate's flying right in, and Roy Esports also tagging on to members of Alliance, but we want to commit to this fight. It's going to be Chua now, looking for an angle to strike up against A1.
Chua with the nade. Knows that someone's on the second floor, but he lobs in onto the ground floor. Nobody's on the right side. Rowdy gets knocked by Levi's, eliminated by Lamborghini. Same time, Elias just got eliminated at number 15. No elimination points. Here we go. Chua rushing in with the UMP. He has another M4 in the other hand. And now he comes through the blue. That storm knocked down by Chua. Beautifully executed. And they are looking for the other remaining members of A1 Esports. They found Hitman. And D Xavier got their revenge.
Oh boy, it definitely took a little bit of a blow where they were not walking away scot-free as well. Now other teams are also tagging onto them. Playzone already chipping the health bars of Lamborghini, so it's not going to be an easy task for D Savior to make the cut into a safer area of play while Rosemary is still at work. The rest of Alter Ego, they at that one pointer to the block, while Vampire Esports, they did start off well on that last game. Or should I say they make a decent run. They got 9 points overall, but they certainly want more. They already lost Newsy so early in the process. This is not going to be an easy task going up against the rest of ASI8 or even the rest of DK on the opposite end.
Oh, and guess what? Ravenclaw is playing for Vampire Esports instead of Stone. So, interesting swap because Ravenclaw is said to be taking a break. But maybe this time Stone is the one taking a break for now, that is. So he's allowing Ravenclaw to play just to keep his skills sharp. Who knows? He might be deployed during the upcoming PMGC. Coming back to D+, yeah. By the edge of the circle, 40 seconds more before we see stage number 5. We still have 13 teams. So, like what you said, right? Because it's Miramar, perhaps. It's a bigger map. Teams tend to play this round a little bit more safer.
Yeah, as much as we're talking about safety, we've lost about 6 teams right now. I might have been wrong on my calculations. 5 teams, close enough. A1 at least put up a very decent fight on their way out. They secured that point up against Paragen, did a little bit more damage to the rest of D Savior, and now D Savior, they found a deep run, but it came with a cost. Look at Chua. He's stuck into a tiny little shack over onto the lower regions of the valley. Now, if you take a look at the minimap, there's a lot of empty area in this dark center because it's flat grounds. Players, they love to play on the high ground instead. And speaking of which, there are gates. Big step right in. Lapar knocked down. This is going to be IHC getting a little bit of the upper hand up against the rest of BTR. BTR already has 5 points in the bag. They will try to rally up, but they're not in a good spot at the moment.
Here we go from the lower ground. Lapar gets knocked down by Seoul. IAC, they have it in control. Though he has about 10% of health, but his priority is to secure that elimination point, and he still has the time to heal up. Now BTR, only one more left. It's going to be Satar on the other side. Satar being the final member of BTR. You will need to try to clutch this against IHC, the world champions, currently at 7 elimination points. And they're putting all their focus onto Satan now. And there you go. With a name from Brazil, BTR Knights eliminated.
IHC Esports showing what they're made of. Championship material. Overall, we're also getting a lot of teams chasing up to the mark as well. ASI8 now on 5 points, while B plus Kia has already been eliminated into this round. A little bit tough for them to actually wrap around that eastern corner map. Now that ASI has already cleared that vicinity, they want a little bit more of a piece of pie. Last we saw, it was Vampire Esports. Now they are looking up toward the hillside, but shots are now fired back over the side of the block. He will have to find a little bit more of a safe region to play out before he commits to that battle up against the rest of Vampire Esports. While Roy's been doing a lot of work as of late, one of the teams that we mentioned is looking underrated, now adds 5 points to the tally.
We have 10 teams left right now in stage number 5. HORAA Esports becomes the next team to be eliminated. At number 11, no elimination points. Outer Eagles still on the road. They just took out King from THUNDERTALK Gaming.
Boy, oh boy, it's about to get messy real quick. When stage 5 closes out, take a look at the entire region. There's so many flat grounds out there. TIANBA somehow stays afloat, holds onto that position despite not really securing those points because they are not allowed to leave or even take safe measures to even look for those dry peaks. It's been pretty tough, but the tough kept going, where Tony K also finds the hit over onto Falak. It's going to be Tony K now making measures to hold out up against the rest of ASI8. So what's he going to do right now? The rest of ASI8 tucked over on the far back, and they're still looking for an opening on that long exchange up against the rest of Vampires.
Oof. Nice long-range knock. And we have Juke now being the final member of Roy. And he still has company around this area. DRS with the high ground. Where is Juke going to go? He still has to circle, but stage 6 he might not. Tony K finished out by J from THUNDERTALK Gaming. And IHC, wait a second. Oh, after winning the fight, they just got eliminated. Okay, but they still got 8.
Oh boy. That's a hefty amount that they managed to accumulate, and I guess the run gets even worse. Whoever's by the corner of the south side or even the southeast, they're going to be in a whole lot of trouble because they understand they have to now traverse through that open field, which could be shot by any teams on board right now. So they got to wrap these fights up real quick. THUNDERTALK versus ASI8. What more could they possibly do? Why now? Preparing all the smokes to charge up against IQ, holding over onto the outskirts of the warehouse. I don't think IQ is going to give them that free pass after all. So they really have to hold on tight. The rest of the PEL squad, they're definitely looking for a breach right now. So it's really down to these nades on how accurate it could be. Good luck.
Whoa.
And it does head over onto Huai. The exchange, not too much, but he will be able to recover for now. While we do have, of course, names popping on our feed to be knocks after all, is Claw and Esports still surviving. Keymind has also got himself involved up against Outer Eagle, who does not even suspect of his presence.
That was a scary one. Okay, Keymind. Here we go. Let's see if he's able to come up with a surprise against Outer Eagle. So the outside of the circle, the blue will put pressure onto him. And we turn back onto Huai. Now it's going to be a straightforward spray for him to get the knock onto IQQ. He'll finish him off. Huai wins the fight, bringing THUNDERTALK Gaming to be dominating with 5 eliminations.
Wow, great push coming from Huai. He managed to eventually breach right in. The moment that the rest of ASI8 leaves the vicinity, it's IQ that gets caught out, but definitely draws the attention from the rest of the members. Victor as well as Nachi is not going to give him any safe passage. Huai understands this, which is why he's taking his sweet time, healing up, but I don't think there's much time to be bought. Stage 6, you can see how much it actually hurts when you hold over onto the play zone. He's already plotting through, like, what? 3 first aids? Is there actually more? I think he might even consider bowing out over onto the course of the airplane, but somehow it's actually a nade coming from Schweppes. As the rest of ASI8, they were too focused on that member of THUNDERTALK.
Oh, beautiful nades at the cross. Now Vampire Esports. We need to focus on the Victor. One more goal behind the vehicle. Just will be leading the charge with the TV. Yes, and that's going to be Vampire Esports eliminating ASI8 Esports at number 8.
Oh, that's really gotta hurt them a lot. Like, they just tunnel vision, and right now, even Vampire Esports got punished for doing so. It's gonna be Schweppes right now up against the rest of DRS. DRS making a very strong statement here, still having majority of their members up. It's gonna be Schweppes now having to take all these form of isolated fights, but he is being gatekept from getting anywhere further from this distance. But he gets a knock over Chama, but the nade will do its job. It's Killer YT to claim the 5th point for the real soldiers.
Now 5 eliminations now for DRS, and they'll be able to save each other. Shamar will be back up thanks to Killer YT. Next stage of the circle moved away from DRS. We're now in the top 5 teams. Alter Ego still with the full squad. They still have this momentum. So far, so good for Alter Ego. I wonder if they have the circle. Probably not. Only DRS now has it.
Yeah, DRS, they're just having the entire area to themselves. Alter Ego right now making a little bit of a deep drive. They might be able to claim a few areas of the region, and they're the only team with the squad strength to be able to match up to DRS. Right now, it's going to be Tuz training up against the rest of Alter Ego, or should I just say Alva? He gets a little bit more of that cover. A lot more work for Alter Ego as compared to DRS, who's already got the entire East to themselves. But the rest of Roy Esports, they're doing whatever they can to actually hold on. Majority in the top 5 right now consists of Southeast Asian teams. And surprisingly enough, you know, Keymind being one of the player out there to last this long compared to all the other squads, it's a little bit baffling to me.
Well, yeah, the fact that he has not pulled the trigger, but yeah, I mean, being the final player, definitely you don't want to stay as quiet as possible. And by doing so, he's now in the top 5. He could potentially still go up. So let's see how far can Keymind go. He doesn't have the circle yet. He just needs to move a bit forward. But that chance could be presented to him. The fact that now DRS is busy with Alter Ego.
Sleepy is just waiting for the right time to strike as the rest of Alter Ego is getting occupied. Keymind still looking from that south side. He might even spot out Sleepy if he gets a really good angle coming from that area of play. He's going to be a taunting the flash on either side of DRS or Alter Ego, but chances are Alter Ego still does not suspect him lurking over the back. He can remain to be quiet, but the longer he stays dormant around the area, DRS, once they do engage upon the rest of Alter Ego, he might just be caught in between the crosshairs, so very tough chance for Keymind to actually play this out. Chua held out by the play zone. It's going to be Juke, another fellow Vietnamese that will be looking for that pointer out there. Could be the last stand. Juke now goes in for the exchange. We'll be able to spot the final member remaining from Dingo Savior. 3 points, not too shabby in the top 4. And speaking of which, Keymind's already out. That makes it 3. So Roy with 2 members, and the rest is a full squad strength.
One of the teams that we mentioned as a underrated team, Roy made to the top 3. But okay, at least they're on the northern side, so they're nowhere close to this potential fight. Both of these teams busy with each other. Maybe Roy can come in later to see how it goes, because right now, if we talk about circle control, Alter Ego has a bit more of the circle as they are in it, while DRS is not.
Yeah, it's a little bit dicey of a situation. They don't really get much of a glimpse up against each other, but they can only take certain guesses where this guess coming from Rosemary does not connect the grenade over onto the members of DRS. They do have that back end of the ridge to hold out. But once they step out, look at this. Flat ground terrain, they rejoin. Chama does have that vehicle to at least go deeper, take the truck if he really had to, or maybe if there's some slight dip into a certain bowl or so, they could use that leverage as cover for the meantime. Roy Esports, pretty much the same over the north side, but it's definitely taking a while here for them to settle the scores, as they haven't really got good crosshair to be placed up against each other.
Yeah, stage 8. Circle will naturally force them in stage 9. Thus, sees DRS, pulls the trigger, tries to get Sleepy. Sleepy took 1 bullet, but it's minor damage onto him, so no big return yet for Tusk. Tries to do it for a second round. He did hit his leg, but again, the result is still pretty much the same. But Hans for you
Whoa.
got sleepy from the other angle.
Yeah, it was preoccupied with the shots coming from Tuss, and now that's going to be an opening for the rest of Alter Ego. Perhaps they use this opportunity to reposition themselves deeper into the mix, where DRS, they're not really having the better end of the trade. Now that they've drawn the attention from the rest of Roy Esports as well, the rest of Roy, they're also sending in K. So this is not going to be good news. He's good within that grenade distance. And speaking of which, Rosemary spots him out. And Alter Ego area is still looking for that double chicken dinner to kickstart their day. Could this be very well the moment for them to seize it all?
Speaking of Rosemary, he's on the roll right now with 6 eliminations for the team. 9 in total for Alter Ego Ares. Roy Esports now down to the final member. That's going to be Tuss. But DRX really busy with Alter Ego. The match get a knockdown to Octa. Rosemary moves into Octa's position while Alba lobs a nade. Just push them back. At the same time, we had stage number 9. Teams will be pressured by the blue. We can see that Killer YT is making his move as well. Octa is pretty low. One more nade onto him and he will be eliminated. From the side, it's going to be Tuss that got Octa.
Oh boy, now Rosemary is soaking in all that pressure. Tuss is still being a thorn in his flesh. The nades now drop over inside of the Tuss is now being taken down. And the fight continues on between the rest of Alter Ego versus DRS. Two members knocked in a row. Rosemary does it all. Now it's down to X as well as Killer YT. Holding on to those tight positions and no nade being locked over inside of Killer YT. Can he actually dodge it out? Yes, he will. But Alpha as well as Hans, they're closing in. It's only one member left, and Alter Ego Ares gets that back-to-back chicken dinner.
In 2 different maps with 2 different groups, Alter Ego Ares. What a game they had. Man, and this round they scored a lot of eliminations as well. We will tally up the scores in a little bit more. But what does it take to stop Alter Ego Ares? I guess that's the break that will stop them. They won't be playing in the next round, but they will definitely be back after that. And they are currently in the driver's seat.
They definitely are. You can give them different faces. The result stays the same. They will take everyone down with them. Rosemary, like you said, has been in an impeccable form in this round. 7 elimination points. It does not mean that the rest of these members are sitting at the sidelines. Take a look at the damage done by Alba as well to also supplement alongside with Hans. Octa has always been the support, like you said. So it's all about keeping Rosemary safe, and he will do his job to secure everything back into the back of Alter Ego Ares.
And Hunt for you played a better round as well this time, assisting Alter Ego to get this chicken dinner. I mean, what else can we say about Rosemary? I mean, he has always been consistent. Every season, he's there. He's definitely the heartbeat for Alter Ego Ares, and he's still showing why he's such a valuable player who's able to come up with a lot of eliminations by himself. Great work here again by Alter Ego Ares. If they score another chicken dinner, we're gonna have nothing else to talk about them.
True enough. And right now, Alter Ego, they're up above everybody else for sure after 2 maps of play. But you know, we definitely do have some good mix of surprises with Roy Esports making the top 3 cut. On top of that, DRS also held their ground so well, finishing top 2. But I see they were the ones to make a mark by taking a lot of these elimination points early. And as much as they didn't manage to make that top 4, you saw they had vital impact in this round. I would suspect that this round does not involve too many trollables. Only Roy Esports has utilized everything in their bag because of how flat the grounds are, and they're playing from the high ground terrain, so they didn't really see the need for that. Maybe a couple of smokes, a couple of frag grenades, but that's pretty much it. But look at Zio though. He matched up against Hans on his racket as well as to best him on the elimination racket.
Yeah, I know, right? Individual stats, Zio is above. And actually during I remember during the starting when we saw like early fights with IHC, Zio did came up as one of the main guys for IHC. He got a couple of knocks, he got the eliminations during that time. But overall, of course, what else can we say? Of course, the MVP has to be Rosemary with 7 eliminations. And if we talk about MVP points, he is now the highest with 6.5.
You know, I don't feel too comfortable with his face so close to me right now. But we've seen him too many times as an MVP from the past tournament up till now. Now, I guess we can get a 250% zoom in onto his face the more that he gets these MVP titles. But rightfully so. You take a look at how efficient he's been throughout the entire course of the matches being played. And there's just nobody like Rosemary right now at the very least, but I'm pretty sure eventually we'll get to see maybe some individuals to rise up to the occasion. Maybe Sleepy, maybe Ferrales, maybe Zeal, but a maybe is a maybe. Like right now, what is the fact is that Rosemary is just carrying this flag of Indonesia to be planted directly at the top of the hill.
Or the other maybes could be Tusk, could be Zio, could be Killer YT as well, because they are the other top performers in this round. And again, we got to claim, right? We did say that Roy Esports is one of the quote-unquote underrated teams, and the players and the team as well, like they got like what, third place, and the players are able to come out as one of the top performers. So this is a team that you probably want to keep an eye on in the upcoming matches and also the upcoming PMGC as well. So Roy Esports. Also, by the way, Roy Esports with their new partnership, they are now also known as Get So Roy Esports. So congratulations to that partnership as well. Shout out to that. Numbers wise, okay, besides Alter Ego, Roy Esports 13, DRS 12.
Wow, these are big points being earned by majority of all these teams out there. And of course, in a very tough competition, you would still expect to see certain teams to drop out early. So the big shocker right now is HORAA Esports not getting any points alongside the Lions, Stalwart, TJB, as well as Team Falcons. This being Falcons' second 0-pointer game, this is definitely going to hurt them a whole lot. But anybody around that top 7 that we see, they got in some really healthy record for them to still continue their run here in this playoffs. Now, let's take a look at the match stats real quick. Now, we see certain players taken out by the play zone, getting zoned off, but it's going to be Hans Shield that gets the longest elimination distance with that triple tree going on.
Yeah, so to note that a lot more throwables used this time, 250-ish. Here is another new graphic for us. The overall rankings, obviously much needed. Alter Ego, 2 chicken dinners back-to-back. They are way ahead right now with 43 points. Even the Xavier behind them by a lot. Yeah, so that's the number gap there. But that also means that because of that, like number 2 onwards, the numbers are very, very close. So it could interchange as we move through our matches.
True enough. And the only good news for certain teams is that Group A is taking a break. For those who are in Group A and have not gotten that many points, it is rather unfortunate. BTR made a better remark heading into this round. We see ASIA still within the top 10 ratio, though you would expect these numbers to vary because you can see everyone's within touching distance, and there's also a fair share of squads that didn't receive any points at all heading into all these skirmish. So we expect Group B as well as C to be able to eventually rise up to the tempo, but could they catch maybe the rest of Alter Ego within that one game? I don't think so, because Taubo Chicken Dinner, that's already a big gap created. You probably will need to acquire a chicken dinner of your own and then eventually hit another high record once again. As you can see, at least about, like, say, 6 to 7 teams, they have yet to actually score points, and even RQ as well as Homari Bros, they only have 1 so far, so a lot of work to be done.
And teams will be glad that the fact that Alter Ego will be taking a break next. If not, they might lose their 3rd chicken dinner to them as well. So, okay. No Alter Ego based on the groupings. So, it's open for the other teams to get the chicken dinner for themselves until Alter Ego comes back in the following round, that is. But of course, that will be a different story altogether. As of now, the story is Alter Ego getting 2 chicken dinners back to back. And they can kick back, chill while waiting for the next match in Miramar when they come back, that is. But gentlemen, so do not go anywhere. See you guys after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as this is the Clash of Giants Season 5. If you guys missed out on some of the action, it's been 2 back-to-back chicken dinners for Alter Ego. Well, what can stop them, like you said? It's the break, which they will take for 1 round only, and they'll be back for more. Which means there is a great chance for the rest of these teams in respective groups of B as well as C to duke it all out as we return back into the Erangel matches.
Yeah, finally, the other teams have a breather. You know, they'll be wondering, is it going to be Alter Ego again? But okay, definitely we're going to see another team getting the chicken dinner. But before we head on to our game, we got to say thank you so much to our partners here for this season, which is Gamivo. And as you can see here on screen, there are amazing discounts here, especially for first-time purchasers. So make use of this discount to top up your UC to get amazing skins that's also used by your favorite players inside the game.
Yeah, and I also do love that there is a subscription package that they're also listing out there. So if you guys are looking for a very good deal out there, look no further as you can head over to gamivo.com to get your UC. And on top of that, of course, you could also ask us any form of questions. Just be sure that you put that hashtag COG5 as well as hashtag Gamivo. And so if you're lucky enough, we'll feature your comment in between the game. So go ahead, ask some really good questions. We've got a really good question on the last game where they asked, who is the most underrated squad out there, or answer that. So if you guys got anything on your mind, just shoot your shot. Me as well as Sir Clout will be happy to answer.
And we're also going to answer the first question. What map is going to be next? It's going to be back in Erangel. Alter Ego won the first 2 chicken dinners. It's a back-to-back for them, but because they were in Group A, so they will be taking a break from this round. We will not be seeing Alter Ego, but we'll be seeing the rest of them from Group B and C.
Yep, we will get the return of all these names coming from RQ, T2K, HK, Boing Donkey, 4 Miracle 5, Space Clan, Team Secret, HORAA Bros, as well as DRX. So I would still say that this 2 groups will still offer a whole lot in this matchup. So I feel like this is redemption time, right? The majority of all these teams here in both respectively Group B as well as Group C, they didn't really have like the craziest of sterile round. The other outlier being DRS, who has got the top 2 performance coming into that Miramar round. So once again, a really tough grouping to vote who's going to be able to get the chicken dinner. Let's start with you, Sir Cloud. Who do you think is going to be coming up ahead in this match?
If only we had Alter Ego this round, I think my pick would have been obvious, but we don't. So it's a hard one, right? It's really not easy. Okay, I'm getting a good feel here. I'm getting a good vibes. Let's put in the blue hearts. DRS. Let's pop it in. Let's go.
Okay, you're going for DRS. I was concerned that you're going to steal my pick because I saw back in game 1 for Miracle Vibes, they hit like a truck. And I think they're going to do that one more time. But this time with the involvement of IHC, I think it is definitely a huge battle from a lot of all these Mongolian squads that are on board. And who could also forget STE. Despite them not really having the best record earlier, I think it's definitely a redemption arc for Style Esports to tell right now.
All right. Solid pick there, not gonna lie. I mean, Paul Vertical Vice is hovering around my head as well. So maybe at some point I would pick them. But looks like production took another powerhouse, BTR Knights. Though they didn't have the best of their debut for today in Miramar, but still, they scored 5 eliminations, even though they got eliminated early. So they have that potential. And we are coming back to a map that is very familiar to all the teams, right? So perhaps a BTR Knights could stand a chance.
True enough, overall, BTR Knights definitely will look to this opportunity to at least get a little bit more of a stabilizing round for them to eventually at least make a top 4 record. I do believe that Bigatron Knights definitely have plenty of opportunities to also secure chicken dinners of their own. But I've been fairly impressed, you know, like that last round when we saw in that Miramar battle, there was like 4 of all these SEA teams that have been able to also step up to the title right now. Now, I'm definitely keeping my close eyes on, you know, I voted for a PL team, and it didn't exactly work too well for inside of JP. So I have a lot of questions left unanswered right at this very moment. So really tough call. But you guys who are currently watching, make sure you guys also make your own predictions as well. Like, or if there's anything you want to say to us or any questions you want to ask, once again, the hashtag is hashtag COG5 as well as hashtag Gamivo. So go ahead, go ask them.
Yeah, we just answered the first question earlier, which is related to which is the underdog team, and we put out our thoughts. So I wonder what would the next question be. Come on, shoot us. Yeah, that was the first question. And you get to be featured, or your comment to be featured on the live stream itself, which is great, right? Imagine like all of the thousands of viewers currently watching, your comments being picked. So that's quite a flex, I must say. Screenshot that, there's a name there. You can flex it with your friends that, hey, I made it to the Clash of Giants. Cool.
True, and on top of that, if you have already created videos on this platform itself, like of course, maybe somebody will pay good attention to also follow your own socials as well. So win-win situation, perhaps. So shoot your shot. We're definitely not going to be shying away from anything you ask. So just make sure you guys keep it all PG. So out of all these teams out there, there's so many great individuals. I think like there's a few names that we haven't really got to see pop off just yet. Maybe if I look at the Poly region as a whole, T2K Esports, we know they are really good, but I think that they have been overshadowed in the past 2 rounds of play, or should I say the game that they were playing back in Game 1. So I'm also hoping for them to also show up in this round itself, because I've seen T2K in the finals firm. They have definitely looked to be a solid contender out there.
Yeah, I do think so as well. I mean, T2K is a household name as well, so they could potentially come up with something big. We did see them in action earlier, so yeah, a bit of a preview, but it was their first game. As any other gamer would say, it's only round number 1, it's first game, which is true enough. I mean, in the Battle Royale format where it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, sometimes one round, it's okay to let it go. There's still more rounds to come, there's still round 2 and so on and so forth, and this will be their second round to be played. I'm sure they can still catch up to the competition. And again, the main objective right now is to be in the top 16. So if you're able to keep your momentum, stay in top 16, it doesn't matter whether you're number 1, number 2, or number 3, top 16 is the goal.
That's true, and overall, top 16 sounds like an easy task, but when you have more than 30 over teams out there, it is so much harder, honestly. Like, if you slip up one game, or even if you missed out by a few points, that could very likely be these teams not being able to actually make it into the finals. And also do remember, the best performing team in this playoffs also does receive prize pool. So I'm pretty sure that Rosemary can be sitting pretty happy that, hey, if I keep this up for the rest of Alter Ego, we got more money on the line.
Oh yeah, that's right. MVP award, let's not forget about the Headshot award as well, and also the Fan Favorite award, which you guys can get involved by voting in the grand final. But of course, the MVP and also the Headshot award is all for the grand finals. So in order for players like even Rosemary or whoever, right, to have a chance, they have to make it to the grand finals first. Even if they do well individually here at the phase stages, but if they don't somehow, for some weird reason, doesn't get into the grand finals, then it wouldn't be counted. So the main goal right now is to be in the grand finals, and then probably the second goal is to do well inside of Vikendi. Vikendi will be interesting. I'm sure the players will be thinking to themselves that, it's been like forever since we played competitive Vikendi. So I wonder how they'll pan out.
Yeah, that is a massive curveball to be thrown at some of all these guys out there, or should I even say snowball, since it's a snowy map. Like, it's been so long that certain players, maybe if they do practice it, they would absolutely appreciate the layout. I do know for a fact that, I've talked to even veteran players like Luxy Zuxy. Like, I asked them, it's been so many years that you guys have been playing PUBG Mobile competitively. What do you guys feel like is missing? Like, they said, like, we've played it like our day jobs, and like, it's pretty much the same thing in and out. Always stand up, Miramar, Erangel, like they kind of wish Vikendi gets included. So I think Bigatron will be very, very happy about this because I remember if I go back all the way back in 2018, they were the kings of Vikendi. Like they have like an 80% win ratio out of a league stage that they played out. So, but that is many, many years ago. Vikendi probably has updates to it. So it will definitely look a little bit more different drastically and gameplay wise also a little bit different, but we've not got to that stage yet, so let's focus on what's at stake right now. We're going to match 3 here in the Clash of Giants as we head to the Erangel.
Well, I just can't get enough of that intro video for every map. Thank you so much, production, for putting in the effort for this season's Clash of Giants Season 5, making it a memorable one for all of us watching here, and it's a pleasure to be part of it. Nevertheless, we're back onto our OG map, Erangel, this time with Group B as well as Group C. Flight path-wise, I see passing by the Pachinki area, the Ruins area. It looks like it's going to start from the left to the right. It should be a well-balanced flight path.
Yeah, very fair for all. And other than, appreciation to the production side of things, the mods who has been, operating on managing all the players, how many teams are on board and keeping them on track for us to kick off every flight. The marshals definitely are absolutely stunning on what they've been doing so far. So that being said, HKM, they're the first team to drop out. We will take the corner of Zarki, a relatively safe area of play. Meanwhile, what's looking to be pretty interesting on what is going to happen here is that around that southeastern corner map, or should I even say up to the north or east, so it's plenty of teams are playing by the edge of this area. And I think that we're going to see a couple of battles taking place, and speaking of which, I see already hard at work looking for FaZe Clan.
And again, the first knock was by Zio, but he got knocked back and eliminated immediately. Oof. On the top place for IAC out of this game. And FaZe Clan, 2 knocks. So it's down to real FaZe, whoever he is, and Mr. Victorious now. They don't have the circle though. The other members of IST still present around this area. Better be extra careful. And we move over to Roy Esports. They do have BTR Knights in hand.
From what I do recall, real FaZe is actually Mormon. A lot of these names can absolutely confuse us, but here goes Suxy already down on the ground. Very efficient work rate coming from Roy Esports. Already taking down one of all these heavy hitters coming from Indonesia. And, well, Bigatron Knights, that was not a good start after all, as they have to not only share Rozak, but to lose their main fragger. This is going to be a very, very tough round for them.
Yeah, what a start, right? Losing one of their key players. But they still have players like Sata. Let's see. Hunt still comes in, tries to break down the door, takes a lot of damage, but the name from Sunos will knock him back down. Oh, Lapa down as well. Only Sata left, and Sata will have to bail this.
He's trying his best to actually leave the area, but he is pretty much stuck by the ridge. So this is all about taking those flights, and Satar crashes out. Another rough run for BTR this time, not getting away with any points. We continue on with the fight of IHC up against FaZe Clan. This one's taking a little bit longer as the rest of FaZe Clan have managed to strike 2, while the fight was ongoing on the other side of Rozak. So FaZe Clan now with the upper hand, going up against Rogue as well as Godless on the other end. This is them being isolated as well. So this is going to be a full rush coming in from the FaZe Clan members. Let's see what kind of support does Godless actually offer on the table. There's not many space for them to run about. That's the concern right now for IHC.
And Godless is still busy looting on the other side. So I'm not sure what kind of support would he be able to provide as well. But Rook, now on the rooftop, looking at the stairs. This a decent angle, I must say. But if he gets rushed in by the entire squad, I don't know if he'll be able to survive that. Pop some molly that will buy a little bit more time, hoping for Godless to maybe come and join him.
And
Oh, wow.
taking another different angle as Venturis climbs over the roof, finds that grenade. He was too concerned of guarding that stairwell, but that is not going to make any form of a safety net for the member of IHC. Very clean stuff that we're looking at here from FaZe Clan. Looking to seize their third point and maybe even for if they find Godless. So I wonder if Godless still wants to commit to this, because right now, Venturis running out in the open will get caught out with a couple of bullets sent his way. Thankfully, he still survives, but the rest of FaZe Clan now know where he's currently at.
Yeah, and that will be the next target. Plus, that will also be one of the entry points into the circle. So why not? 2 in 1. But Godless with this rooftop angle. Okay, this is pretty nice though. A lot of open space in front of Nine Noise. And he moves forward. Godless will be able to shoot him down. But for Godless to save Rogue, yeah, Rogue is crawling to Godless, but I don't know about this. I think he's kind of hesitating. Okay, still went in for it. Rogue, last tick of health, won't survive it.
Yeah, I think no matter the situation right there, Godless is in a very tough state to even going for the revive, because he could be within that grenade distance from the members of FaZe Clan, and now the full flush is in effect. Ventura is also going for a flank from the back, while the other two charges from the front doors, or should I say the side door in this instance. This nade coming from the other apartment actually hits Godless. That's pretty ridiculous. Now there's barely enough time. He tries to heal up, but what kind of damage can he actually do? If you can find at least 1 or 2 points, that will be the best case scenario for Godless right now, trying to hold on. It's going to be Mormon going in for the direct challenge. Nine Noise already on top of the roof. Somehow he makes it all the way towards this corner of the map. And it's going to be a Shred. And it's S.A. Lay that will secure it. Actually, this is that member that I, up till now, don't remember the name. Who exactly could that be?
We'll look back again later when the camera pans over. Yeah, that's what happens if it's like the off-season tournaments, right? Like sometimes players just like to change their names. The one that I remember likes to change his name frequently during off-season tournaments is going to be Napeko from RRQ.
Oh yeah,
he uses weird names every time. But yeah, when his picture shows, like, that's the Napeko. Okay. Sometimes it takes a while. But yeah, that's something that players tend to like to do for some reason.
Either to mask their identity, or somehow when they change their name one time and somebody else steals their name immediately. It's frustrating where you have to settle for whatever other names that's on board. But when it comes down to tournament servers, they will always get to actually have a little bit more of their own. Now, we have a question from Rhythm Bujel. Which players are the must-watch for this tournament and the PMGC? Now, I have my own answer, but I'll let you go first, Sir Cloud.
Wow, okay. I mean, again, these are all amazing individual players. Which players are must-watch? Okay, so we're talking about like the top, right? And this is not like, which is the underdog player. I guess as of now, it's quite clear. Rosemary is on the roll. So I think it's an easy pick for me. It's gotta be Rosemary. As of now that is.
I have my favorite in each specific region, to be fair for everybody out there, right? Like,
okay,
over on the South Asia, you have Sleepy from DRS. And then you have from, the Mongolian, like, you definitely have to take a look at what Top manages to do when they do get advantages. Top has definitely been one of the sharper shooters out there playing from Team Falcons. That's one of my favorite players as well. If we're talking about Thailand, Tony K has always been up there. And there's so many names, honestly, but it's so hard to pick one, but we continue with this fight, or we get back into that topic. So right now, names flying right in. Void Donkey heavily committing to this battle, but Stalwart Esports charges perfectly to just flush out the rest of Boy Donkey members. Razek now tries to at least clear out these angles, but he is also being shredded from a different cornered map. And Stalwart Esports, they're not going to let them off the hook. 1 HP left, and that is going to be pretty much a done deal. But the rest of Claw, and they're also robbing the scene from the back. And this has now become a three-way battle. One Donkey first, one to crash out now. Can Stalwart Esports handle the heat of the pressure down to Suncheer, as well as to the other three members to do more of the damage? We're already on the ground. While Suncheer goes in for the pressure. It's going to be that quick reset with the UFP. Whoa! Rules comes in from the far flank. T2K is now involved.
Oh man, Rules just had to do that right from afar. And right now, Stalwart Esports dominated, but say hello to T2K, team that is trained to kill. While we're at it, Born Donkeys just got eliminated at number 16, but the nade set across onto the Igneous. Igneous takes a bit of damage. On the other side, Rules has arrived as well. And the Rules will circle around. And Kansan will do the same. They are now surrounding Stalwart Esports.
Oh boy, there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Right now, the rest of TTK very eager to push right in as they lob nades after grenades, catching onto Fearless as well as Sancher. But perhaps when they push in, that's when they will be able to at least find some angles with perfect DPS shots, or perhaps these nades might be able to eventually seal the deal, and their fate might just be sealed as I speak of it. Fearless goes down, only down to Suncheer. Stalwart Esports on a desperate attempt to actually get out of the situation, but T2K, they're in the right place at the right time.
And T2K, beautiful execution by them. They made it very quick as well. And no hesitation by T2K. They clean up, they got the points. But now they have to deal with DRS, who want to block them from coming into the circle.
And DRS has also gotten the high ground. The zone also shrinking away. T2K will drive towards this direction, but this is a perfect trap that is being set up by DRS. Sleepy definitely has been one of the best of South Asia. Another name that I would definitely highlight if you really want to check out what any form of gameplay, through YouTube, through any form of clips, through TikTok, like this guy does it all. So now battles continue all over the map, and look at the amount of teams that are about to hit to the areas of Ruins as well as Pachinki. We're going to see a big swarm, especially right now through that Mount Olympus out there. Hishcam holding it true, but there is TJB, Roy, DRX that will be in the mix of that battle.
And the fact that there's no Xavier this time, Harami Bros, they have the entire Pachinki for themselves, and they're still A-OK within the middle of the circle. Alliance comes in from the south. Team Secret there as well. Team Secret, they do have the Pachinki Hills, one of the key areas in this circle. On my favorite as well. For them to be up there, it's going to be a good position. Oh, but looks like Team Secret, some of them, they actually went into Pachinki, and now they have their own compound hold for now, expecting for the circle to be inside of Pachinki itself.
Yeah, it could very well be an urban finish, but certain teams, they don't really want to bank on it. They would rather play it slightly on the outskirts. If you could take the southern hills of Pachinki, that could also be a very good spot for them to play a little bit of wraparound, also try to wiggle out whether if they could just find some takeoffs from the outskirts. Arkia Ryu, though, holding down all these teams from entering from that north point of Pachinki. So this is not going to be an easy task for these teams to even make their entry into the current city. And once they do, there's already Team Secret to greet them alongside with the rest of Prime Rose. Speaking of which, battles now over the hill.
Oof. Nice nade. One need to get two out of Alliance. Oleo and Flex fall to the hands of Apex. Man, this is Fall Medical Advisor talking about Apex definitely on the roll. But hey, we do have Kasim here. And he tries to take out the Fall Medical Advisor, but he is alone. He's the final member of Alliance anyway, and they're rushing onto this compound 4v1. It's going to be a difficult comeback here. If he's able to pull off this clutch, it's going to be big. Very, very low. Fall Medical Advisor, make quick work out of it.
Yeah, that was just phenomenal stuff coming from inside of Erangel 5 says. I do expect them to also show up once again to be able to really hold down teams from really entering some of all these regions of play. Now we finally get a little bit more involvement coming from the rest of HK Murderers, but they are being sprayed through and smoked right now. Roy Esports is one. As Morgan tries to hold out, he is not good for that exchange up against the rest of these members of Roy. Juke flushes out Mormon, and that will be fate sealed for the rest of FaZe Clan, who has done phenomenal work. FaZe Clan this round secures 6 points, so it wasn't an empty-handed round, and we saw how much damage they have done towards the members of IHC in the early span of the phase.
And there was 4 points collected there. Now, circle-wise, Harami Bros had the middle circle, but ASI Esports have the high ground. Formidable Vice still with the high ground on the Pachinki Hill, so those teams have one of the best positions in this circle, I would say. But I will put focus onto the top, on the northern side. Look at this. Roy and T2K next to each other, and both of them have to travel quite a bit to get into the circle.
Yeah, and it's going to be a long way route. T2K definitely wants to at least wrap up this battle, as they've already found the rest of Roy Esports being battered earlier on. So not going to be an easy task after all. So perhaps right now we could also take a glimpse of what certain teams could actually offer in the PMGC. I think, like, we've talked a little bit about some of all these teams coming from the Asian region. Maybe we haven't talked about, the rest of the South Americans, the North Americans, the European region, the Middle East. So many names out there are like, yeah, I guess it's a lot to study on before we actually take our pick.
Yeah, there's so many names that we can continue to talk about later on after these fights. As we have T2K now on the outside of the circle, they want to get in, but they know that RRQ is in front of them now. Let's see what will be the decision from T2K. They might rush in though, but in the elimination feed, we have TRX up against Roy. But now putting a focus on the T2K. The moment they arrive, looks like they got one other member of RRQ. The other two on the other side.
Great catch coming from Sakdo, and he's going to be lobbing those grenades to really pout on the pressure up against the rest of RQ. They want to stay put to fight, but these nades are making it a little bit dangerous for Asa as well as Snake at the moment. Oh, just relying on Spook right now. And I do spot out there is a white flank coming from another team as well. Not going to be the safest trades out there. Sakdo also receiving a little bit more attack. Kansa now forced to pull back. I believe there is another squad holding him up. Or should it be Fnatic right now? Snake does actually connect that grenade, but it goes in for a quick exchange. Ignis comes in at a perfect time, but he also goes in for the trade. Asa now having a perfect duty as Fnatic comes in for a big wraparound. And suddenly the tides have been turned up against the rest of T2K. Swarm in different directions, and here comes the involvement of HK Murderers, dropping that nade right under the middle. RRQ, they're on the grass course as they find the arrival of HK to be absolutely devastating. So that is going to be T2K out. At least they got 6 points. But HK Murderer, they chose the perfect time to flush in.
Nice third party by HK Murderers there to get into the circle. Now it's going to be Harami Bros next. They just got their first elimination point. Federales healing up. They need to prepare for the defense because a lot more teams on the northern side might want to cut across them. And this is where they need to be prepared. As for Killer YT, scouting out for information. But time is not on his side. Circle will close. Harami Bros long range, put the pressure back on the RRQ. They managed to get one knock from afar to Fnatic.
Ooh, boy. Now, this is not going to end inside of the Pachinki City, so a lot of all these teams will have to journey out. Not a good sight for the members of Harami Bros or even Team Secret. Meanwhile, HK Murderers, they're happy enough to be by the edge of the zone now, dealing with the rest of DRS. DRS holds them all the way through the corner. Killer YT does it all by himself, but he should be having some backup, as you can see from the minimap. Now, HKM, I can't exactly read that Chinese name, but he's definitely holding in a little bit of a threat up against Kilowati, so much so that he has to reposition right now. The rest of the DRS, they don't really have to commit to that battle because so long as they can get themselves a good chokehold around this church region, they could actually spot whoever's moving out of the city as well as play against those who are outskirts.
ASI and Esports from the southern side now wants to come into the circle, but they need the information. Formidable Vibes just next to them. This could be a tussle to get in. Formidable Vibes on the other side of the hill. Nobody's really the king of it now, but we have Doc behind this tree. To surprise Victor, Victor shows himself. Doc is playing the patience game now, waiting for ASI8 Esports to make the first move.
ASI8, they're looking around and they are completely zoning off for Miracle Vibes. Not an easy task for Miracle Vibes to find an opening until they catch somebody off guard. So it's going to be a little bit of a silent affair between all these teams. Despite HK Murderers initially coming into contact, they have just decided they will give that space to the rest of DRS and opts to at least hold out a little bit more in safety net. And for a matter of fact that right now, we still have 9 teams, just goes to show how serious these teams are actually treating each respective rounds. Nates are now being lobbed right in. For Miracle Vibes, they want this hill real bad, so they have to take it away from ASI8. As we speak of it, Apex now takes in a little bit of a deep drive up towards the hills, but he has to be careful of Notch.
Oh, IQQ gets knocked by Doc and eliminated immediately. This is going to be the opening for Formidable Vibes, but Doc needs a little bit more time to heal up. Once he's done, he'll be able to continue on. And right in front of him is going to be Notchi. Notchi takes damage. Notchi needs to fall back. Notchi on the lower gun right now. And Notchi is still being shot at. Notchi will not be able to get away from Doc.
Oh, wow. What a run coming in. And this is where, for Miracle Vibes, they get the upper hand up against the rest of ASI8, finding themselves on the lower ground. Falak, he gets flushed out by a grenade, and the nades are flying in closely up against Victor, who's trying to even get the revive, but there's no time left available. He has to fend this off. And for Miracle Vibes, give them no chance whatsoever.
And Formidable Vibes still on the roll. I'll move away from Formidable Vibes for now. We're going to see what's happening here with Team Secret. Long range sprays onto the other side. Same time, circle time. HORAA Bros have the circle. They have the compound. There's a perfect situation for the bros.
It definitely is, and they've been really holding out for the longest of time, and right now they have everything to play for to prove their worth. This is also a team that we'll be seeing in the PMGC stages. So, of course, we'll keep our eyes peeled for HORAA Bros, as they have been coming in from the PMCL League overall, becoming the crown champions just about a month ago, and right now having to deal with the task of overcoming some of the best teams out there. DRX, another heavy hitter that has been able to pave their mark, emerged victorious in the Korean region, and definitely has a whole lot to say about this current situation. Top 6, but everybody's getting their respective spaces. The RX will now find themselves in a tough spot to make an exit, as HK Murderers, they're holding them hostage just by this corner of the rock. So HKM. Oh yeah.
Oh, ball on the other side now. Looks like HORAA Bros, they need to be prepared for the other team that wants to cut across the road, and Saisei knocked down. But no big reason for HK Murderers to rush in yet. They have the high ground advantage, so they might as well hold on to this. But we do see movement here from the north. But the other members, it's the other members of HK Murderers. So they'll be fine. As long as they can stick together at this high ground, try to lock out DRX. And they can wait for the next stage, no problem.
Yeah, I don't see a way out for DRX. You have 4 Miracle Vibes on the other end as well. So, and taking a look at how HKM has been able to really hold him out, takes out all the tires, and now they're just sitting ducks by that corner of the compound, which they thought it would have actually been a safe play. Now they got themselves into a tough predicament where they really have to pick a fight. Well, the question is, do you want to fight up against for MV, or do you want to take HKM out first? So, as we question that, there is an invasion going on. Trang now move up against the rest of HORAA Bros. Nades are being tossed right back. Trang He's being very cheeky right in between.
Oh.
But what a toss coming in from range. How did he squeeze that through? He bounces it off the other crate, and immediately HORAA Bros gets that great pickoff. What an angle.
What an angle indeed. Wish we had a on-ground view to get to see that. But still, we're able to see the bounce off. Jappy now looking for Break. Break is on the other side, on the outside of the circle still. And the elimination free, we have 4 medical bites. Baron gets another knockdown. But say hello to HKM Slayer. Shot by Break. Break exposes his position.
Oh, here we go. Jappy now claims even more lives out of Team Secret. Despite Team Secret moving into the top 6, they have not found any form of elimination points, unfortunately. So whatever they've got is just out of placement points. So that's not too much to begin with. HK Murderer so far looking really good in this round. Gets another catch up against 6A. Still in that tough predicament for the rest of the RX there. Just biding their time till the zone actually strings all the way in. And they also do spot out the rest of 4 Miracle Vibes. So it's going to be the same scenario. Just that it's been looking hella good for HKM.
Saisei just got eliminated. And like what you said, DRX. Now without the circle, they will not be able to get out of this. As long as HKM is still on top of this hill, they got another one. At the same time, 4 medical bites on the rampage. 10 elimination points already. Now it's a matter of how DRX will deal with this. I don't see an exit like what you said. Yeah, there's no way to be able to get out.
Yeah, I don't know. Perhaps if 4 Miracle Vibes decide, you know what, let's go on HK Murderers, then there is that slide opening, but I don't think that is actually happening because 4 Miracle Vibes, they rather try to steal these points away or just basically claim it for their own without any much of the involvement of HKM. So, desperate run, desperate attempt, and now Ray actually spots out Refuse, and 4 Miracle Vibes, they're not exactly free from their taking as well. HKM now gets even more involved. They drive directly towards the side of DRX, and that actually puts them in the really tough spot. Doc now has to actually go in for a full charge. HKM actually takes it down, and eventually Slayer was the last man standing. 4 Miracle Vibes now with that 12-pointer, making a crazy hurdle in this game, with that nade also being sent right in. One member of HKM still survives, and they are making it hurt.
Baron just got knocked. This could be the moment for HKM to do it against 4 medical vibes. Apex is the final active member for 4 medical vibes right now. Baron happily eliminated. It's only Apex with 60% of health. He's not healing up. He's probably out of healing utilities. And now they have been surrounded. Even on the lower ground as well. Not Zoo. Takes a bit of time to loot. Apex. Okay, those are bandages. Okay, he does have first aid, so but not really utilizing it yet. He's on prepare mode. Oh, but HORAA Bros, they took the active approach to come out of their warehouse to try to find the remaining members of HK Murderers and 4 medical vibes.
Which they should, because they already have the whole region secured to themselves. So it's all concluding by the edge of the zone. This fight that takes place right here, whoever is the victor will have to go up against the rest of HORAA Bros. HKM. Still have these 3 members, but they are definitely playing very diligently. And I definitely hold them as one of the teams that were super underrated. And now we're seeing these 2 underrated teams to be fighting for that chicken dinner. For Miracle Vibes, that was my vote, but they're not really looking all too hot. So Apex, how long can he hold out? That smoke is going to subside. Pekka is still looking around and believe that he is sort of being spotted out, making that quick hurdle over onto the corner, and here comes Break. He will just full send it over the corner, and Break goes down! Big native exchange, and this is going to be Dappy to go in for that cleanup. Now only 2 members remain coming from the rest of HORAA Bros. Now it's between these 2 members of HORAA Bros to spot the final member remaining, and that is going to be Pekka. Pekka now will have to deal with range. So if he wins this exchange, he might be able to also go up against Jack.
Oh, he's on range. Range in trouble. Pekka, he still doesn't have the circle. Zone is closing in onto him. He has to move forward. He's now sneaking his way through. Nade locked into the back of that tree, but nobody's there. He saw Jappy. Jappy low, but Rich is going to come in. He's going to sandwich Pekka. Pekka has nowhere to go. It's going to be a close quarters combat. He doesn't have the TVS though. Dances around the tree, but it's 2v1. HORAA Bros with a rampage takes back the chicken dinner.
What a crazy recovery of the game this is for HORAA Bros. Bouncing back up after, having a little bit dismal run back in game 1. Here in game 3, they claim a chicken dinner for the region of the PMCL. These are the champions of the Philippines that we're speaking of. The kings of Pachinki is here to dominate.
Oh man, and look at this. So it's confirmation here. 10 eliminations for HORAA Bros. That's going to be 20 points collected by them in this round. And they're definitely bringing the Filipino pride. And also Rick from the Nepalese region. So it's great to see like a team that has this level of diversity able to come up with a good performance, and also it will be their first time making their debut in the PMGC. By the way, it's also the first time a Filipino team making their debut at that sort of stage as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what they can bring to the main stage later on. But for now, HORAA Bros, this chicken dinner is theirs to claim.
Yeah, and this time around, we are not really getting the same usual form where HORAA Bros usually relies on Federalists to be the main marksman of the team. It's that duo of Jappy as well as Rake that has been able to claim so many points in this round overall. But not saying that he's taking a full backseat overall for Federalists. It's just that this team was just so efficient on how they actually play out that end game. And, they have the circle on their side the majority of the time, but they didn't actually wait till it lasts till stage 9, which is actually great to see, where they saw opportunities, they went up against HK as well as 4 Miracle Vibes, and they definitely took the world by storm with this round. But 4 Miracle Vibes, they got those insane numbers to book out this game. Same could also be said about HK Murderers, where these two teams wasn't having easy rotations in the match. And Roy, they're also moving huge into this record as well.
We're going to compare the two amazing players from their respective teams in this round. Jappy as well as Apex from 4 Miracle Vibes, 5 eliminations apiece. But when it comes to damage output, Jappy did a little bit more work. Apex, more of a team player, so he has that 1 extra assist. But when it comes to team contribution, it favors towards the Jappy. So stats-wise, not too far between these two. Both of them have contributed to their own respective team. But of course, Apex, he has the MVP before. But speaking about MVP, here we have it, Mr. Yeah, I don't think we can beat this.
I'm sorry, I don't read Chinese as well. So to do it justice, I think the entire HKM members have been doing really well, especially for this individual, this gentleman that has offered so much damage on top of putting those utilities in great effect. So it's in Sun, if I am actually right, Im Sun. So yeah, that is his name overall. So now we finally figured it out, as he is going to be the one that will be able to top the board with the highest amount of damage output in this round.
Okay, Himson. Yeah, Himson is our MVP. Congratulations to him. Beside him, we have Jappy here, Apex as well as Dog. 4 Miracle Vibes, overall, they have been a very active team. Naturally, the players will be able to stack up in terms of stats. So we have 2 of them representing here in our top performing players. But we cannot deny the fact that Himson came out with more than 1,000 over damage. So that is huge. But we're going to give it to HORAA Bros as the chicken dinner winners as we check out whatever happened in this round and how they move.
Yeah, as I did mention, it was not the easiest of rotations, especially when they were in the mix of some of all these areas. If we take a look at that rotation coming from Zarky, they had to go through TJB and then fight up against Roy Esports. FaZe Clan was also somewhere far in between. So it was a long way route for HKM, but HORAA Bros, they were just dealing with the pressure of more and more teams moving into the direct center of the area of play. So HORAA Bros, they took the smart approach. They left the city early to take over the hillside, where they actually get a lot more of these catches as they were hugging inside the warehouse, to the point that they found the right moment to eventually stretch outwards. That's where they will be able to eventually wrap up with the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and well, though they got the circle for the most part, right? Like even at this stage, they got it, but we'll be able to see them coming up. Yeah, this is the moment where they came out, they became a bit more active. Normally, teams, if they got the circle, they would just stay in their warehouse and just not move. But HORAA Bros played actively, and that's how they collected the 10 elimination points at the same time. So great work there. They not only played passive for play some points, but also for the eliminations. That brought them 20 points, the most of all the other teams.
Yeah, and this is the kind of magic that happens when you don't actually get to see their region of the city being contested. So once DX is back inside Pachiki, maybe it's still going to be a little bit of a tough time between these two spots to be going very evenly up against each other. But HORAA Bros to secure this massive point corner, and this round you can see more and more of these teams are at least getting the hang of things. 17 points for both former Bots as well as HK Murderers is also another astounding feat.
And look at the other stats. This is the most throwables used that we have seen so far. 309 throwables used. It's way above the previous record of 250-ish. So great work by all these teams. They are maximizing the use of their throwables. We have TUS again showing up. Although it's not the most important of stats, but still it's nice to have your name up here with the longest elimination distance of 369. Now, when it comes to the overalls, Alter Ego, they're not playing this round, but for Miracle Vibes, they are. So they have 32 points now below Alter Ego.
Yeah, they're absolutely trolling in hot, but I do believe that eventually for Miracle Vibes will also be taking a break while Alter Ego re-enters the scene. So I don't know how long can Alter Ego hold on to that number one spot. What it really takes is for certain teams to eliminate Alter Ego early. Not that they need to make their last mission to be dependent on that, but right now, at least that the gap is now being pretty much closer and closer between the teams, where we still expect a lot of shift moving into the top 8, where one good game, one good chicken dinner, you will see them up on that list.
Yeah, we're keeping page number 2 as a secret for now, so you guys have to stay tuned to the following rounds to see what might happen in the overalls, especially by the end of the day. We are at our halfway mark here, ladies and gentlemen. We still have a bunch of games more to go, and after this, when we come back, it is going to be played inside of Miramar, and of course we're going to bring back Alter Ego, and we'll get to see if they're able to get a third chicken dinner in a row. If they're able to, I mean, then it comes to the question of what does it take to stop Alter Ego. The only answer is to not let them play. But before we go on to that, we'll be taking a break, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this one. are at our halfway mark of this season's Clash of Giants Season 5, day number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we're still here with you. My name is Sir Cloud together with Contra. And we are going to see the return of Alter Ego next inside of Miramar.
Yep, and this is definitely going to be a tough challenge for all the teams out there, but at the very least, you know, they've already faced off against each respective group, so they will definitely understand what the tempo of the lobby is going to be like. So perhaps they will be able to make certain adaptations now moving into Miramar. So I'm definitely excited to see what is going to be the case here on how it all plays out. So perhaps there will be other hard hitters to be able to actually match up to that. One such name has definitely got to be IHC Esports. So that being said, let's take a look at the overall rankings, as we will not keep this a secret any further. This is the current standings for the top 9, where we have Alter Ego definitely at the top, Relentless Vibes at 2nd spot at 32 points. Coming in closely is going to be HORAA Bros, who's got the chicken dinner. Roy Esports in the top 4, along with HK Murders, the Savior, Vampire Esports, DRX, as well as DRS. They should be able to still put in some decent race.
Yeah, HORAA shot themselves up to page number 1. Page number 2, however, but of course, not all teams have played all the games, so some might have played a little bit more than any other team. Just to take note of that as we go through our overall rankings in the following rounds as well. But as of now, T2K unfortunately is at number 18, D plus K at number 17, and HORAA Esports a bit high. Oh, okay. We have an update here as well. So this page number 3. Oh, we have so many pages since we have so many teams, right? Yeah. We still have teams with 0 points, Alliance and Team Falcons.
Oh boy, like, it hasn't been a great day so far for both Alliance as well as Team Falcons, not even walk away with a single point. And from what we saw earlier, Falcons, they just got taken down by the rest of BTR relatively early. And you know what? You guys can also take this opportunity right now to top up your UCs via Gamivo, our dear UC partners for the entire course of the Clash of Giants.
And support our partners, ladies and gentlemen, because the partner supports us. So Gamivo, thank you so much again for being our UC partner for this season. Hopefully more seasons to come. Wink, wink, Gamivo. And for all of you guys out there, look at this. This is a amazing promotion, especially for first-time subscribers. You guys can get UC at a very good discount. Now, when it comes to our games, if you just joined us for some reason, Alter Ego scored the first 2 chicken dinners, followed by HORAA Bros. Alter Ego did not play match number 3, but match number 4, they will be back in Group A versus Group B.
And here we go, as we will definitely hope to see a big, strong performance coming in from Group B members out there to match up to Group A's Titan of the block right now, Alter Ego Aries. And you know, for the fact that Group A has got so many big names like HORAA Esports, the Savior, like it's just astounding on how Alter Ego somehow still managed to stay afloat and really overcome all these obstacles when Group A comes to play. Now, are you gonna go in for that safe option here, Sir? Well, because production has decided it is Formaco's 5's turn to eventually bring the challenge to the rest of AE right now.
I'm glad that you allow me to pick first. Now, Relentless Vibes was my second choice pick. I had a thought in my mind that, okay, if anyone were to pick this name, I'll go for Relentless Vibes. But okay, production took it first. So it's up for grabs. You know, it's like a draft pick now. Alter Ego, let's go. Bam.
Why did I allow you to go first? You know, at least production took that off the list. I would want to say IHC if they're playing in this round. Let me double check just to confirm.
They're not.
They're not. Then this is a tough choice. Okay, I'm gonna go with a really unorthodox pick right now. It's weird that I say this. Team Falcons, they have not scored, and I think they have been good in Miramar. It's just that they have gotten themselves in hot soup to kick things off on their round. I feel this is their bounce back game right here, because Falcons, we know they're so much better than this. 2 rounds of getting 0, I'm sure they are feeling the heat. and they want to prove every doubt they're wrong.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they are one of the best teams in the world, so they definitely have something to prove. The first round, we did get to see how they got eliminated. They got eliminated very, very early. The second round was early as well, but we got a glimpse of what happened. IC was still gliding and he got shot down, and it was in Miramar, so just say it, right? But they'll probably learn something out of the Miramar match. They might want to change their drop spot or however that they choose to like drop. So we'll see what happens to Falcons. At least they have had a feel of how the two maps with this kind of lobby felt like. And yeah, I expect them to do better. I mean, they are Falcons Sports, one of the best teams in the world, and this is their chance for redemption. But let's head on to it.
It's match 5 in the Clash of Giants Season 5. And of course, all this is brought to you by Ruthless Esports. And big shout out to our gaming UC partners, Gamivo, for supporting the entire course of the tournament. Now, let's kick things off. We begin our run from Rodriela. This would be a very straightforward flight path that goes all the way into the north, but certain areas are a little bit off bounds for the moment. What's going to be interesting is on the teams that love to go to Los Leones, namely the Savior, you got Team Secret, the Lions. They now might even opt to go in for an alternate drop because Los Leones is too far up a stretch. Maybe just touching by the edge of it if you were to make a slow float from the parachute. So you might see even more hot drops just because they don't get that perfect option to go directly in the city. And look at that. Many of these teams, they're dropping a little bit around the center. So we will have a lot of attention going over on the north side as well as the far east.
Looks like El Pozo is going to get crowded. TIANBA, Alter Ego there, and maybe with Dzava. Yeah, Dzava, that's a regular drop spot. Circle-wise, it's not going to be on the left. It's going to be on the right instead. Well, your boys from Falcons drop right into the circle, so they'll be fine for now. But on screen, we have FaZe Clan with DRX and Picado.
Yeah, so now that we have his face on screen, could you recognize his essay on what his real name is?
Okay. So essay was okay. I need a moment to recall that.
Onsens? Is that Onsens?
Onsens, yes.
There we go.
Right. Yeah, that's Onsens. Because Onsens, yeah, and then you have Momo is also using another name, so sometimes it gets a bit confusing. But this is definitely not confusing for Vampire Esports. They got King very early on. Schwabs, first blood.
Perfect start for Vampire Esports. A very unlikely catch from the graveyard as well for the rest of Vampires. So that's going to be the first pointer being claimed. Meanwhile, DRX, they're just by the edge of Picado. Interesting enough, this season we see so much attention being drawn into the central location of the map where we saw FaZe Clan, HORAA Bros, and now involvement of DRX. To really keep things really spicy inside the city, I think like at least this area is good enough for 3 squads to play around with. Anymore, it will just feel like your classic lobby. So yeah, it's fun to see sometimes, but we want a decent trade, like a technical warfare, which is what DRX is playing with. What I like about DRX on their approach is that they're taking that high elevation through that office compound. Picado is one of my favorite spots as well when I play Miramar. And that office building, you get a glimpse of these apartments and maybe on the slight outskirts of the stadium, that is a power position.
But at least inside in Picado, you can see like the teams are quite split. Like FaZe Clan has the north, DRX has the south, and with all these buildings in between, even though you get a knock, like you want to rush in, it takes time. Your opponent could be revived by then. So I don't know about this. I don't think they'll be overly aggressive. Plus, they are in the circle, so they can kind of like take their time to loot and maybe even exit, whether from the north or from the south.
True enough, and another team that loves to drop into this area is Stalwart Esports, and they're not actually playing this round, which they're probably glad they don't want to be the fourth team. Now, the live comment says how Clash of Giants Season 5 is going to help players improve and show good results on upcoming tournaments. Now, good question, Ruben Bugel. Thank you for once again asking all the right questions. So, do you want to go first on this, or should I take this?
Well, I would say that being put together in this kind of lobby, like you have the best of the best players, this will definitely help them to improve and get better, right? With every game they play, they get used to like, oh, this is the pace of how these top players are playing. So this will definitely help them to improve and be prepared for the upcoming tournament. If you put yourself like, oh, in a lobby that is no disrespect, but let's say if you're put like you're a top player, like if you're alter ego, but all the other teams are, well, maybe starter teams or community teams, you won't be able to like have that feel of that level of a pace. So by them being in this kind of lobby, it gets them prepared for the upcoming tournament by playing this kind of level. So I guess that's pretty straightforward from there.
Yeah, and also to add on to what you just mentioned, you are only as good as your most recent competitors. I believe towards that sentiment. So you can be the champion of your own region. You could keep fighting all these best teams of that said region, but you might not be better than the other champions if you don't face off against them and not learn what the tricks are. And if you don't commit some of all these mistakes, you'll never really get to learn. So this is that perfect platform for them to do a lot of trial and error, to really limit test themselves and really prove their mark on their power level. And speaking of which, THUNDERTALK Gaming catches off a straggling unit of Vampire Esports that drafts by over on the corner of Minas General. So that's one member out of the way. THUNDERTALK Gaming will now have an equal trade up against the rest of Vampire Esports. So going back to that as well, as we have all these long exchanges, some damage still being done. Tony K next one to be off the list. Why hitting the mark? And my, I guess we'll get back to the question later on, because THUNDERTALK, they're finally showing their worth right now.
Yeah, they lost Vampire Esports lost Tony K, they lost Ravenclaw, so only 2 left. Well, as long as they have players, there's still a chance to hold on for placement points, but 2 players, anything can still happen. But when it comes to the circle, your boys, Falcons Force, playing in the middle this time, still as a full team. Right next to them is going to be RRQ. But we're back on to Vampire Esports. Now, Newsy shows himself. Why? Takes him down.
Why has been really hitting everything on the line, and he's also holding down up against Schweppes. Is he going to be able to squeeze past? It seems like he will be able to do so. 1-8 now pops out. He's only going to be a smoke to cover some ground, but he actually pushes out. What a decoy. And just like that, Why takes down 3 members, and that one striker unit that was picked off earlier, Why does it all by himself.
Fans of Vampire Esports must be asking, why did that happen? Why? My PMSA champions, why? But yeah, I mean, it's one of those rounds, so it's still many more rounds to go. It is a marathon.
It certainly is. Why does it gotta be like that? Well, you know the drill, because THUNDERTALK, they're good in this game. Now we finally really get to see the power levels of all these PEL teams as well. TIANBA has also been able to at least make a decent remark from all these past rounds, and they're still at play. So perhaps this could be very well a decent start for the PEL to really find the middle ground and eventually make the advancements into the later stages of the game. But yeah, now we have a little bit of time as the circle will shift. So perhaps back to the question. So this platform also allows all these champions to really see what else could they actually improve, like whether if it's a rotational error that they're committing, do they want to improve their team fighting potential when they're going up against the very best in the world. Keep in mind, this is not your Tom, Dick, and Harry lobby that you go in and you just simply claim chicken dinners. You're literally fighting champions from each region.
Yeah, and if I were to add on to that as well, it's also like how they would deal with the pressure of the fans, because there are a lot of fans watching. You guys out there watching, feel the pressure of maybe even the social media. So it's something they need to deal with as they move from stage to stage. But speaking about dealing, your boys Falcon, one knock.
That's gonna be Murders on the ground. Murders, aka Top, is a little bit far off, and not only do they have to deal with 4MV, there is also the rest of T2K around this corner of Graveyard. The only good news is that T2K, they want to at least reverse all the way to this corner of the church to play a little bit safer, but it is going to be pushed coming from A1 Esports up against the rest of Formidable Vibes. So this is going to be a tough rally, and it's going to be an exchange that sees A1 Esports losing one member. Formidable Vibes now having Baron to hold on to that grenade, but there's only so much angles he can cover all alone. Quick revives to come right through, but Baron's back again, and all these members being lowered down. It's A1 Esports out of the game, and it's all sent off by Baron and Ruthless.
Though heavy casualty on their side, 2 players left, Baron as well as Apex. Next is going to be RRQ onto them. RRQ, they obviously have the numbers. They're surrounding Formidable Vibes now. Now they have to win the fight inside of Junkyard. If not, they can't move forward. And Formidable Vibes, they start off by, hey, wait a second. Oh, it's actually Jet. Actually got the first knock.
Wow. Great nades out there. And meanwhile, it does buy a little bit more time for Miracle Vibes. So with that form of involvement, it does actually open a little bit of wiggle room. But RRQ, they want to settle scores quickly up against Baron as he is being absolutely overwhelmed. He does not win before going down. And the trades are coming right back in. Hawaii has arrived at the scene. This area of Graveyard is not safe at all because THUNDERTALK, they are still around the region of Minas Generalis. Apex now tries to hold his ground up against the rest of RRQ Ryu. RRQ Ryu, they want their own redemption. It's Nepeko now, trying to look for Apex as he's on the hunt. Shots after shots not connecting. Apex drops a grenade, makes a little leap of faith, and now drawing blood. Only down to the corner of the wall. Can Apex hold down the line? It doesn't seem like he will be able to hold for long. He switches back into the AUG. Now back to his SOK, but it is going to be Nepeko now lowered down. This could be a good opportunity for them to settle this 1v1.
Oh, Apex finally gets it at the very end. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. Formidable Vibes actually made it with 2 players to seal the deal against RRQ. Whew, what a fight that was. But the fight's not over yet. Now we have FaZe Clan against Harame Bros, the team that just got the chicken dinner. They managed to get 1 knockdown, and they're spending time still in the blue inside of Picado. FaZe Clan, so far 2 active players. Harame Bros probably still having 2 on the outside. Yeah, there you go. And Range is on the other side. FaZe Clan, how much more resources do they have? I only see 1 first aid so far.
It's going to be rough, but if they do win the trade up against Harame Bros, they can easily stash those numbers back up. And now, dealing with the pressure of the blue zone, they do lose out Onsen, but there is still Mormon here to hold out. Only down to Mormon, though, so it's going to be his battle up against Rick. Another 1 versus 1. By the corner of the wall, pulling by the door case, and this is going to be Rick with the micro Uzi. Putting that pressure, none of them actually gets to go in for the revive. Federalis now trying to be picked up. And Mormon, who will find the space to actually pop that first aid kit. This allows him that space to push right through, putting in a little bit more pressure. And I don't think that Rick can actually get the revives done up against Range, who now has to also pop a first kit by himself. This could be a good opportunity right now with the push as he swarms right through. This is going to be an opportunity out there. Rick swings, but he does not find it. Oh, he's only down low, buying a little more time. There's not going to be enough. He will fully melt. Oh. It won't be FaZe Clan that rallies on.
Well, Rick could have denied inside to the blue, but he chose to fight, and the point was given to FaZe Clan anyway. Now we have TIANBA in the fight. Only NSL left. NSL circling around. His teammates are down. And as he tried to run away from Team Secret shot him to the ground.
how many 1v1s are we actually getting in this match? So as despite this not being a 1v1, that was a good hold from Team Secret. They got those 4 points all secured, and they're definitely looking for HORAA Esports at the same time. Hiding inside the shack, there is also Mafia Ninja by the outskirts as well. Not gonna be all too straightforward for the rest of Team Secret, who has just arrived through the blue zone. So they still need to maybe recuperate a little bit if they tanked a little bit of damage, but it was just a little bit of damage coming from the zone. But who knows? Headshots can connect. And THUNDERTALK so far showing up now up against Alter Ego. Alter Ego's out, so the streak will be broken.
Oh, okay. So now it's up for grabs, ladies and gentlemen. The new chicken dinner. That includes Harame Bros eliminated, so we're definitely going to see a new team getting it. Circle-wise, looks like it's going to move towards THUNDERTALK Gaming. They're in the middle of the circle. T2K is there together with Void Donkeys as well. On the other side, we have HORAA Esports, but they are trapped on the lower ground. Team Secret on top of them.
How are they supposed to move out of this area beats me. No fear, Mafia Ninja. Pretty much need to look for those alternative pickoffs. If they manage to spot out Jiki's not going to be overcommitting as well. So they're just holding them hostage. Similar situation to how DK has been held out back in that Erangel round. It's not a good look for HORAA Esports from how things have started off for them, because we know there's huge potential for this Nepali side to really be very impactful heading into these matches. But I can't really fault them. The whole day almost, they've been playing with 3 members only.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Hopefully we get to see a full squad in the upcoming matches, or maybe even tomorrow. But for DRX, they definitely have been playing as a full team. And now they see Pika in front. Pika proning. His other team is on the high ground, so that's why Saisei can't really rush through.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough predicament coming into this crater of a ground, especially with HKM holding on the top end of it. 6A being absolutely careful of his position, not to allow more terror to his armory at the very moment. You don't want to lose those helmets so early into stage 4. If you could, I mean, helmets really could be very life-saving in many of these situations. Mormon, despite being the final member, he puts a little bit of damage to Falcons and eventually falls to the hands of Team Falcons.
Yeah, especially when all these top players are definitely good at headshots, so helmets are definitely a necessity in this sort of games. El Nobu spots the movement of a Team Secret. We have GK moving forward. GK, the moment he rushes in, he gets knocked back down. GK eliminated by Osal. Point given to D plus care, and they're still trying to block out Team Secret.
DK, they've been doing a decent job, at least holding out against all these teams out there, but they're finding it a little bit difficult to plow through 2 different deadly spots. There is DX on the far end, and now they're trying to zone away the rest of Team Secret, which we last saw Team Secret was trying to hold out against the rest of all these HORAA Esports members. So now HK Murderers, they lob nades after grenades up against DRX. DRX now being put towards this position where they really have to take this close proximity fight. HK Murderers, they already have secured a big round back in Erangel. They're hoping to reenact that same scenario this time, maybe with a little bit more open ground, which puts them a little bit more at risk.
For HK Murderers on the inner side of the circle. Speaking about the circle will shift. Let's see how far it will go. Not too far away from the center. THUNDERTALK Gaming in it. But still, HK Murderers and DRX do not have it. There's a fight that they cannot avoid.
You know what's so interesting is that the entire time, THUNDERTALK Gaming, they are playing in a very wide scattered approach, and they are holding Minas Gerais so well. Most teams, they usually clump up and, oh boy, what do we have here? Big nades sent right in. Team Secret out of the way. The big one coming in from Mafia Ninja. And it seems like the hunter has been hunted, and the rest of HK Murderers got a perfect spray coming from the side of Slayer. Slayer, the man to watch at this very moment, gets a glimpse out of all these DRX members, and Pika will seal their fate.
Whoa, HKM took out DRX. That is definitely a statement there by HKM. We have 3 teams here. HORAA Esports, D plus Kia. No Fear gets one out of Noble. And behind, say hello as well to D Xavier. Levi's from the high ground knocks down Mafia Ninja. No Fear is still active, but one nade sent on to No Fear, and that will be the nade to eliminate him out.
Despite playing with 3 members, HORAA Esports brought back 5 points. How crazy is that? They were just sandwiched in between, and right now they just have to settle scores. HK Murderers are not done yet. They have to deal with the rest of Team Falcons, trailing hot on their tails as they are leaving them with not much space to breathe out. There's going to be an Aussie over on the far flank as well. I would say Natsu, as I have mistakenly called out his name. But they will definitely lob one back. Whoa! Nazi with that double knock onto top as well as action. Now, the tides have definitely swung in the favor of HK Murderers right now.
And top now will pick up action together with him. Smoke is still active. Icy comes in from the other side, goes in onto east. But will he be clear enough? Okay, it's not clear. He has to win this fight. Okay, right in front of him, the position for HKM. Top is now currently down. And Icy as well. With a nice high ground advantage by Pika, rotated to the top of this hill to eliminate Falcons force.
Not the best spot to be in for Team Falcons overall. Top 8, respectable, but there's still so much more to be done here. Falcons, they walk away with only those 3 points. But HK Murderers, you know, I was right when I say it, like, you know, they were underrated when you have all these big names on that long list of teams. HK Murderers are impressing everyone round after round. Last round, it was 10 eliminations and above. Now, they're at 8. It's barely stage 5, and they're doing it.
Oh yeah, so teams are a bit more aggressive as compared to the previous Miramar this time. Maybe because of the absence of RT, or I don't know. But Boy Donkey is still in the game on the other side, just opposite of HK Murderers. But because of this terrain, I doubt they will even consider to rush in, since you might as well wait for the next stage, which is coming soon in 5 seconds.
And that will close in into a deeper territory. Probably around minutes will still be covered, as the rest of THUNDERTALK, they're happy with the situation. Teams will have to run towards the direction, but this split that I question, holding out 1 compound each, is it going to give them any favors at all? Because there's going to be plenty of attention to be drawn around that facility. We have plenty more teams to be moving that direction. Pika now being dropped out by that grenade. Good opening from the set of one Donkey as they look to storm through. T2K also emerging from the hillside, and Natsu has got nowhere to go.
From the high ground, they come, they conquer. It's going to be T2K, ladies and gentlemen. Looking for more eliminations on the other side. There's Boy Donkeys, though. They got a knockdown to Kanza. T2K playing with 3 active players. And looks like Sakdu, he needs to heal up. He needs that space. Okay, he's back up with 80% of health. But they're still on the lower ground. Boy Donkey on the high ground. They do have this elevation advantage. Kanza is still bleeding out. Kanza, they might not be able to save him in time because Boy Donkey is still there to put pressure on the T2K. Speaking about pressure, the zone is going to do the same.
That's right, and they really have to wrap this one up. They get the knock, double knock coming in. Vexy nails them both down. Or should I say a little bit of help came in the way from Huai. Huai, he's so good at all these long range shots, and Sing is also popping off at the same time. Huai has done 1,000 damage so far in this match. This guy from THUNDERTALK is absolutely creating havoc in the map.
Why is he able to do that? Well, that's because he's from THUNDERTALK Gaming, ladies and gentlemen. Boy Donkey now still trying to lock out T2K. D Xavier, on the other hand, coming in from the right side into the circle. So far, based on the minimap, they will be unchallenged. Until they get into the circle, there's going to be a different story. But it looks like they're still going to be okay, so they have space for themselves.
And what's also amazing is for the fact that Jie has also managed to go for an airdrop at the very same time. D plus Kia now holds the line through that shack, but more and more D-Saber members are coming in the way. PowerGen now with the DPS shells, also hitting the mark. Though it definitely took a while, but they get the job done. Lambo taken out, but speaking of hiding in shacks, that's going to be the last of T2K. Top 6, a much better run, but could have actually been a whole lot more if they were not being pressured by THUNDERTALK.
We're now in the top 4, ladies and gentlemen, with 4 medical fights eliminated. Number 5, 6 eliminations. Vaccine from the side, almost getting chips, but indirectly he kind of assisted D-Saber. Now D-Saber, they can rush in chips, is only about 10% of health chips. There you go, well surrounded by D-Saber. Straightforward elimination with the last of kill on Levi's.
Now it's 2 Southeast Asian teams up against one of PEL's finest, but the fights are all happening outskirts, so THUNDERTALK, they get all the space to themselves, all the time in the world to eventually chime into this fight. So what is going to be the sentiment that they will be offering it over onto the final battle here? The rest of the EX decides we're not in the zone, we gotta get deeper into the mix in between Minas Generalis. But Razak, they've gotten all that full intel back for Boy and Donkey to play this out.
Top 3 right now, Boy and Donkey, THUNDERTALK on D-Saber for the chicken dinner. Only 3 teams having 3 players. Stage 6 circle, so there's still decent amount of space. So since there are 3 teams, it will depend on who wants to make the first move. Razak tries to land the shot onto Levi's. He does get a few onto him, but the other members of D-Saber, they're even closer to Razak, so that's the attention that he has to shift to at some point.
He's been locking on to Levi for the entire time, and that allows that space from Chua as well as PowerGen to also push through. Vexy's going to provide a little bit more of that backup, but where exactly is THUNDERTALK currently doing? Well, they're just holding inside of the arrows of Minas Generalis. They decided, not to fall prey into getting into the equation just yet. They're looking for the right timings. Once there is a confirmed knock, perhaps that's where THUNDERTALK will be moving out of that region of the city to be into the mix of that battle. Levi now finds himself that vehicle with a desperate attempt to actually make their remark. PowerGen finds that opening as they trade right back. Void Donkey now in trouble.
Void Donkey down. Razak together with Zeta, the duo that has to deal with. Sends a nade towards D-Saber, but will not connect. Sends another one. Okay, this nade could connect. This nade's gonna be big. Oh, a bit of an overshot, but he still got Chua in the process.
It's still gonna be huge, especially now with Levi's going for the push up against Razak. They're trying to deny this rescue. Razak has the bomb up in hand and goes in for a little bit of that drop shot. He won't be able to hit the mark, and Zeta is also being knocked down at the very same time. So D-Saber, they're going all out. They're looking for a Razak, and they will be able to eventually eliminate them. Now there's only one member standing in the way. Is there going to be a revive? It seems like there would be a chance, but the rest of THUNDERTALK has got them all cornered up. The zone is also closing in. THUNDERTALK Gaming is sure to claim the chicken dinner for their own.
And definitely yes. They've cornered down Boy Donkey. Surely they will do it. Okay, back to down. One more to go. THUNDERTALK Gaming comes in. And THUNDERTALK Gaming from the start to the finish. What a dominant performance from THUNDERTALK Gaming to get this chicken dinner. The team from the PL that will be playing in PMGC coming soon comes up with the chicken dinner in game number 4.
One of PEL's finest, just showing what they're probably capable of, and the entire course you've seen Twai just absolutely showing his worth with all the damage being done. It's more than 1,000 damage. So now we'd like to find out how much is the total damage done by this individual, and we're not even adding up to all the other members that has also gotten involved, where everybody was on high alert on this situation. Sure, you can argue, oh, Circle was easy for them, but to hold Minas Generalis, if you played around that city, you know how difficult this could actually get.
Yeah, and it's not like they didn't face any challenge, right? They had a lot of action towards them from the start. So this is the confirmation. 13 eliminations for THUNDERTALK Gaming. 23 points collected in this round. And if we were to zoom in onto Kwai, 1,015 damage, the highest of them all.
Wow, astounding. And then you also have Jie to also match up to that tempo at the very same time. We last saw that Jie has also went in for a pickup of the airdrop to also supplement that. But THUNDERTALK, they look absolutely clean in this round, where it was tough for teams to actually go on a direct challenge because they were all scattered all around that region of Minas Generalis. Even when we saw the fate of Vampire Esports, who have been pretty much the champions coming from the PMSL region, they stood no chance in that early game. So it has been absolutely clean. Why he had that triple takedown, and I can only sing praises and praises for this team hailing from China.
I gotta sing praises for the other teams as well. Boy Donkeys, D Xavier and Formidable Vibes are putting on a great performance. And for Formidable Vibes, they had the least amount of full squad time, 12 minutes, 21 seconds, but they're still able to put up a good performance for them to be one of the teams to watch. As for THUNDERTALK, 19 minutes, 11 seconds, lower than Boy Donkey and D Xavier, but still able to get the chicken dinner. Like what you said, THUNDERTALK Gaming, this is probably the team to watch in the upcoming PMGC.
That's right, and we are definitely happy to eventually get to witness them on their full force when PMGC happens. But right now, here in the Clash of Giants, we got some of all these hard-hitting action, and Jie was being compared to also coming in from D plus Kia, where we saw D plus Kia, they're very, very eager to take on a lot of all these early battles, and you saw the damage that also does. Despite eventually being zoned off by other teams, they were never going down without a fight.
Oh yeah. So that's why as a team, they did well. But of course, as an individual, MVP is why? Tell me why he's the MVP. This is why. 5 eliminations, 1,015 damage just by him, bringing his MVP points to 4.89. Not the highest. We've seen higher from Rosemary. But of course, it's all about like the average as we hit onto the grand finals to kind of decide on who will be the MVP for this tournament. But nevertheless, we can't take it away from why he is our MVP of the match this round.
True enough, and of course, we want to see them live up to this tempo as well. So we have both Wyatt as well as Jie to be the top performers coming in from THUNDERTALK. Pekka has been incredible. Remember that round in Erangel where he was just holding it down up against HORAA Bros? He does it again here inside of Miramar. And of course, we saw a glimpse of Osel to be also one of the hard hitters in this round. Pekka has been a clean finisher from what I've been able to get a glimpse of from these past couple of rounds. And I'd love to see more coming from Pekka in these upcoming rounds.
Oh yeah. We don't always get to see HKM in our Ruthless Hype Esports tournament series, so it's nice to see like this team with Pekka coming in and showing a good performance. And speaking of showing, we're gonna see how the rotations happen here, especially for THUNDERTALK that's gotten the chicken dinner. Very early rotation out, it seems, to take the middle spot of the circle.
True enough, and overall, we saw how many teams were also flocking that territory. We have challenges coming from Formidable Vibes, DK, you name it, they've got it. THUNDERTALK, they weathered the storm. Like, there were also advancements coming from the back end of the hill, which could have proved to be quite devastating, but that was being sorted out by all the other teams, where Team Secret was having a very tough hurdle to actually escape out of the wrath of HORAA Esports, who eventually sealed them off. But D Xavier, they were also having a decent game over on the North Point, but you saw THUNDERTALK, they extended over onto the lower ground of the side of Minas Generalis to be able to hold out against names like T2K. FALCONS somehow got overwhelmed by HKM, and rightfully so, where we saw HKM, they were just so good in the CQC battles.
Yeah, at some point you did ask like, oh, is that big split going to be good for them? Well, they scored the chicken dinner, so I guess that's the answer there. So THUNDERTALK Gaming, they surely know what they're doing, even though it's like the later stages of the game, but they're still able to control the area with that kind of split. Now, when it comes to the match ranking points, THUNDERTALK Gaming, obviously 23 points collected by them, followed by Void Donkeys, 12 points. Only 2 teams with a double digit this time. And the team that's got a double chicken dinner actually came up with 0.
Yeah, that was actually pretty surprising to me. You know, not that I didn't want to vote for them or anything, but Alter Ego Aries, maybe that break has really lost a little bit of that momentum for them. But you know, that could actually go into question. But it's good to actually see equal distribution, that every team was actually involved in a battle or another. So I love what we were getting inside of all of our Miramar matches for this evening. So far, we've seen a lot of all these hit hunters out there. HORAA definitely has been showing up to be one of the solid competitors. Is this the first distance so far with 381? We'll figure it out later on, but I guess he's definitely somewhere up the list.
Yeah, it's definitely up there. Like, HORAA just can't get off our screen here. Even though it's one of the not as important stats, but he still has to come up there. Okay.
Hey, their prize is involved as well. Anyways, it's Alter Ego still at the #1 spot with 43 points, but because they didn't secure any points at all, for Envy is now closing in with 41 points, and THUNDERTALK with that chicken dinner are now at #3. 17 placement lead. That's crazy.
With only that one chicken dinner. Yeah. Only one chicken dinner. They scored it until they are now #3. But on the other page, let's see here. Who's here? FaZe Clan down there. They did rise a little bit. Maybe one of the more significant movements here is going to be D plus Kia. We did see them being a bit more active in this Miramar match.
Yeah, they definitely do a whole lot more hitting into this mix of a battle. And we take a look at Vampire Esports really getting a lot being done inside of Picado. It's a really good look. Or should I even say FaZe Clan has also done a magnificent duty to upkeep a certain slow tempo to climb up the charts as well. But heading down the list, it's starting to get a lot more dire coming from some of all these teams out there. Falcons finally found some points, but they're still at #25.
Alliance now is the only team without points. Okay. But to be fair, they didn't play match #4, so they'll be back in the following match, and they definitely don't want to be the only team with 0 points as of now. So they have to make a comeback here in the next match that will play inside Erangel. Definitely a cause to be concerned of if you are still at 0 points after the 2 matches being played. But hey, there's still games, there's still opportunity, and Alliance is a team that is known to be able to make comebacks.
That's right, and who knows, we might actually see, one chicken dinner to change it all. So we'll leave them down to do their own business, but we give them a little bit of a break time. So we'll come back after a very short moment to bring you to our final few matches. and welcome back once again to the Clash of Giants Season 5. And things are absolutely heating up as we are seeing more teams putting on the pressure to the teams who are currently at the top. Outer Eagle Areas, they got that double chicken dinner, but they didn't receive any points at all. So now it's a fair chance for everybody to get back on track. And there's only solo spots in the final, so we want to see the best matches possible. Sir Cloud, how are you liking it so far? You know, it's been more than about 4 or 5 matches that has gone through. So, you know, is this the full showing that we're getting, or certain teams have yet to really show the full potential yet so far?
Well, it could be a warm-up for some of these teams, right? So that's how we can see these teams, like some of them, we didn't get to see them much at the start of the day, but towards like the later stages, we get to see them a bit more. But we also get to see our partner for this season, which is Gamivo. And all of you out there who are looking to find UCs, you want to top up, why not just Gamivo? Because they come together with a discount, especially for first-time purchasers. As you can see here on screen, UC amount together with the price, it's a steal, ladies and gentlemen. And you did see like some of the amazing skins used by your favorite players inside the game earlier on that you might be inspired to want to have one of those. Well, start off with Gamivo as our UC partner this season.
That's right. And remember to also drop us some questions on the comment section where you could just hashtag COG5 as well as hashtag Gamivo. And we'll pick your comments to be featured on the stream. So if you have any questions to ask Contra as well as Sir Cloud, we'll be very, very happy to answer your questions on board. So right now, we're moving into match 5 out of 6 for this evening. Tomorrow there's going to be a whole lot more, so make sure you hit that sub button as we move right back into Erangel. Now, which groups are playing this time around? We'll definitely check it out in a short moment.
Yeah, we'll give you guys a refresher soon, of course. That will also help us to prepare our prediction next, because so far none of us has got our prediction right. Yep, Falcons Force, they did have an improvement, so who knows, this could be the round that they could do it, because we're going to put focus on the Group A and Group C.
Now, this is what's going to be pretty interesting, right? Like when we have the Savior on board, the area of Kochiki is always going to be a hell true. But what I really want to see is for names like DRS, BTR to pop up, and that I have yet to actually see. I wonder if today's going to be their day where they will be able to get those chicken dinners, because now it's time for us to go in for our prediction. No luck for me so far, but once again, I'll let you decide first before we get ourselves into the whole run of the ordeal.
Well, I'm going to go for an unorthodox prediction this time.
Okay.
Let's see if that goes. Yeah. So let's pay tribute to all the Bangladeshi fans out there, and let's lock it. A1 Esports. Let's go.
All right. I love that pick. You know, like, I've been looking at all these names out there, and I haven't seen much coming from BTR. I haven't seen much coming in from the Alliance. They're good teams. I want to go for IHC Esports this time. You know, they've done decently, although like they're not really at that crazy level of performance of which we have seen them perform internationally previously. So I'm still thinking that there's still some gas left in the tank for IHC Esports. So I'm going for that.
I would say safe pick. Okay, I mean, you did the unorthodox pick previously, so it's okay. It's okay to come back to a safer pick, since we're all desperately trying to find our first prediction right. Let's see if production is going to go for something unique. The rise of the PL team.
Yeah, and this is just right after THUNDERTALK's victory over there. Like, I did thought about it, like, would have been interesting if lightning strikes twice, but instead this is thunder striking twice. Some say, you know, it's no difference thunder as well as lightning in that sense. But hey, TIANBA that's definitely one team that really strikes super hard when they're in the right form. So, production might just best us again. Have we ever won up against production through all the tournaments that we've casted here in Ruthless? Have you?
Well, back in the day, But production have been learning. Somehow they they have found this formula that is able to, come up with more corrects than all of us at some point. So, production, there was something I wonder, like, does production know something that we don't, like behind the scenes? Like, did they get to see the footages first? But they're like, okay, we deliberately predict wrongly, and when the time comes, we get it right. I don't know.
Well, I probably will say that they're very data driven because they give us all these crazy stats, and then they were like thinking, this team is coming up, so why not we pick that team that is currently thriving? So that's only my explanation. Or, I mean, if they were to tell us otherwise, it's like, oh, just a gut feeling. Yeah, but that's how they just get things done. I've probably only tied in terms of, certain tournaments where I am matched up the same amount of predictions. That's pretty much about it. I've never won against them, so they definitely do know a whole lot. But you guys, as audience, I'm pretty sure you guys probably know a thing or two that we don't as well. Or if you actually have questions, you could just ask away inside of the live chat where you just write your question, hashtag COG5, hashtag Gamivo, that's our dear partner's name, and we'll be very happy to answer once we get into the game.
So far we have gotten a good bunch of questions, so we're happy to get to see more of them. I mean, it makes good talking points, especially during the start of the game, right? So put it in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen, and you could be featured here on the live stream itself. And yeah, that's where you can screenshot, flex it with your friends, and say that, hey, you know what, out of all the thousands of viewers out there, they are just flooding the comments. Shout out to all of you, by the way, for making the comments happening. You managed to swim through like the whole crowd of people just to be featured here on the live stream. So it's a good flex. So put it in the comment section. You still have time while we prepare for our second last game for today, and we'll probably get to read it later when we're in.
I want to start with a question of my own. I hate to put you on the spot, but it has to be done at some point in time, right? Out of all these amazing names, which one team do you really, really want to see in the finals?
Really, really want to see in the finals? We'll answer that in a little bit. Let's head on to the match. Well, to answer your question, oh my god, it's so hard. Really, really want to see in the finals? Oh man, all these teams are amazing. But okay, I want to see like teams that we don't get to see much on the Ruthless Esports tournament series. Right? Maybe teams like Claw or Claw perhaps. Yeah, let's bring out Claw. If you ask me that one team, let's bring out Claw in the final.
Oh, you want to see some claws in action? I see. And I somehow chime in with this same sort of idea as well, where, I've been super impressed by HK Murderers, as they have really shown to be a very strong team from Nepal. Like, I'm not here just to please all the fans coming from Nepal. I know there's a bunch of you in the audience out there, but they are shining stars throughout this course of COG5, and I believe that they could even one day make it into PMGC, so long as they keep up with this tempo of play and look at all the wonders that they've been doing so far. Now we're back here inside Erangel. This fight path does take teams all the way into the island. We're already getting into action. BTR so far starts off every single game in a team fight as they choose to drop inside of Rozok, and they do secure first blood. I believe that to be in the hands of either Satar or Zuxi. I gotta get closer to the screen to have a look, and I was wrong. It was Lapar to secure first blood.
And circle-wise, it's going to be on the left side this time, so we're going to get to see a different-ish sort of circle. Fight's not over yet. We have Alter Ego Octa just took down a member of Claw Falcons forced in action against Why, our MVP for the previous round, out early this time.
But King's gonna be able to fight back though. Top, he's not getting out of that one alive. Meanwhile, Octa, I'm surprised he survived that shot, and he trades it right back. Alter Ego, how are they doing this?
Man, it's Alter Ego here, ladies and gentlemen. They are showing their mechanical skills. Not out of it just yet. Okay, we do have another player from Claw on the outside of the door. Nate set across, and he's still all right. Might as well go revive his teammate.
Yeah, there's plenty of time for them to do so. This time, Falcons Force, or some say Team Falcons, they are definitely going to be able to show themselves a little bit more. Keybind has been the key player for the side of Claw and Esports, and they will now show up, take down one more member from the side of Alter Ego. I'm pretty sure that at a certain point of time, Claw and Esports might have actually gone up against their fellow Indonesian brethren here coming from Alter Ego Aries. Of course, Alter Ego, the most popular, one of the strongest teams out there coming from Indonesia, have always seen plenty of tournament successes. So this is definitely no easy feat. They managed to take down Octa, but there's all to it. So playing within this big warehouse, I almost cussed right there. Thankfully, I did not. Well, this big warehouse, anyways, it is very technical on how you approach it, especially in the early game where you don't have the most of resources. You can see that Milia is holding a down on pistol as well as a micro Uzi. So you got to get a little closer to get the better end of the trade.
King, close enough for him. And he got that knock onto action. And he got a double. Wow, King! Patience is virtue, King. Patience is virtue.
And he will continue on to be sitting on his own throne. Despite THUNDERTALK Gaming losing out so many members early on, to win out that trade like that. And you saw how precise every bullet that he shot connected throughout that spray. That was something else coming from King.
Oh yeah, that's definitely something from a team from PEL. Looking forward to see more of this kind of action in the upcoming matches. So THUNDERTALK Gaming, although they're playing as a duo, but still they're able to come up with a sort of performance. But too bad for Falcons Sports, because of another early elimination, they are only still at 5 points.
True enough, and still a lot to be done right there. FALCONS and Esports, they lock onto the target for quite some time. Two of these members of Alter Ego now tries to swing back around. Alva also from the warehouse tries to trade back. So he tried to take Keymind off. They successfully do so. Great pickoff coming from Alva using that DP. And now it's going to be a tough fight for the rest of Claw and to get out of. Milia now spotted out. The last we checked, he only got that micro Uzi, and the rest of Alter Ego now swinging by. They look as simple as they could. So it's only down to one member remaining, or should I say the entire squad of Claw and Esports has already been withered down. So successful strikes coming from the side of Alter Ego. We've now moved to TIANBA versus DRS.
Whoa, my whole screen went white there. Okay, so it looks like they are locked in with each other. TIANBA with a nade into the building. The nade will not connect to anyone, but still, they managed to lock in DRS, not able to come out. And they're still fighting here. Okay, who will get the first knock? Molly on the second floor, nobody's home. TIANBA really not want to let this one go, although they are in milled up, but the circle is all the way onto the left. Instead of focusing onto the rotation, they want to focus on getting these eliminations.
Yeah, it really looked like TIANBA today has been very eager to take all these early fights. I believe they're definitely practicing on their strength in either close quarter combat as well. But you can see how technically played out that was from the side of the RS. To be able to hold out in that compound is no easy feat. Meanwhile, Levi's drops a big nade towards D plus Kia. They are fighting by the corner of Ruins, which is around the vicinity of the first phase. And now Somebody also coming in close. Levi's now dropped that grenade. Does not actually take him out just yet. But stuck by the corner. He will be eventually taken down. While Flavian is going to be one of the final members remaining for the side of D plus Kia. Levi's now going for that quick revive, whereas there's still the rest of DK.
He goes.
Still trying to swing in. Levi's. He will not be able to go in for the save, but he will be able to shut them out completely. No points gained by the Korean side.
Oh, man. Decent rush, but then again, Xavier, they had the numbers. We are back onto Milta, people, but this time with the blue to come on to these two teams. We still have TIANBA here together with DRS. Blue arrives. And this is where we start to look at their healing utilities. NSL only one first aid. Circle all the way to the left. And majority of the teams already inside. But we not only have teams in Milta in the blue, we also have teams in Novo, A1 and THUNDERTALK. They're there.
What's taking them so long to actually leave that area of play? It seems like one of the teams have been locked into that position. So A1, either if they really want to finish off that fight or not, they don't really have much of a choice, do they? So they will take their sweet time. At the very least, it's still stage 1 is absolutely tankable. Stalwart Esports now finds the better off of the trade, taking down Rosemary, and now DRS gets the perfect line of sight up against TIANBA members, running towards that direction, breaking down the legs of Aching. And now I believe there's only one member remaining, and that is going to be Mighty all the way back. Great points to be secured here by Killer YT, getting one after another. So this fight in Milta will be concluded with that TIANBA member probably turning tails to run, but it seems like they want to commit to this bit.
Oh, he is very, very low, if not out of first aid. X only has one first aid. I don't know how long more can they withstand this blue. But circle-wise, at least it pulls towards the main peninsula. Nade onto the second floor. Finishes off Mighty. And the Mighty will fall.
Wow. And, you know, like, it's heartbreak for production either way it goes, whether it's a DRS win or a TIANBA win, because DRS is his favorite team. So he's happy that DRS wins, for sure. But his prediction is off this time around. I mean, just aside, I mean, that was a very good fight won by the side of DRS. Now we have another one from Bigatron Knights looking to reclaim their glory up against Roy Esports. It's been a long battle between the two inside of Rozak. Now it's going to be Gen Foss pushing upwards. He might be able to get those angles. Yes, he does. He gets that double pickoff. Perfect timing from Gen Foss to nail that double. Now they just have to focus on Sunoaz all the way from the back. Like, taken down. And it's all between the spray and BTR. They've also been weakened up. So Lapar, he will get a little bit more of that info back towards the team.
Whoa!
Oh my goodness! He looks like an absolute hero, like he is.
Wow, what a shot by Gen Boss, people. And he'll be able to save his other teammates. BTR back as a duo, but what a shot, like what you say, from the lower ground. But oh, Nachi eliminated Godless with a nade. And IHC, how are they doing so far? Are they still in the game? IHC? Wait. Oh yeah, they still have two players. They managed to get away. But some of the players did not manage to get away. And that's going to be Vampire Esports. Whoops, fell to the hands of Lamborghini.
Yeah, it's just a tough lobby after all, because this flight path was a little further off from where certain teams are dropping. THUNDERTALK still taking their time inside of the Southern Islands. A1 Esports will walk away scot-free, but no points to be gained so far up against the rest of these THUNDERTALK members. Interesting situation that they gotten themselves in. THUNDERTALK has gotten those 5 corners as they were initially getting shot. What we last saw was like Team Falcons were going up against them. Falcons were the ones that were eliminated.
Oh, nice long range now by Levi's onto Ting. And so the teammates nowhere to be found so far. Levi's not able to finish up the job yet. But we're going to see the circle. What? It looks familiar. It's almost like the previous Erangel circle.
Okay, so is this actually going into the city of Pochinki, or is it going outskirts once again? Very likely, it looks like it covers a little bit more of that Gakko region as well. So that could very well be the case. While Alter Ego is striking once again, though they only have one member remaining, they've already gotten the 5 points. So even if they bow out, they have a little bit of something. But THUNDERTALK is in a similar scenario. They only have 2 members. They also do have 5 points. The Savior, however, full squad 6 point. This has been a tremendous run so far for the Vietnamese team.
Well, Lions needs a tremendous run. I mean, they're still at 0 points. So have not scored their first elimination point yet. Still 4 more teams at least for them to start gaining placement points. But at least they have a good spot here on the Pachinki Hill. So this is a spot that not only they can gather information, but somewhere in the middle circle. And also they can hold on for more placements and maybe start to collect them. Their first few points. Much needed.
True enough. Zeal initially found a very clean target for him to take some good hot shots over onto TJB members. That's 44 that he's marking onto. But he was prior checking onto other compounds as well, which is why he missed out on that clean headshot opportunity. But of course, it is better to be safe than to be sorry in certain situations like that. A right thing to do, but it just slips away. And sometimes, even when you do get these kind of knocks, you will have revivals going through. TJB also has Falak looking around this corner, so he could very well do even more damage up upon these members of TJB. So they're held right in. Meanwhile, we have a live comment coming from Pujan Tapa. Besides A7 or DRS, which is another team who played all PMGC. Now, wow. This is a very, very tough history lesson. So all PMGCs.
Okay.
Could it be BTR?
I can try this one.
Is it BTR? Did BTR miss any of these PMGCs?
Okay. I can try this one. But before that, let's look at the action. Falak gets a knock, but the trade back happened. So it actually was a 1-on-1. You don't get to see that all the time.
Wow.
Okay. Alter Ego, Alliance, Vampire, D-Xavier, Face Clan.
Vampire Esports?
Yeah, I had Vampire there. BTR. Oh man, so many names. Let's see. Well, I don't know if you can call Formidable Vibes all because they came out in like recent years.
Yeah.
Technically Falcons Force, I guess, because they kind of shift teams around. Well, it's a complicated story, but we won't get there. We won't get there. D plus maybe, but again, it's line of ships, right? So it's kind of hard to tell.
If you were to say individually, Fabian has been there for a lot of PMGCs. So you're not wrong when you say D plus Kia.
Correct. So it's kind of complicated, right? If you want to like team, but totally different players, like which one? But okay, I guess you can kind of put D plus Kia there. So yeah, I guess that's all. Yeah.
Yeah, I think like you're spot on. I do believe that BTR has always been up there, whether they win it or not. Like BTR has been that staple name in many of these PCG. I didn't mean to jinx them. They're out at 12. I was just talking about them.
Hashtag Caster's curse, ladies and gentlemen. It's real. But let's see if the curse will be on to ASI8 Esports because they're still on the outside circle, but they only have one player for TJB to deal with, so shouldn't be a problem for them. And it's 4-4-4, yeah, alone here.
Wow.
Wow.
What?
Okay.
Yo,
just like that.
That's some insane lineups. A Nate and the Molotov to clip the final bit. That's crazy. That's what we expect coming in from ASI8, one of the sharpest ones coming in from the South Asia region. And they're looking hot. Same goes to DRS right now, really adding those numbers. Killer YT today has had a good field day out. So I'm looking for Sleepy. Is he going to also rise to the occasion? Now they're having a fight up against Tony K, a very familiar opponent that they've gone up against in many of all these Clash of Giants, as well as all these scrims that we host from time to time here in the Ruthless Hype Esports. So make sure you drop that sub. Well, of course, we continue on with that battle. YT really holding down the line. This is not going to be an easy task to flush Tony K out of that position, but Tony K, he is slowly getting pinched by the blue zone, so he has to settle his scores with the rest of DRS. There's still one more member from the side of Vampire Esports on the upper side of the kill, so they can go in for that wraparound, but Newsy is also getting shot by Olio, who's deeper inside the blue. So Olio's got no space. He's hugged by the corner of the tree, and it hasn't been a good day towards Alliance, hasn't it been?
Not at all. I mean, if he goes out now, no placement points. I wanna... Yeah, I don't think he'll be able to survive. There you go. Tony K got him. So that's going to be Alliance out. Vampire Esports dominating with 5 eliminations. And Alliance 1 elimination. So at least they scored 1. They're no longer a 0-point team.
A tough day still. I mean, 1 point is just 1 point versus right now, Alter Ego has 43. It's like you're missing a whole day's worth of action, essentially. But of course, each team only gets to play 4 rounds per day, so I won't fault none of these guys out there. IHC still holding out. Robot tries to line it all up, but that grenade just cooked to perfection. Coming from ASIA, though it took a while to clear out IHC. ASIA has got the job done. Now they're also having DRS to be marking onto some of these players up over onto the church territories. DRS, they're having a little bit of scatter, and to push up against the hill is gonna require a tremendous feat. They don't really have those vehicles. Now KillaYT spots another THUNDERTALK member running towards the airdrop. Yeah, I wonder what he claims. Oh, it's gonna be a P90 in his hands. He's gonna be able to offer a whole lot of damage, but from that position, he gotta ensure his own safety first and foremost.
Yeah, safe in the circle for now, that is. King on the other side spots Newsy. Newsy takes a lot of damage. Immediately has to back off, but lucky enough he has his teammate to support it, but still knocked down by King from afar, and he's almost eliminated. Now Tony K, will he go in for the save?
Probably a little bit of a difficulty doing so. THUNDERTALK will just hold that angle, not allowing Tony K to even think about it, but he just swings in with a vehicle, but Uzi still has to move away from it, Bucky, for that rescue to actually happen. So unless if there's a couple of smokes, there is a slight chance that that pickup is still gonna come true. Speaking of which, already at it. So Tony K, he's not gonna do this all by himself, but this allows THUNDERTALK Gaming to also send one of their members deeper in to just take that fight up close and personal up against Tony K. But they're giving a lot of room of respect, and judging for the fact that none of them are inside of the play zone, I don't think they really want to risk it.
And Tony K is definitely not going to risk being in the blue, so he will move forward. But what sort of space does he have? Okay, he's zooming by. Oh, DRS happened to be behind him.
Wow.
Oh, so he kind of avoided DRS. They could potentially put him in a sandwich situation.
Smart timings as well. I'm not sure if it's intentional or he's just really trying to play for survival as well, which, you know, is a fair adjustment to make. Though, despite him getting really close to saving that member, I guess it won't be for far too long at the very least. Vampire Esports, they got those 5 points. They end up at 7th. So, still very good maintenance. We would expect them to be making it out of playoffs so long as they consistently put like 5-6 elimination points per game or even higher. So, I'm not too worried for the rest of Vampire Esports, but DRS, a little wishy-washy. Some games really well done by DRS so far. This game looking to be another great game, but as I say that, X has been kicked out, and it's going to kill YT. Going in with the exchange with Jay. He's got a P90. Remember that, as he's definitely offering that damage. They take down DRS.
Yeah, I mean, the terrain didn't favor them. THUNDERTALK Gaming, they had the high ground. So that's how they kind of won that fight. And now Circle moves towards the north, and it's almost similar to like how the Harame Bro Chicken Dinner Circle was. They still have that warehouse where STE and A1 is at, so they're probably going to repeat the same formula. Just stay there for now.
Deja vu. And the last we saw, that chicken dinner was won by Alter Ego. This time, they're not going to be involved. So, top 5. We roll in the music, make it a little bit more suspenseful. It could be still an even game with most of the majority having at least 3 members. THUNDERTALK as well as A1, they have to play it a little bit more cautiously. But THUNDERTALK, you know, it's been a tough rotation. They came in from Sanaska Island, and now Fallout lurking up upon him. King, I don't think he is ready to react and respond. He will be taken out cold. So, great timing on from the side of Fallout. He's already secured 3 elimination on that dominating spree at the moment. Now it's all down to Jay. How much can that P90 do up against the entirety of ASI8? I guess some damage could be done right here, but he's trying to dance off all these grenades being dropped in by Fallout. He's in there, also trying to run him over. Victor being very, very timely on this attack. So he's going to be able to secure it. Another 3 elimination points also for Victor.
And we're down to the top 4 teams, ladies and gentlemen, in stage number 6. Who will score this next chicken dinner? We're surely going to see another new team scoring it. Okay, here we go. Start with Esports. 3 players in the warehouse. Pretty nice. A1, 2 players in the warehouse. Could be better, but it's alright. These are the only team with a full squad. Now they're the biggest threat to them all.
They definitely are. V-Savior, it's only about a matter of time. They were also one of the teams that started off from Pachinki, so it has been a little bit more straightforward on how they actually make their decisions. But achieving those 9 elimination points, Levi's today has been on fire. As a matter of fact, a lot of the times when we see it, it's always about Lamborghini as well as Paragon. Paragon this time on a little bit more of a reserve approach, while Sour Esports, they're holding on to the warehouse territory, spot out Levi's, not really having the cleanest angles to work with, so those misalignment of the M4 shot might actually pay the price with the reveal of this location. IQ also going for a trade. Everybody wants to go on DX right now.
Yeah, DX. If anyone could clear out DX, and everyone else will be happy. But we're talking about these Xavier here. Okay, anyway, they have to cross the road. That's going to be the first challenge. Stage 7 is upon us in about 10 more seconds. These Xavier, so far, they got 9 eliminations. So whatever it is, even though they get eliminated at this stage, it's still a good number.
Definitely is. Well, we see a little bit of that update to the minimap, and it now favors the rest of ASI8. This is a great chance, great opportunity for them to secure a chicken dinner. As a matter of fact, this is a much better round for a lot of all these South Asian teams. Big Nate now drops in, catches onto Rowdy. Sour Esports, this has been their best run so far, moving into the top 4. They do have a glimmer of hope, especially with these 3 members alive. And this could actually open up that space for DX to also swarm right into the warehouse, but the rest of Sour Esports, they want to quickly rally onto this engagement to seal the fate of A1 Esports. It's going to take a while, though. As they choose to pull back, they want to ensure that they still have the circle to play for.
And these Xavier slowly march into the circle. Still a complete squad. So for Star Wars Esports, they're trying to manage A1. They are really trying to block off A1 from coming. All they need to do is just hold. Let the blue do its work. A1 will feel the pressure. At the same time, Gui tries to fire onto the Xavier, but because of how this terrain is, it's not easy for him to land those shots.
A1, they're just buying as much time as possible. They need to cut across that road. I say road, but they're just going to be dealt with the blue zone. If they did not even make the cut, Rowdy has been revived, but this time now it goes down. Relying on that one-man army. Still trying to go in for that revive, but the more time that they buy with that revive, these smokes are going to subside. And the Saber, they finally make the cut over onto the edge of the zone, now taking on the fight up against the rest of the members of ASI8.
So we go to Xavier, ASI8 by the hill. And the circle will shift again in about 20-ish more seconds. IQ is still circling around, trying to bait out the members of the Xavier. And the Xavier, they have vehicles of their own too. Nobody's making those big moves yet. Probably waiting for the next circle. Might as well. Unless if they could land, if they could get a knock, then maybe they might go in for it. But speaking about knocks, looks like 2 players of A1, or at least 1 player of A1 eliminated. And that is it for A1. They did have the circle. They found the blue. They denied themselves.
Oh boy, hail of nades topped by the rest of the Saber finds a couple. Levi's again hitting the mark, and we'll go in for the cleanup. He's going for the full push. Falak is still holding over on the corner of the hills. Falak, he needs to do as much as he could, and the rest of the Saber are running out of the open, making it an easy catch, but there's just too much pressure, and it is going to be Sancher that steals the point away from the Saber. The Saber, they now have to go in for that double reset. It allows that opportunity for Stalwart Esports to now strike them while they're weakened. But they're barely getting any form of vision, though. This isn't going to be easy. Lambo will definitely give him a little bit of intel, but Levi's, he has to do this with power gen. So it's going to be a deficit, but now Sancher arrives, and they will now claim their ticket there for Stalwart Esports.
Stalwart Esports, and that's the approach from the warehouse coming out. The moment they saw that fight, they got the first elimination. They move on to the rest of these areas to finish them all off, and that is how they claim the chicken dinner, Stalwart Esports. Another team to get this chicken dinner in this season's Clash of Giants Season 5. Nice work there by Stalwart Esports, playing this real active. And the amount of elimination points that they got is 11.
Yeah, you saw how much damage that Sanchez has been putting on the blockers, at least making his name known on the screen for the entire time, alongside with Orgui that has been able to also keep up to the tempo of play. You know, this is really much like a deja vu moment where, you know, that round that was won by HORAA Bros was done in a very similar fashion, holding onto the warehouse compounds, and then later swing out on the right timing. D-Saber did a lot this game, but apparently it wasn't enough because ASI had definitely shut a few members down and left them without much of a chance to go up against Stalwart Esports. But I would say Stalwart Esports, they were just looking super clinical on their finishes.
And speaking about finishes, this kind of finish is almost similar to like how HORAA Bros actually scored their chicken dinner. I mean, the circle is almost the same anyway. But other than Stalwart Esports, we gotta give attention to the Xavier, ASI8, and also THUNDERTALK Gaming. But I want to come back to Stalwart Esports though. They have the highest travel distance of them all, but still able to get into the circle and score the chicken dinner. And another big up for THUNDERTALK Gaming. I mean, 10 minutes, 24 seconds full squad time, but still able to make it towards the end. That is commendable.
Yeah, it's quite crazy on how they do it because they lost those members very early on to Team Falcons, and then after that moved into the final zone with only 2 members, eventually getting taken out by ASI8. So this has been a big round for all these squads coming from Nepal as well as Mongolia, where we have the hit-to-hit record. You saw Killer YT, he does so much damage. 911, somebody call the police on this guy because somebody's got to stop him, but the guy has to be Sancher. So that being sorted out, DRS actually hold well enough throughout the course of the phase, but overall, the rest of Stalwart Esports, they played their position very, very well. I want to take a look at that screen where how they rotated because they came from a very far corner of the map.
Yeah, we get to see that later. But before we head on to that, we have to grant the MVP to Levi's from D-Xavier with 7 eliminations and a whooping 1,131 damage. That is the record damage so far.
Wow. He's just phenomenal. Like we saw, he had that angle to really take down 2 to 3 members out there, and then you saw that big nade that eventually ruptured the side of ASI. I honestly think that there was a good chance that ASI could have actually secured the round if they actually overwhelmed some of the members of the Savior. The Savior played it really smart. You saw they were also pincered out of the zone. They had to force an entry in and somehow coming up on top. So astounding feat, but we have names from different squads. We have BX, STE, TT, as well as Alter Ego's Hans for You to be on our screen. And what I really got to say is that they really rack up some big points out there for this one.
Yeah, and here is the the visual that you wanted to see how they started. Okay, for Starwood Esports, let's see here. They start in Lipovka on the right side of the map. So the circle happened to be on the left, so that's why they have to travel that far.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense. Now, they took a pit stop by the potato hills and they had to make certain firm decisions, but it wasn't exactly the easiest of tasks. You saw they were trailing into the hillside, going up against lines, and then reposition deeper into the city where they hold out for majority of the case. As a matter of fact, that position up the church was that power play that they were looking for, having Sunchurch to also look over the hillside to eventually get a couple of catches before they move into the final compound to hold out and then eventually swing when the X has been weakened up.
Yeah, they probably learned something from Harame Bros as well. It's like, oh, go to that building. In this circle, okay, looks kind of nice. Okay, it worked for them. Let's try it out. Oh, it works for us as well. So if we get a similar circle again, maybe that compound or that warehouse will be the most contested area. But let's speak about contest. The points. 4 teams with a double digit. Besides Starwood Esports, we got Xavier, ASI Esports, and THUNDERTALK Gaming.
Yeah, big points out there. THUNDERTALK with 11 points out there is quite crazy with just 2 members left alive to the late game of phase. But there's been decent effort coming from DRS, Vampire Esports, Alter Ego. They got 7 as well as 6 respectively. 4 points each for both A1 as well as Victron Knights. Roy Esports, Team Falcons is 2. The rest has 1 point other than TJB as well as B plus Kia. So fairly balanced, I would say. Still very top heavy. The form of exchanges that I've been getting so far into these equations is that when you go in for a trade, sometimes you just don't get any form of openings, which is why certain teams just drop out with minimum points. So that's the only thing I could basically say about that. In terms of stats, I think that it's been pretty standard, but this time, lesser numbers in the longest elimination charts, with Adik Luke to be scoring 314, but there's definitely plenty of airdrops to be looted out there. It seems like THUNDERTALK Gaming has been a big fan of those airdrops.
Yeah, like 4 of them looted in this round. But let's see, this is where it all matters, these numbers. Alter Ego, okay, they are only 7 points ahead of the Xavier now. So Alter Ego, definitely not comfortable. They will be taking a break in the next round. So very likely that another team could overtake them. And for Predicovans, they're actually playing in match number 6.
Oh, that could be a really good chance for MB to really climb the charts to overtake some of the members of Alter Ego Ares. But over onto the middle pack, look at how close things are between 12 all the way into 18. And anybody could still climb over the first page given a very decent round. But overall, we have not really seen any form of consistency coming from names right on our screen. Like, we see a lot of brilliances coming from DRS as well as Roy, don't get me wrong, but I still want more out of these teams, and especially from Alliance, who's only got that 1 point throughout all these runs. I don't know if their run is over for tonight, but they definitely have to do better tomorrow.
Man, so demanding Contra tonight, asking for more and more. Okay, well, you ask for more, we'll have 1 more round to go. But of course, Alliance, they'll be actually playing the next round, so they can still gain more than just their 1 point. Yeah, a lot of these teams, okay, Alliance next round, TJB next round as well, so they got the chance of at least scoring a double-digit points collected before the end of the day.
That's right. And that being said, we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll deliver you the final game of the evening, and there's definitely a whole lot more tomorrow, so stay tuned in the film.
We're in our final match for day number 1 in the Clash of Giants Season 5, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Contra. We're still here with you. And this final match, some teams will need to boost their points.
That's right, and there are still many more days to go. This is still the very first day where the playoffs actually last for a span of 6 days. So it's going to be grueling rounds where we see teams are just going to be clawing up at each other's throats by the end of the run. But at least we're getting a little bit of a glimpse of how certain teams are currently playing out for the pack. But right now, for MV, like you said, they are definitely looking to take down the current King's Alter Ego, who has gotten those 2 chicken dinners for this evening.
Yeah, so we might see, let's see if we can get another team getting a chicken dinner later on. But before we head on to that, of course, we have to say thank you so much to our partner for this season, that is Gamivo, that is putting out special promotions for all of you who are looking to top up your UC inside the game. And if you are first-time purchasers, there's a special discount. Just look at this on screen here. The more you top up, the more you actually save. So again, thank you so much to Gamivo for being our UC partner for the Clash of Giants Season 5.
That's right. Without you guys, I don't know, we're just going to be pretty much skinless, I guess. But you know what? You guys could still ask a lot more of all these great questions out there. All the questions has been great so far. Thank you very much for, entertaining us and every single time. Out of your curiosity, we'll do our best to answer anything that you guys have on your mind. All you have to do is put that hashtag COG5 as well as hashtag Gamivo, as we could feature your comments on the screen.
Yes, we thank you so much for your participation. Without you guys as the community, we wouldn't be here as well. And just a bit of a recap. So here are the Chicken Dinner winners: Alter Ego with a double, and then we have Harami Bros, THUNDERTALK, and then we have Starwood Esports. And for the final match, Group A is done for the day, and we're going to put focus on the Group B versus Group C.
Yep, and this is where I'm looking at four Miracle Vibes yet again to also look to really secure their mark to be able to hold on to a very safe region and also to knock down Alter Ego into a second position as well. So perhaps it might just be a decent run for the side of BTR. We keep seeing them taking a lot of all these early fights. The last we saw, they were going up against some of all the members of FALCONS when they were in Miramar. So could this be a decent run for them? We shall soon find out in a moment. But, it's time for us to go for predictions. So what's it going to be, Sir Cloud? So we'll start with you again. So I always let you have your say. Till tomorrow, maybe I'll take over the first pick.
Okay. I like that you allow me to have the whole bundle to choose from. I want to go for a team that we talked about, like we want to see them in the grand finals, or like this so-called underrated team, so to speak. Right? Let's bring on HK Murderers as my pick. Let's go.
HKM. Oh, I actually love that pick, to be honest. Now, I'm talking about all these teams out there. I haven't seen much coming from RQ Ryu. And guess what? Stats-wise, from that previous couple of tournaments that they played out, RQ Ryu, this is their best map. So I'm taking an unconventional route. They are still a popular team, but not as popular as some of the choices that we do have here. Giving them a little bit of love, and I hope that they will do wonders in this match.
All right, RQ. Interesting pick. We're going for. We're trying to hit the teams that have not come close before. Okay, or did not really get the spotlight before. But DRS, production coming to DRS. I believe there's a second time production took DRS for today. So great. Okay, still putting faith into your favorite team. That's fine. That is how fans should support. Whatever happens after a match, before a match, or whatever, you still put in your support for your favorite team. And that's what exactly production is doing.
That's right. You guys could also show a whole lot of love. Make sure you put in your favorite names on the comment box right there. If there's going to be banter, let it be friendly. So that being said, let the players do all the talking in game in the moments time, as well as we are down to our very final game. You don't want to miss any of this action, as tomorrow all these amazing games will happen yet again. So make sure you hit that sub button, follow whichever platform you guys are currently watching from, and we assure you it's going to be an awesome time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You don't want to miss out on this season's action. I mean, so far we have seen like amazing plays, solo plays, team plays, interesting rotations in and out, left and right, and all that. So and it's only in day one. Can you imagine what can happen in like the days to come? There's still so many days more to go, and of course, that one map that you don't want to miss out on is definitely going to be Vikendi. It's a big throwback map for all of us.
Oh yeah, I am just stoked for it. I am still waiting till we get to that form of the stage. So that will be maybe later towards the weekend, where we'll get to see a little bit more of the Vikendi action. But for now, it was hit right into our final map of the evening.
And it is the final game for day number 1. Here we go. Back onto the dusty map of Miramar. We will fly between Group B and Group C for the chicken dinner. And this is without alter ego. So likely we might see a new team, or maybe a repeat. But we'll check out what's going to happen inside this game. We're starting off with the fly path here from Puerto Paraiso, slightly on the southern side, just on the left of Puerto Nuevo.
Wow, this is going to be a little bit of a trouble for teams that love to move into those northern regions. But does that mean that we get more battles inside Los Leones? Does that also mean that more teams will visit Chumacera, Mercado, as well as El Pozo? So these are definitely some of the prime spots that we'll probably see some of the battles taking place. And maybe, just maybe, Impala. I'm looking at RRQ floating next to Anqua. So that could be another potential, but potential is what potential is. It may not happen, it may happen, but we assure you we're still going to get a banger of a matchup. Now, direct drop for Alliance, Team Secret. I believe ASI8 is also within this matchup as well. Is it going to be it? Yes, I see Full Lock dropping into the area, and that could be a really good spot. Whoever wins that battle, they get to go into similar regions as we see prior, somewhere around the central, a little bit of wrap towards Impala. So it's going to be a lot of extended exchanges. And speaking of exchanges, we go to TJB versus IC.
We're starting with the elimination feed already rolling. And Rogue gets knocked. TJB 444 eliminated. Zero knock. Oh, it's a mess now. Rogue eliminated. Rick knocked. Zero eliminated. Oh man, it's all across the map right now. It's a big mess.
I'm not going to keep count right now. I'm just looking. These numbers slowly withering down. TJB, they get the upper hand in this battle against IHC. And that kind of explains to you why IHC has been showing some signs of struggle in the early games. Not really making too deep of a run as compared to what they usually would have. But I see they're not going down without a fight. The nade does actually connect towards Tingsker as HORAA Bros. This is an interesting exchange. I mean, they're barely looted up. They've got those shotgun shells. And going up against Roy, it's kind of like a 50-50 from what I'm looking at. Doors open wide. 2-2-2.
Whoa.
Goes down, but CC's got him covered.
Okay, we're back onto HORAA Bros now. Range gets a knock on the Tusk, and he'll finish up the job. And they won against Roy. Okay. So we've already concluded 2 fights back to back. Just like that, 2 teams out, and they can enjoy the rest of their night.
Yeah, an early rest, well deserved. But of course, I'm pretty sure certain teams, once they're done with this matchup, they are already looking back at the VODs like, what really happened?
What could we have actually done better in some of all these situations? IHC, especially, I mean, they definitely hold themselves in a very high regard, and they want to ensure that this does not happen when it comes down to PMGC.
Yeah, so I guess it's also about practice, like in case they get challenged in their drop spot. So at least they're prepared for it. But we also prepare for our next live comment. Shout out to Rhythm Bujal. Which region team has surprised you guys, and which region have what kind of different traits? Ah, okay. It's always me, the first one to answer. Why don't you take this one on?
Well, which region team has surprised you guys, and which region has what kind of different traits? So, another great question coming from Real Mujal. So far, it's been a streak of good highlighted comments coming from Rhythm. So, okay, what region surprised me the most? You know, South Asia has always come up with their own flair. And I feel like they have this really good switch on when to go full aggressive, when to also hold certain positions, and how they rotate has always been very unique as compared to certain teams. Like if we look at DRS, they're a team that isn't exactly the typical, oh, take the center of the circle and hug it till Kingdom Come, right? They love taking those fights on the outskirts, and most times they actually do thrive by doing so. So it definitely has been a very good case study on the team like DRS. Though they've been there for so many PMGCs, it's still amazing how they do it. But if there was any other teams, if we're talking about teams here in COGS, then I guess that the teams that have impressed me so far, PEL, because PL, they're not always the flashiest. They're not the flashy team, but they are mechanical gods. You give them an open peak out in the open, they can hit you from 400 meters away. You put them in next to your compound, you better be worried because PEL, they're very, very precise on how they strike.
Yeah, I can second the PL. And if you gotta think about it, PL, they are playing a quote unquote slightly different version than the global version. Yeah, but yet they're still able to adapt and still able to perform. Of course, when it's like teams like TJB, they're probably looking for their warm-up game. But like THUNDERTALK Gaming, they've been doing pretty well. They scored the chicken dinner and they're still able to adapt. Now, to answer the other question, I would also say South Asia. And what I like about the uniqueness of how they play is that they like to maximize their time on the outside of the zone when it comes to locking out other teams. So South Asia, to me, has this unique play style that I don't see in any other region. And they know how to like not only maximize it, but they know how to escape it and survive at the right timing. From the outside the zone, they're willing to take out the blue just to gain those points. They're willing to take those risks, and if you're able to get points, then great. It's a return for them.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you know, like we've seen so many Southeast Asian teams already throughout so many different years of PMGC runs, PMCO runs. I feel Southeast Asia is a lot more straightforward. You see somebody that you could basically take a fight upon, you just go for it. Like that's usually the mentality. But of course, different regions like Indonesia and Thai has their own distinct play style as well. Thailand is a lot more utility based. The rest of these teams like RRQ, which are now in a battle against Claw, and like you see, it's all close quarter combat. They actually tried in this, and now we see the Pekko going for that swing. One out by Milia. He squeezes it through. How on earth did he do that? Okay.
There you go. And they're willing to play on the outside the zone. Yeah, look at this. But okay, the job's not over yet though. We still have Assad together with Snape. So they have to win this fight. Assad with the DBS and then 4 on the other hand. And he's dancing around this building. At the same time, range just needed Federales. Okay, not sure what happened there. But we'll continue to put focus onto Milia. It's the final player for Claw.
Oh boy, Amelia still got a lot of work to be done right here, but at least they brought them down to size, playing by the fairways, and I don't think there's a way out of that room, my friend. Still a really good fight. 4 points gained by RRQ, 2 points gained by Claw and Esports. They are doing a decent job for a team that makes a debut here internationally. I say they take those, considering the fight was in El Azahar. It's a good thing that RRQ wraps it out completely. Now, I feel like when I talk about SEA, it kind of answers itself on that fight. They love those close quarter combat. They will wrap out the fight no matter who you put. Harame Bros, if you put BTR, they love fully committing to the fight. But there are definitely certain situations. I think that why BTR has that longevity versus many other teams is that they are well balanced. They know when not to. That's the key difference. And back when they feel Luxie a lot more, they have great range coverage as well. So they don't really have to fully commit in these kind of fights. I guess we go region by region. Which other region have we not covered? Mongolia. I think Mongolia has been one of the most successful regions, throughout these couple of years. And could you care to elaborate why, Sir Cloud?
I would, but we have action on screen. So let's see if we have that space though. But anyway, yeah, Mongolia, I guess if I were to summarize it, it's persistency. They've always been around, especially since the PMWL season, and they have always had a rise. And even in the last PMGC, like top 4, you got 3 Mongolian teams up there. So it's just persistency, as I would say. And they don't really have like a how should I put it, a solid competitive system in their region, but that they're still able to have like 3 teams stacked up in the top 4 in the PMGC Grand Finals. So they definitely have this level of motivation that is just above other teams to want to do well.
True enough. Meanwhile, what's also really unique about the Korean region as well is that they take really, really clean flights. Like, they're very well coordinated, and they also do love some close proximity engagements, just like how FaZe Clan does right now, which we will definitely get more and more out of the situation where they're trying to wiggle a little bit more of that space in between the rooms of this casino. Well, it's a tight squeeze. DRX seems to be locked indoors with not many spaces to go, and BTR is over on the corner of the hill. This is Alliance once again crashing out with no points to take, but it's 4 miracle vibes that they're dealing with, so we fault nothing to that. It's 5 elimination points for 4MV.
We do 1 point collected over the course of the day, so that's something that Alliance needs to get back to the drawing board and reassess what to do by tomorrow. Now, the fight in Picado continues. DRX and also FaZe Clan. This has been happening whenever they play inside of Miramar. And doesn't help that the circle moved towards the Lost Learners. And now they're tanking out stage 2 circle. This is the time where we get to see where we put more attention onto their healing utilities. And Vintorius has 4 first, Ace has 5, but his teammate just got knocked.
Oh boy. Both sides now dealing with the wrath of the zone, but it's only chipping slight health bars. They can still fully commit to this. FaZe Clan find it really hard to really crack these defenses, but only down to So Easy as well as Hyunbin. QXZ on the far back of the office. When is he going to contribute? And he's also getting spotted out, which is why he cannot afford to step out of the zone. So I believe that could be some members coming in from the side of BTR that's marking onto that member of DRX. Hyunbin now has got a massive task at hand. This is one of the entryways, and the nades are slowly being sent towards this direction. It's only going to be a smoke for now. But FaZe Clan, they're not waiting any longer. They're already charging right through. They're sending Mormon to be the front line engagement, and he spots 1. Quickly weather the storm. It's going to be 9 points that secures it. Now down to So Easy. It's not an easy task at all. He gets traded out.
Okay, that's a beautiful one there by Mormon. Our real face is Mormon, by the way. And but they're not finished yet. Okay, QXZ still around. How much does he has? 1 first aid. Stage 3. 1 minute 20 seconds to stage 4. I don't know about his survivability, man.
Neither do I. I don't really fancy the odds right now for DRX. But for what it's worth, DRX, they held their ground. And that was a decent defense. Could have been a lot better. It's just been a lot cleaner on the execution trades coming in from the side of FaZe Clan. So slowly cutting them down to size, put them into a tight corner space. Now the only problem for FaZe Clan is looking for that vehicle, get the heck out of Picado, because this is gonna hurt a whole lot. Where exactly is the circle again? Don't really see it right at the moment. There we go. Okay. I guess it's still around that Los Leones territory, so it's not too far off from Picado. That's the good news about playing Picado. It's always within reach wherever you swing.
Yeah, and that's why it's rather contested. But they still need to get out though. They're still in the blue. But in Los Leones, we're going to start to get to see more teams coming in. And that potentially also means that more casualties. DRS, Killer YT just got knocked. Slayer got one for himself onto TJB. And we're going to see Circle. Okay, here we go. Look at them. Still at Picado. And this is going to be zone number 4, stage 4. I don't know if they'll be able to survive.
It's only a long way around. And QXZ, if he is going to find a vehicle, maybe there is a glimmer of hope left for him. But this is going to be an urban setting that we're getting here, with a circle pretty much wrapping almost the entirety of Los Leones. Some teams might opt to play around the hillsides, and majority of these teams that are inbound, like DRS, they're happy to just stay put, slowly check room to room. BTR has arrived with a monster truck. And it really feels like, BTR as well as DRS, they're the bestest of friends out of the game. In game, they're always close to each other. But in a rival fashion, that's for sure.
Well, as we kind of expected, DRX just got eliminated. So, but if we look at the health bar of FaZe Clan on our data summary on the right, yep, they are winning down as well. Ventores to the blue. One more player still in the blue itself. It's just a matter of time right now. I don't think they'll be able to survive and not gaining any placement points.
It's going to be a long haul trade, especially when you see a bunch of knocks right now. Stalwart does decently, only down to Fearless though. Gonna look for that pickup with Sanchir lying on the ground. The beauty about playing inside Los Leones is that revives like this can happen at any given point. Too many walls to really sift through the cracks, and also too many areas to check where you have the risk to bump into certain teams out there. So currently, how many squads are we looking at? Just side by side? At least 4, as we are currently looking at the mini-map by itself. Imagine you extend that mini-map, you probably see 6 or 7.
Yeah, I'm looking at 1, 2. Yeah, because the colors are kind of close as well, right? So it's kind of hard to tell. But yeah, probably around that number. And expect the number to grow, especially maybe if it's stage 5, the circle goes to Los Leones. Yeah, and that will get crowded. I mean, like, even at this point, it does look like Los Leones is pretty crowded. So when teams move in, then yeah, it's going to be a potential urban finish, the first urban finish in today.
And speaking of which, Sleepy trying to land some flinching blow, but I do believe that BTR is still well covered inside of the warehouse. It's always tricky to see who actually walks out scot-free out of the city. And DRS so far doing a massive job keeping the entirety of BTR indoors. They're not even able to actually look for those trade right back. T2K, however, tries to climb up the hill and will be met by Void Donkey. This is absolutely another team that has also thrived in many of all these Miramar rounds back in their SEA bout. And they're just fully swinging in. Vexy now going up close and personal, trying to take the fight up against Kancia. But I'm not too sure. They don't really have to do all too much because the zone is already doing its work. But I believe they just really want to secure those points. So there we go. Fool sends it. Zeta now charging through. A couple of shots of S12K. Not really landing perfectly just yet. Some damage to be traded back, but that's all that there is to it.
And Zeta is dominating 3 eliminations for himself. Rules, however, will stop Vexy. Nice long-range shot. Now looking at Zeta. Zeta is within the smoke. Rules not spotted. So fly straight into the smoke. And the hit marker goes wild right now. But Zeta fires right now. Rules have to be extra careful. Because from that distance, Zeta will not miss his shot.
Yeah, it seems like Rules, he managed to also trace the spray. Usually when you have your crosshair pointed at the right direction, it will definitely light up once you do connect the shots. It's unfortunate he ran out of bullets. He might still be able to trade. But hey, that was just what he could have actually potentially do if you're in T2K's shoes. So, very clean run. Could have been a little bit cleaner for the side of Void Donkey, but they will get themselves that full reset. So, no members lost. That's the good news for Void Donkey. Meanwhile, RRQ, my vote was on them, and I see that every time I pick a team, the chances are that they will end up in the dire situation. Only 2 members left for the side of RRQ. DRS, they're holding down multiple teams just by being somewhere close to the center of this location. And honestly, does RRQ stand a chance to run anywhere deeper? They don't really have to do much. All they have to do is hold. And I guess they won't hold longer because X has found the mark, takes 1 member down from the side of RRQ, so it's only down to Asa.
Look at how crowded right now Los Leones is. So many teams, so many different colors. DRS tries to finish off Snape, but it's just a matter of time till Snape bleeds out. I'm not sure if Asa can actually reach him. But of course, he wants to be sure in case it gets stolen away by any other team. Nevertheless, Snape is well covered, so it's just a matter of time right now. But look at the elimination feed. We have Baron taking out CC from TJB.
Ooh, wow. It's just so hard to really gather all the intel right there, but at least for Baron, he spots out the entirety of TJB. They're forced to huck by the corner of the constructions. And now over onto that dumpster. That's not even a proper cover at all. Apex now lobs that grenade. TJB decides to swing out of the blue zone. Gets clipped. Oh, thankfully that was from the play zone. So for Miracle Vibes, they only get to claim 1. But that's all that there is to it. So at least a team has been denied any form of entry. Everybody's playing by the outskirts. But take a look at Void Donkey. I think they're happy with their position that they're not inside the city. The city boys, they got a lot of work to do, especially for 4 Miracle Vibes. They have to cut across 1 member of FaZe Clan. Jappy's all alone. There's still STE, ASI8. Oh my goodness, just names and names on our screen right now. But BTR, I think they get hold for much longer, and they should be at a decent pace for them to hold up against DRS. That will be the kingmaker of that entire city of Los Angeles.
Look at this. This player from FaZe Clan. Onzes, maybe? Since they changed their names. Just behind 4 Miracle Vibes, Apex, but he didn't know that he's there. But it's okay. I mean, this is where they'll just stay quiet, especially when he's the final member of FaZe Clan. So, not interested in an engagement. But for Break, he was the final player for Team Secret. Just got taken out by Void Donkeys. So, they're eliminated at number 11. And, oh, there's the number 0. Okay. But anyway, 1 elimination point for Team Secret. So, not much collected this time.
Yeah, they were one of the early visitors of Los Angeles as well. But circumstances all up against them, but you know, I definitely want to commend on how well Miracle Vibes has been really performing, holding within the city, getting those high elevations, getting all the intel. Baron also really putting up the damage output throughout the course of the battle. It really seems like this firm of time, Jappy just does whatever he's possible. And it's going to be a perfect line of spray coming from Baron yet again. Flips a couple of members out there. Sanchura has already been taken out, and that will mean the entire Stalwart Esports is now sent out. after securing that win previously inside of Erangel.
Well, we'll see stage 7 soon, and all these teams inside of the city might be forced out. We're going to check out what's going to happen on the outside. Ooh, nice spot by Void Donkey to be on that high ground. If the circle does go towards them, then they'll be able to get all the exit frags from the city.
True enough, and it's all about timing right now. Who runs past each other, who gets clipped. Dappy now stuck in this only area of room, and the only way out is through that door. Nah, fam, that's not gonna cut it. HORAA Bros, respectable 6 elimination points gathered. 9th place finish, but that's all that there is to it. Unfortunate that it was for Miracle Vibes, but even whoever comes into that corner, finds that one player in the room, you know you're not gonna be walking out that alive.
Well, now we have the view on the outside of the city. Let's see here. Notchi is just below HKM. Interesting. And it is bottom. How did he ninja his way through? I mean, not only HKM, but even Victor, that's just across, doesn't know that he's there. Okay, now they surely will do. Okay, Notchi. Okay, anyway, Notchi still moves forward. I think he was trying to do something sneaky. But anyway, the circle is not going to be there. So he has to come back.
Yeah, and how is he supposed to do so? I think what he's going to do right here is to really hold HKM hostage. The moment if they were to leap out of that hill, provided if they do survive that hill, then that's going to be good angles for Nachi. Nachi might have his location revealed. Slayer has gotten a slight glimpse of it. But this is not a great position for HK Murderers, despite them having available space to wrap around the edges of the zone. Now, Heka could be supplementing some damage up against the rest of 8SIA. Such a technical fight it has been, and it will continue to be the case as Vexy managed to spot out Nachi. I guess that was barely any cover out there in the open anyway, so it was a sin done. But DRS versus BTR, we finally get that commitment. They're now flying through the staircases as well as the doorways, as they are now all hunkered down into the similar compounds. Teams are now making desperate attempts to crouch through. Void Donkey arrives on the outskirts, and perhaps they will also challenge BTR and DRS.
And here we go, inside the building, BTR and DRS. Killer YT gets knocked down. DRS, they lost one player, down to the final 2 players, X as well as Sleepy. And X now, he's trying to locate where his opponents are at, still on the 2nd floor. BTR still in the same building, but they also have to be aware of the potential of other teams coming into this building as well. And look at the current situation, there are so many teams in front of them, including HKM. Baron gets Victor. He got knocked down. And now La Paz with this Nate. Here we go. Nate set up the potato, maybe into the shack, and yes, it will land.
Perfect hit. One member down for the side of Void Donkey, but more to go on the other side of the compound as well. This could be a good opportunity for HKM to eventually join in the party as well, but where exactly do they cut towards? BTR kept busy looking for the final few targets of DRS. DRS not holding on too well. Getting absolutely overwhelmed for MP has arrived to the scene as well. Oh, they're dealing some damage towards the side of ASIA, but QQ still alive. He's trying to shred out Apex. Baron's on the other corner, and this fight continues to have 7 teams on board in Stage 8.
Ooh, Stage 8, but 7 teams. This is what urban warfare means, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone pretty much have their own compound. Some of them still on the outside, but still, most of them have their own house. But DRS, they're going to share it with BTR for now, that is. Still within the circle, but they don't want to share this. DRS, only 2 players left. And X with the DBS, waiting for the right moment. But still they have the circle, so they can kind of hold their spot. But DRS, okay, here we go. They got Sata looking for more. And it is BTR with the numbers that overwhelm DRS.
Wow. Just a long trade. DRS, they did whatever they could, but unfortunately, it was only 1 point to be gained in this round. That's the thing about urban warfare is it's really either you have that full swing of points going in your favor or you don't really get much at all. No harm, no foul. Meanwhile, IQ takes another member off the list of For Miracle Vibes. HKM now down with 2. Hey, your votes are actually doing a whole lot hitting into this final battle. Down to Slayer as well as Pekka though. So not gonna be an easy task. BTR, full unit, the only healthy team in this current battle. And the second team to be the healthiest will be Boing Donkey. So the Indonesians, they are absolutely thriving.
Yeah. I mean, if they do score the chicken dinner, plus the first 2 chicken dinners by Alter Ego, basically the Indonesians have half of the chicken dinners today. Okay, but of course they have to do it first. 4 players, cool. Stats do favor them, but it does not mean that the chicken dinner is sealed. So anything is to happen here. Now that they'll be forced to move because of the circle, but then again, Zera just got naded up by Pika. Pika is coming in. Reza is going for the pickup. Pika DBS should be able to make it in time. Okay, he has arrived at the building. Zeta is still down. Pika has arrived. Now goes in for the 1v1 with Reza with the UMP versus the DBS. Super and 4. Pika still is trusty DBS. Not making the big moves just yet. Gets onto the building from behind. Pika, what a slick move. Navigating around the building to get a kill.
Caught him by the corridor with no space to work with. Now the problem is there is a bunch of smoke to be tossed out directly in the center because everybody has to go in for the party in stage 9. IQ now holds down against BTR. He finds one. Can he actually find another? It's all down to IQ right now to hold out a line. BTR comes up ahead. Satar now tries to plow right through. He also spots one. Slayer now finds the rest of BTR funnel into that alleyway. There's no good area to run. And HK Murderers, they are doing it. 2 versus 1. Now Gen Boss trades it back. 1v1. They do know where Slayer's at. Now a little bit more of that trading done. He does have one more grenade. There's barely enough space left. Gen Boss, he tries to heal up, but the grenade slightly misses the mark. He gets to heal up. Slayer still has another one. He also tries to trade right back. He's got barely any space. He tosses perfectly. And it will be HK Murderers, like you predicted, to take the final win of the night.
Ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case. HK Murderers. HK Murderers, they won against BTR. We're talking about BTR, ladies and gentlemen. At BTR, they had a full-man squad at that very end, but still, they were pushed to a corner because of how the circle shrank. And HK Murderers, with a very active approach to take the fight against BTR, they won it towards the end. And of course, man, HK Murderers, Pika especially winning that 1v1 against Boing Donkeys that brought them the opening towards the chicken dinner. 8 elimination points for HK Murderers, so that's going to be 18 points in the final round.
This is going to be a night to be remembered for these 4 gentlemen on board. They overwhelmed for Envy. They even take down BTR for the chicken dinner. What more can HK Murderers do? Well, I say a whole lot, and we will get even more than for days to come. So I definitely want to see these guys in the playoffs. Now that they cop themselves a chicken dinner, they're well on their way.
Oof, what a game this was. What a game. Gotta give it to them. And they played as a duo towards the end to score this chicken dinner. So gotta give it to HK Murderers here. Pika, this guy is one of a kind. I'm liking his gameplay. He came out with one of our top stats previously, and qualitatively looking at how he won the 1v1 in this round, this is somebody for us to look out for. Now, if I were to answer the question again, like, oh, who's the underdog team, underrated team? HK Murderers is the team to watch.
That's right. You know, like, it's also weird to call them fully underdogs as well, because we know Slayer has also been a household name in their region for quite some time as well. So it's good to actually see him thrive. But definitely, when you stack all these names together, they are looking like the underdogs, and they have caused the story. They have caused the upset. They even bested some of all these teams like ASI8 throughout this quarter of the run. Boing Donkey BTR, they did so much better this round. Apparently, it wasn't enough. That funnel gave that perfect chance. And like you said, doing it with only 2 members. You saw HK Murderers, they were just by the edge of the zone, just like everybody else, where Boing Donkey was in the middle, BTR was in the middle. But how did this all happen? It's all the heroics of Slayer, and now we also see him getting matched up to IQ. IQ was also one that took charge against BTR. He was capable to bring down at least 1 or 2 members on his way out of its match.
Yeah, and being compared with Slayer, I mean, stats-wise, not too far. We always get to compare like if it's like these 2 players head to head, right? The stats are always very, very close anyway. But a little bit more assist to IQQ, and one of the reasons is like what you mentioned earlier on. But our MVP this time, our Gamivo MVP of the match, goes to Zeta for Void Donkeys with 6 eliminations and a whooping. Well, I don't only 6 eliminations, but 1,141 damage.
Wow, this might actually top the chart right now for the most damage being done, but I believe that with more days to go, we can continue to be impressed by all these individuals, but right now is Zeta's very moment. Boing Donkey, it's been a rough day, but at least they end on a really good note. So, other than R2, which I thought did really well in Miramar, we've absolutely forgot. Boing Donkey, they have always shown up with maps like this.
And besides the Zeta, of course, we got to give it to some of our other top performers, a Slayer, IQQ, and we have to have Ruthless. We have to have somebody perform Medical Vice, and this time it's going to be Ruthless. But when it comes to like the outcome, especially when in the damage department, no one else reaches 1,000. The closest is IQQ at 997, but still it's going to be Zeta this round. And this is how HK Murderers scored the chicken dinner.
Now, this is definitely interesting. Take a look at where they started. El Pozo, moving from one big city to another. Definitely no easy task, right? And they had to at least cut over dealing with the other teams like TJB. And eventually, how they ended up was via a late rotation as compared to so many teams who are already on board. So you saw a clean passage, and then they wrap around towards the back. And last we checked, there was also certain members of ASI trying to hold them down much later in the game. But this position where they found themselves over to take up against Team Secret, that further paves them a lot more of that clean room of space. So they were smart enough not to commit to the city, or else they could be a part of the casualty with all these flock of crowd coming from the western side.
Yeah, because they know they rotated later. And they would have thought that, the city must be crowded by now, by the timing that they arrived. So they didn't commit onto the city. Instead, they made their rotation further up north, and they came in building by building. And towards the end, of course, it was Slayer to land the final piece of the blow to BTR to get this chicken dinner. A great work here by HK Murderers. Anticipated timing was a long rotation by them, but they knew they came in later. They didn't want to commit to the city. That was the key factor for them to get this chicken dinner.
That's right. And right now, HK, they got themselves 18 points, but there has been a big fair chunk of points distributed to the top 5 teams, also with the double digits. 14 for both ASI as well as Big Tron Knights, and that's 12 for Boing Donkey and 11 for Miracle Vibes. And you saw so many tough trades going out and about. Some of the teams that went out early were from those early hot drop contests, which we didn't really get too much out of. Stalwart Esports, DRX, as well as Alliance. Unfortunately, T2K at least tried to put up a little fight, but they were in no good position to do so. And here we have that supposed to be the next hit hunter with 332 longest distance elimination.
Yeah, and only one airdrop looted this time. Not as many as the one before. Before this, we have seen like 4 airdrops looted. So teams don't really have the time, maybe because of how the circle kind of shifted. But we are also going to have a look at some of the other stats here after this ASJ, because we want to kind of know like who is in the MVP race, and also what's like the numbers, what's it all tally up together, and so on and so forth. So we have more to come. But so far today, it has been a wonderful day. We have seen different teams getting chicken dinner, except for Alter Ego getting a double back-to-back. But for the most part, it's different teams from different regions.
Yeah, it's still pretty much fair and balanced for most part, where you see the exchange of hands, especially when you see the switch up of groups. It definitely forms another different dimension of dynamics where teams have to prepare for the worst and some of the best scenarios as well. So if they don't capitalize on all these great scenarios, you will always see another team butting in, third party, and the whole scenario of how things can actually go. Now, we will announce who will be the overall MVP, and it's none other than Levi of Dingo Savior.
Yeah, with 13 eliminations and 2,468 damage. And of course, these are the stats collected throughout the entire day, ladies and gentlemen. And he got one MVP today, although his team hasn't got a chicken dinner yet, but it's still not bad of a performance by D Xavier. They've been very active around the map, and one of the key players is, of course, Levi's. So who knows? Tomorrow they can score the chicken dinner if they can continue to put on this performance, whether it's individually or also as a team. Now, other players that are in the running as the MVP, we have Apex from Formidable Vibes, IQQ from ASI8 Esports, Dog from Formidable Vibes as well, and of course, Rosemary.
Yep, it is the usual suspects that we've seen coming from those scrims that we had here in Ruthless Hype, all the way till this beautiful tournament that we are getting here. So for Miracle Vibes, they're still on the right track overall. So it's a matter of moments for Miracle Vibes to eventually to secure a chicken dinner. Same goes to ASI8. D Savior, while Alter Ego have already proven themselves, they started off really strong. They just got to do some really good housekeeping throughout the next couple of days. This has been the result of day one. Keep in mind, the playoffs last for 5 days. So they should not rest on their laurels. They gotta still see what could they potentially improve on hitting through some of these rounds. And now the overall fraggers, if we make comparison to Levi's, Apex actually matches very closely with 2,167 damage, and Rosemary as well. But in eliminations, Jie and some of these members of THUNDERTALK has been really letting all the action do the talking.
Oh yeah, Jay. I was kind of surprised to not see his teammate on though. But yeah.
Why? Why is he not here?
Yeah, why? I thought Why should have been here, but maybe he only got that one good round, and maybe the rest is like, okay, Jay had a better round. But here are the overall rankings now. Alter Ego, they have been dethroned by Formidable Vibes.
Yeah, towards the later stage of the day, Alter Ego sees a little bit of a dip of performance, but for Miracle Vibes, they have remained to be very consistent on both getting those big eliminations as well as placement points almost every step of the rounds. Meanwhile, some slide coming in from the Savior, THUNDERTALK teams don't get to play the final round, so it's understandably why. While we have ASI8 now moving into the top 6, so you see a very good fair share of balance of mix of teams from Mongolia, from Nepal, and I'm just happy to see HKM to be in that top 3.
Oh yeah. Let's see here. Any other surprises here? On page number 2, perhaps like the PMSL champions, Vampire Esports is a bit of a surprise here, but they're not playing with their regular lineup. They're playing with Ravenclaw in the lineup here instead. BT are also on page number 2, so there's still a good amount of work for them to do to at least be on page number 1. Although the main objective is to stay in the top 16, but if you remain in page number 2, the points are not that far away. You could be pushed down outside of the top 16, and you don't want that to happen.
That's true, and overall, VK, they're not exactly in the safest spot, and obviously, any teams here from 19 to 27 will still have things to be done to upkeep their momentum to eventually hit into the finals. But there definitely will be opportunities in these upcoming 5 days out there, but I will definitely be concerned if I were to be in Alliance's shoes, because they played out 4 matches, they only got 1 point. Falcons as well. This to me is the biggest shock. Team Falcons have no business being all the way down to 26, but I think we've seen certain days where, they can bounce back really huge once they actually figure things out. But for now, it's a lot of homework for them back at home.
Yeah, it's weird to see them down there. I totally agree with that. So hopefully they'll be able to bounce back. We still have games more to come tomorrow and the day after as well. And of course, the very special bonus match in Vikendi. So that's a match that I would say that you wouldn't want to miss because it's a big throwback to back in the day when Vikendi was in the competitive scene. And it'll be nice to see like how these teams actually play with the current meta, with DBS meta and so on and so forth, or how they navigate through the map that hasn't been in the competitive scene for many, many years now. But nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, we are done with day number 1. Tomorrow, we'll be back here again, same channel, same timing. My name is Sir Clark together with Contra. We'll see you again in the future. Good night, everyone.